the first rider on the board under 9. Second rider probably up next now.
Who's that?
Charles Cox.
Welcome to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships from the Gold Coast of Australia. We just spent 4 days contesting in the wake park divisions. Now we will head behind the boat out here at what is called the Spit in the heart of the Gold Coast of Australia near Surfers Paradise. Myself, Kristen Beat, joined by Brad Smela. Brad, we are just cutting in on the action.
We are. Look like a tantrum there behind that Nautique G23. Great to have that Nautique. I mean, it's the best boat in the business, pumping out an amazing wake for these riders. Looked like our rider there in the junior boys under 9 division. This is a semi-final. We're just catching up a little bit here. The action got started off a bit early because I think we're expecting a little bit of wind, maybe a bit of weather coming through. So we just wanted to get the best conditions possible for these young riders. We started off with the junior girls under 9, then we had the amateur men wake skate, now we're into the junior boys under 9 division.
And this is the anything goes wakeboard division, so I'm guessing it is what it is, anything goes. Let's throw down the biggest, the gnarliest stuff, get you guys into the finals, and yeah, those finals will be held tomorrow in the junior boys under 9 division. So exciting.
Yeah, really exciting. A big shout out to all of you tuning in live on the WWA Rideline app, whether you're tuning in there or on YouTube. We love to have you, and it's really cool to have this live stream to be able to bring you all the action as it happens down here in the Gold Coast.
As we look out onto the Spit here, I made sure that is what it is actually called. Here in the Gold Coast, I asked some locals, and they said it is called the Spit. Generally, there are some yachts and boats parked here. The WWA cleared those out for this competition. And let me tell you, the beachfront is beautiful. The water is crystal clear, and the wakeboarders are wakeboarding.
Now, you may be able to hear our live on-site announcer, Stu Wilson, in the background. He's getting the crowd pumped up, calling all the action for these young riders. Just gonna big tantrum off the heel side edge. Charlie Cox, toe side back roll. Over rotating it. So as we were talking about the Wake Park World Championships, I know you and I were talking about, you know, sometimes we saw some of the falls, and I was sort of explaining what was going on, why that fall. You know, a lot of the time it's landing a little bit too much over the heels or too much over the toes, depending on which way they were going.
Yes.
That time there for Charlie Cox, just over-rotating that flip, so landing too heavy on the heels and just slipping out, unfortunately, there.
For a rider, where does that sense of completion come from? Is it just repetition, or is it development? Is it eye spotting? Did he miss his mark when he was landing? Where does that kind of sense of this is where I need to be on my flip come from?
Yeah, I mean, obviously repetition, the more you do it, the more you get used to it, and the more you know where you are. That aerial awareness is huge in the sport. You got to know where you are as you're flipping through the air, but you also, you use all your senses for that as well. You use your eyes to spot the landing, and, a lot of it is feel as well. As you come off the top of the wake, possibly this wake might be a little bit bigger than some of the riders are used to. The G23 is the best wake in the world, and I feel like you'd find very few people that would argue with that. And yeah, it's always a challenge when you go from your own boat at home. You'll be riding in different conditions. They're out riding in salt water out here, whereas some people might be used to riding in fresh, and it all is a big difference there. Big frontside 360 once you got back up. So these riders do get a fall in their pocket, so if they do go down, then they get picked back up, but the only time they won't get picked up on that first fall is if they go past the 3/4 marker, which you can see the red buoy that's about 3/4 of the way down the course.
Each rider in the wakeboard format will get 2 passes through the course. 1 pickup on their second fall. Their run is done. Wake, skate, and foil, however, will get 2 pickups. Riders are, of course, judged subjectively, taking into account the overall impression of the run. And there is a no trick limit for these amateurs, so they can throw down as many tricks as they want. However, for the pro men and pro women, whom we will see in semifinals on Saturday and the finals on Sunday, there is 4 tricks per pass. Pro men will then have a chance to double up in the finals only.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to those double ups. That's where the boat goes 3/4 turn, goes over its own rollers, and gives the riders a chance to go twice as big and throw down those really, really impressive tricks.
When you look at the wake these boats now are producing, I mean, what are your thoughts? They're massive. Like, these are such great wakes.
I mean, the straight wake behind the G23 is like what a double up used to be for us. Big scarecrow there, Charlie Cox, rider out of Perth.
Perth is, of course, on the western side of the country, so he flew about 5 hours to get here.
Looks like that's going to do it past that final buoy. Solid rider there for Charlie Cox in the junior boys under 9 division. Now, I'm really excited to be here with you, Kristen. It's we've had a solid week so far, 4 days of action out at the wake park. It was really nice to have a day off yesterday. I myself slept in, stayed in bed till about 2 p.m., had a really good rest, and then went out, did a little bit of shopping down at the local mall. Like, tell me about what you got up to on your day off.
Oh, so Brad, I was able to pet a koala in real life. I've got pictures. I don't know if we can get it up on the stream later, but I went to the Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary. I pet a koala. I pet a kangaroo. I did all the Australian things. I laid out on the beach for a little bit, did some studying, and just decompressed from all the action we saw at the Wake Park World Finals last week. And some of those athletes we'll also see again this weekend.
Yeah, some of them doing double duty, but... So what you're telling me is you got out there yesterday and you experienced the Gold Coast, right?
I experienced the Gold Coast, #experience Gold Coast. They are one of our partners this weekend. And I did all the animal things. That's kind of where my heart tends to gravitate towards. So I pet the koala. I gave the kangaroo a belly scratch and walked around the zoo a little bit. I went to the beach. And like, what's crazy to me about Gold Coast, having originally been from California in the States, not every beach is nice. There are a lot of beaches in California where the water's a little murky. Every beach I have seen here has crystal blue water. It's the most beautiful white sand beach. The weather has been perfect. It's, kind of like its own little paradise. It's wonderful.
It's beautiful out here. I've always loved coming out to the Gold Coast. Been coming out here for many years. We used to roll through here with part of the Australian Wakeboard Tour back in the day. And it was, it's always provided good times here on the Gold Coast.
So, Brad, we just witnessed some of the gnarliest wake park riding 4 days ago. Do you think these guys are going to one-up the Parkers?
Yeah, it's obviously going to be a little bit different. The park riding, you got a few different things going on with the rails. You got the air tricks, you got the kickers. So it is a little bit, a little bit different. I think with the boat stuff, we're going to be seeing, obviously, just tricks behind the boat, but I really love seeing these under 9 riders right now. Well, it's under 9 as of the first of the year. 1st of January this year. So a lot of these, all 3 of these riders, 10 years old now, and it is incredible to see what these young riders are doing. I didn't even find wakeboarding until 12 years old. Wasn't even going upside down until about 14 or something like that. These riders are going upside down, doing all sorts of different inverts, spins, and it's only going to get better and better as we go through the day.
I love the innovation that we see in these sports. And what I have noticed in the wakeboard community, especially from athletes like Sam Brown and Corey and Nick Rappa, they have been really pushing the limits of these sports. And whether it's putting together a complete run or debuting something new that we haven't seen before, it makes the sport so exciting to follow.
It really does. And I'm absolutely looking forward to seeing those pro riders go. We just saw a 540 to start off pass number 2. And there's a half cab roll, I believe, the back roll with a 180, starting off switch. really nice composition there. You know, if you do a trick and you land switch, the judges love it when you get cut out and you come back in and you do a switch trick and not hop around in between. There's like the little minutia.
The minutia.
Stealing your word. You know, the little details that they look for. There's a wrapped frontside 540. That's a cab 5, starting switch, landing regular. And a heel side edge going big.
That was big. What do you think he was going for there, or what do you think he was setting up for?
I feel like he was just going to go for a big grab into the flats. The judges love seeing riders go big. Obviously, you can go wake to wake. That makes it a little bit easier to land if you're coming down that second wake. But really charging through and going big is what the judges love to see.
We're seeing another shot of it, yeah.
He's looking for a big stale fish, and it looks like he just got kicked out the front a little bit.
It looks, you mentioned it earlier, but for some of these riders, they may not be used to this quality of wake because this may not be the kind of boat they're towed behind at home. And that is something that I think every rider has to maybe adjust to throughout the competition weekend, having such a high performance boat tow them, and maybe not only adjusting to the speed of the tow, but also the aggressive size of the wake that it produces, which for a wakeboarder, you want a really good wake, but for some of these kids, I think it has a little more zoom than they maybe expected.
Yeah, it looks like Cameron just getting checked on there by our judges. We got Rusty Malinowski down there, and really cool just to see see the boat turn around and just check on him. That was a really heavy fall, so may have got the wind knocked out of him a little bit there. Hopefully he is okay, no injuries, so that he can carry on through into the finals as the days go on here. That was a really, really impressive run up until that point where he just unfortunately got kicked out the front and took a heavy spill. So he's on the boat. They're checking on him. Our awesome boat crew down there, I believe that's a few of our crew. I love seeing Rusty Malinowski. He came out from the US to support his friends, his brethren, Josh, Ike, and Daniel, as they got inducted into the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. That was there on Monday night. We were there at the Riders' Choice Wake Awards. I had a good time hosting and helping present some awards. Shout out to my boy Jeff Weatherall, who took out the Legend Award, which we always knew he was a legend. He didn't need an award to tell us that, but now it's official. And really cool to see all of the top riders. You know, we had the Best Trick Awards, Sam Brown taking that one out. Just so cool to celebrate all of the riders, all of the talent here in Australian and New Zealand wakeboarding.
As we look towards the day, we have quite a few divisions to work through today. We'll see the junior women's 14 to 18, the boys 10 to 13, women's 19 to 29, a lot of different age group for the wakeboarding. We will also see the men's 40-plus wakeboard, which has been a really popular division for fans throughout the weekend. They love the old guys. You know,
I was so blown away by both ends of the spectrum of the age groups there at the Wake Park World Champs. We had like the under 10s just going crazy, 900s. We had Cruzy Boy, who we're going to see out here as well, behind the boat. He went for the double cab roll, absolutely stomped it. You can check it out on the WWA's Instagram. I know they've got it on there. Him taking a couple of punishments on two of them, running back to the dock and then absolutely stomping it. But then you go to the other end of the spectrum where you've got the 40-plus. We even had a 50-plus division.
We did, yeah.
And those riders were just still crushing it. And they may still be icing their knees and limping around a little bit after that. But I know we're going to see the likes of Dean Smith out here doing double duty as well. I'm really excited to see the rest of the action here on the water over the weekend, over the next 4 days.
Is it hard for riders to adjust between the two disciplines?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of riders would have tried to get out on the water yesterday just to, refresh everything, get behind the boat, especially if they had the chance to get behind Nautique G23, just to get really familiar with the wake, get their speed dialed in, know what length rope they want to ride. Because they get that option. When they get to the dock, they can tell the driver, hey, I want to go at 22 mile an hour or whatever it might be. and then they hook their rope on at the length they want. So yeah, I guess it is very different riding behind the cable versus riding behind the boat. So yeah, bit of adjustment there.
It looks like we're on to our junior women's division, 14 to 18. Matilda Oldfield taking the course now.
Yeah, just 15 years old. Matilda, heel side approach, front side 360. Not sure if that was switch or regular. Looks like that was regular, coming back in on the toes. Maybe she had a switch hit as her first one. There's a scarecrow to back it up. Toe side up and over with this switch crow. Wow. That's impressive, going switch and regular, kind of mirroring that trick. Unfortunately, she cased the wake. And yeah, you'll hear us sort of talking terms like that, where they case the wake. It's where they come up a little bit short and land on top of the wake. Obviously, if you're going, the goal is to go wake to wake and land softly down that second wake. Unless, of course, you're charging it and wanting to go out into the flats, as we saw Cameron McKinney doing earlier. A little bit of a replay there. Oh, tantrum to start off with. So maybe that is a switch 360 and then a switch crow followed by a regular crow. And I love it when riders confuse us like that and you can't tell if they're goofy or regular.
Because they're so good at both.
Yeah, regular being left foot forward, goofy being right foot forward.
Now, when we talk about riders getting 2 passes through the course, describe what a pass means. I know it's down the course, but is it down the course and back, or?
Yeah, so 2 passes is, once down and then once back. So, yeah, I mean, in these earlier divisions, as we mentioned earlier, they can cram as many tricks in as they want, as they can, between the marker buoys we've got there, the big red floating buoys. Yeah, so they get to just cram them all in. I believe if they fall outside of the course, they might get picked up once. Sometimes it can be just a little bit of a hiccup. You're so focused on what you're going to do the next time around as the boat's turning around. I remember as a junior, I fell just cutting out to do a trick. I was so focused on what I was about to do that I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. And thankfully I got picked up, and that was when I won my first junior national title. But right here, going back straight in for the trick that she fell down on. The judges love to see that, but a redemption on that scarecrow. Now, the way she's standing right now, I'm going to guess that was a regular stance scarecrow to finish it off, and she is a right foot forward rider.
Now, is there maybe any strategy that goes into when you execute your big tricks? I would imagine that you would want to execute your biggest tricks on the way down rather than on the way back, right?
I would say more so you'd be wanting to do it toward the end of the pass. Because the boat takes a little bit to get up on plane. If you fall early, then you might miss out on a couple of tricks.
Right.
But if you put that more difficult trick toward the end
of the first pass.
Yeah, similar to what we saw in Wake Park as well, where they had the kicker hit to start and end their runs. So yeah, going for that more risky trick toward the end. But the judges also score on risk as well. Like if you're going something big to open up, the judges will really lap that up.
Yeah. Because that shows confidence, right?
It really does.
Yeah.
There's that look like a half cab roll followed by a back roll, and looked like she cased the wake once again, going down. That is fall number 2. Unfortunate there for
Matilda Oldfield.
Matilda.
Now, all 4 girls in this division are actually from Australia. Matilda, not too far away here. And junior women, 14 to 18. This is the class that will be knocking on the door of the pro women's class a couple years from now.
Oh, yeah.
Most of these girls already sponsored. Going on Matilda's Instagram now. All wake content. And that is a really fun way to kind of follow your favorite athletes and see what their days look like.
Yeah, go do a little stalk of the Instagram. Hopefully it's not private so we can see what they're going on.
Yeah, so we can break into here.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a beautiful boat. Isn't that neutral beige and black? That is tasty. That is a nice looking boat.
That's I love that colorway. I'm rocking a bit of beige today. So
what was your preferred colorway as a rider? Like, did you Did you get into that?
Yeah, I never really went for the bright colors of any sort. I, would be more gravitating toward like a black. I actually never had a boat, so I never got to pick, colorways. But yeah, I'm very much neutral, earthy tones. Blacks, blacks and whites, and yeah, I just really. I don't know. Maybe I'll throw a blue in there a little bit every now and again, a little bit of slight detail.
We used to ride the green machine, and we had one of the green and black Malibus for a little bit, and it had its own nickname. It was a celebratory boat. Didn't do as much wakeboarding as celebrating on there, but we used to have so much fun. A lot of wake surfing.
Yeah.
A lot of wake surfing.
So you've done a little bit of wakeboarding yourself, but you said mainly wake surfing.
Many, many years ago, but mainly wake surfing now. But big Nautique fan now. Big Nautique girl now.
Oh, yeah.
You can tell the difference between the wave and the wake that it produces, and especially when it comes to the surf boats and how they are tailored for the waves. And then there's a wave system where you can actually choose what size you want,
I
what
love
size.
that too.
And it's so cool. I got to see it at Boat Show, and then we did a demo of it on Lake Norman, and the best surf wave. I mean, it was comparable to a wave that you'd catch out in the ocean. It was so good.
Yeah, and I love that you can like transfer from one side to the other if you're. You got good communication with your driver. You tell them, yep, I'm ready to transfer over, pump and cross over to ride either on the toes or the heels or switch.
Now that's if you're good.
Yeah, Isabella
Zulian.
Big heel side approach to start off, switching it around. There's a half cab 180, grabbing the board mute. That's that front hand between the feet on the toe side edge of the board. Another heel side approach, big back roll.
Here in the semifinal.
Front roll, oh yeah, just pulling that one out. We saw, Matilda earlier. She had a really good run, even though she had 2 falls. She still managed to get a handful of really nice tricks in. Isabella now following up. That's going to complete pass number 1. Thankfully not going down on that front roll, just a little bit of a butt check. And it shows all sorts of control, like you don't always land perfectly on the board. Sometimes you got to really pull it out. And Isabella, pass number 1, done.
A really nice run for Miss Isabella. Now,
I was watching this morning. Wakeboard New Zealand posted a story on a reel on their Instagram, highlighting all of the New Zealand riders. I actually didn't realize we had so many New Zealand competitors coming out.
Right.
Obviously, it's just a 3-hour flight across the ditch, so so cool to see the New Zealand talent coming out. We saw Harper Brownlee earlier on this morning. Oh, the Scarecrow just skipping it back around to regular, riding away from that one. Isabella, just 16 years old, heel side in, frontside 360. Oh, and not getting the handle pass. And what's the old saying there, Kristen? If you don't have the handle, do you remember?
a rope. No. What is it?
No rope.
No rope. No
Hope.
No rope. No hope.
There you go.
These are the things I've learned. So looking at the ages of these women, there is not a single young lady in this division who is 17 or 18. They trend younger in this class. We are all 15 or 16. And Demi Mycap, who will be coming up next, has only been riding for 4 years. So we're looking at Isabella Zulian in the water right now. A fall on her second pass.
Yeah, just her first fall, so the boat's turning around to go grab her. As you can probably see, we got a little bit of wind, a little bit of wind chop on the water. Thankfully, it still seems pretty manageable. It's not too crazy. It's not white capping. There is forecast for a bit of wind over the next couple of days, picking up tomorrow and a little bit more on Saturday. Hopefully, praying to the weather gods that the forecast is wrong, as they usually are, or quite often are. We want the best conditions for the riders out here. But, at the end of the day, if you're in the heat with someone else, generally you've got the same conditions. So it's kind of a bit of a leveler. I always actually found I thrived in the rougher conditions, being a little bit bigger in stature. I was riding a bigger board. It meant it could power through the chop, whereas the smaller riders would get bounced around a little bit more. So, whether you call that tactics or a little bit of an advantage. But yeah, Isabella back on the water. Is she going to go for that 3? Got the handle pass that time, sticking it, bit of redemption. And that's going to do it for her 2 passes here in the junior women 14-18 semi-final.
Next up on the dock will be Demi McAuliffe. We're going to go with that. And Miss Demi only started wakeboarding 4 years ago. Can you imagine? 4 years ago, and you're already competing for a world championship.
Started at 11 years old, starting early. So cool, the opportunity a lot of these riders have. It'd be interesting to get a bit of background. I know throughout the weekend you're going to be getting out there and getting amongst the action, going down, getting some interviews.
Yeah.
That's your... that's what you're really into, eh? That's like, being in the booth is great. You do a stellar job, but I loved seeing you out there at the Wake Park Worlds, interviewing the riders, the families.
I think it's so cool to hear from the athletes themselves, because it's one thing to kind of sit up here and we discuss it, but especially for someone like myself who's still learning so much about the sport, I want to learn from them. I want them to describe, the emotions they're going through, and I think the mental side of it is sometimes just as interesting as the physical side of what we see. So yeah, throughout this weekend, I'll be popping down there, grabbing some interviews, talking to some of the athletes, and yeah, we're still kind of getting set up here. They had to move the entire production site from the Wake Park course over at GC Wake Park to the Spit here. So this morning they were getting cameras set up, and once we get all those cameras set up and in place, I'll probably pop over and start interviewing some of those riders and talking to them a little bit, because up next on the schedule, the boys 10-13 wakeboard, probably, and it's only their quarterfinal, probably one of the most competitive divisions that we'll see all weekend.
And look at that third name down there.
That third name down there, Cruz E-Boy.
Yeah, he's back from the
Cruzy
Wake Park
boy.
Worlds. I saw he was out there on the water yesterday getting a bit of practice in, checking out there on his social media. But yeah, big shout out to Daniel Watkins, the man behind the Gold Coast Wake Park. He is an absolute legend of Australian wakeboarding. He just got inducted into the Hall of Fame, the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. We had the legends Mike Whittington and Jimmy Redmond come out from the US to help celebrate those riders who have done so much for the sport, not only here in Australia but around the world. On the water now, we got Demi with a frontside 180 reaching down for a mute grab. That was, I'm going to say that was a half cab 180, because that's the back roll off the heel side, nice and clean.
Now, do they have the option to wear a helmet or not wear a helmet?
I mean, they have the option. There's really no need. A lot of the time they'd be wearing a helmet if there were some features, some obstacles. But yeah, some people do wear the helmet just for a little bit of extra safety. I know there have been some riders that have maybe had some heavy falls and some concussions in the past that want to protect the brain, wear the brain bucket. But yeah, I'd say for the most part we're not going to see many helmets being worn this weekend.
Watching Miss Demi McAuliffe still out on the course.
Yeah, stand-up run for Demi. We've got Amber Wings just jumped on the on-site commentary, joining Stu Wilson. Love having two different ways of, I guess, tuning into the action.
Yeah.
You can either be down here on site in the Spit here in Marine Stadium in the Gold Coast if you are somewhere local. Otherwise, tuning in the WWA Rideline app or there on YouTube. Myself and Kristen will be giving you, bringing all the action to you over the next few days. We'll be bringing up some special guests as well to help call the action. There's a 540 for Demi to start things off and a backside 360. Spin to win.
Now she's setting up.
You can see she's wrapped. She's
Yeah.
got the rope wrapped around her. She's going to go for a toe side backside spin.
Oh,
Toe
no
side
rope,
backside
no hope.
3. And not sure what happened there, because when you wrap, you don't really need to do a handle pass. So Don't know if she got a little bit tangled up in the rope on the way around. But yeah, it's amazing when you see the different types of spins we'll have from the riders there when they wrap up, especially in the pro divisions. You'll see they wrap up a lot of the time so they can get an extra long grab on it. The judges look for that style, grabbing the board, making things look good, making things a bit more unique to your own style. But that is just fall number 1 for Demi McAuliffe.
So she'll get a pickup on this pass. We'll see her maybe attempt that trick again.
See if we get some redemption. Yeah, just pinging that handle. Came up a little bit short as well, so even if she did come all the way around, it might have been quite a tough landing for her.
Demi McAuliffe.
Doing a little stalking now.
I'm now stalking her. I love seeing what's going on. This is as close as I can get to getting my little notes down there. Yeah, it looks like she is a 10 and 14 NSW state title holder. Also,
Toe side 5 and pulls it out.
beautiful run.
Very much a spin to win run that we're seeing here from Demi. She did go upside down on that back roll. But yeah, plenty of different spins, all different ways. She just missed out on the wrapped toe side backside spin, which is one of the more difficult directions to spin. Probably the most difficult direction to spin out of all of them. But yeah, she's going to be stoked. She's looking good. She's our second to last rider in the junior women's 14 to 18 division. And we got Montana Norman to finish things off, a 16-year-old rider from here in Australia.
All these girls so amped. And I mean, that's kind of the fun part, you know, when you're competing and you're a teenager, you get to show all your friends what you do on the weekends. Oh, and family, I'm sure. Great run for her.
Sorry, it's me.
Oh, no, you're fine. If you guys haven't already, make sure you download the WWA Ride Line app. I'm actually going to pull that up and see if we have live scores going. I know this morning they were running a little behind on that, so let's get some scores running down the pipeline for us.
Yeah, not seeing any scores on here at the moment. They'll probably update them at the end of the heat. So we'll see if they pop up for us before the next heat jumps up. Otherwise, you can kind of navigate around. I was playing around on the app yesterday, just looking for where you can find all the scores, the schedule, and the live feed as well. Montana there looked like a half cab 180. Heel side back into the wake. Nose grab, front side 180.
Ooh.
Just pulled that one out.
Now, what is it called? There's a name for it when they kind of fall a little bit further down than they would normally want to.
I mean, I guess if they fall over the heels and their butt hits the water and they kind of bounce back up, you'd call that a butt check. Don't know if there's a more technical name for it, but that's what we're running with at the moment.
So that will be her first fall, so she will get the pickup here. Kind of following the strategy that you talked about, going for maybe the bigger, more risky tricks towards the end of her pass. Now with these amateur divisions, they can throw down as many tricks as they want throughout a pass. Is there a strategy to balancing throwing down just a bunch of tricks in comparison to the quality of the tricks or the amplitude of the tricks and giving yourself enough time to set up? What is the strategy there? How would you strategize?
Yeah, quality versus quantity, and that's something that these judges, these riders will be figuring out what to do. Obviously, you know, there's only so many tricks you'd be able to squeeze in. You really don't want to be rushing yourself because then you're risking, losing a bit of quality, but also risking those falls. Also, you got to preserve your energy as you go. You know, it is only 2 passes, but honestly, you get to the end of those 2 passes and you are absolutely puffed. It's quite intense riding out there in competition. It's very different to free riding. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we're seeing kind of a standard amount of tricks, just a really nice pace where these riders will cut out, take a second to kind of compose themselves, know what they're doing before they cut back in. Really not rushing it too much. So I'd say we'll see maximum of 5 tricks, maybe 6. But I doubt we'd see any more than that.
And please excuse the camera angle right now, guys. There is some wind and inclement weather in the area. We'll try to get that sorted for you.
Yeah, I'm sure throughout the weekend we're going to be getting the drone up in the air. We got Mr. Greg Weatherall, brother of the legend, now official legend, Jeff Weatherall. Greg is an incredible drone pilot, does a lot of stuff with the WSL, a lot of surfing events. And, Montana Norman, unfortunately looked like she went a little bit too big off that heel side. Just a straight wake jump, looking for the grab, and maybe landing in what we call the trough of the wake. Because the wake kind of peaks up, but right at the bottom of that, there's this little bit of a trough, which is not very pronounced on the G23. There are other boats where the wake is a bit steeper. You get a bit more pronounced trough there, but that is the hard spot to land in. Obviously, the hardest spot is if you're landing on top of the wake, casing it. But yeah, if you land just past it, you're almost better to go even further past it for a softer landing in the flats.
Now, is that something you can negotiate in the air? Is there that thought process going on, or are you already too far committed to it by the time you're there?
Yeah, once you're in the air, you can't really change much in terms of your trajectory. It's, if you know that you're going to land in the trough, then you can kind of prepare yourself for it. You can get ready to really bend the knees and try to land that solid. But yeah, once you're in the air, you can't really change it from that point.
So it's too late. Once you're committed, you're already there. How much? Now, I know all these riders have to compete in the same circumstances. If there's win for one, there's win for another. But how much do you think that will go into trick selection for these athletes?
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope a lot of these riders have done some practice in some rough water as well. Obviously, when you're out free riding, generally you gravitate toward the more glassy conditions, whether you're riding on a lake or a river. You can find a nice smooth shoreline to kind of to cruise along. But yeah, I think when the water conditions do get a bit more rough, you might see riders tone their tricks down slightly, go for something they're a bit more consistent with. But yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, obviously if the conditions are as they are, they're going to be pretty much the same for most of the way through the heat. But I've had it in the past. I remember out in Russia for the World Championships in 2005, so going back 19 years for the other federations, World Championships over in Russia. I was the last rider off the dock, and I swear the conditions got so much worse throughout the heat, and I absolutely bombed on that one. Went from world champ to pretty much last, so that was a tough one to swallow. But yeah, occasionally the conditions can change drastically throughout the run. Toe side up and over with a scarecrow for our first rider here on the boys, 10 to 13. This is Spencer Thrice.
Spencer Trice or Thrice?
Trice, no H.
Spencer Trice. He is one of 2 athletes representing the U.S. in this division. Spencer Trice. He's from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He rides on Grand Lake, the Cherokees.
Now, I'd imagine he's not related to Obi, but, Obi Trice.
That is not coming up in his bio, however. It is a family sport, so we never know.
Obi Trice being the rapper that I'm referring to. So,
Oh.
I would really.
That might be a stretch.
Yeah, that was a stretch. That one.
He was the 2022 WWA World Champion in Boys Beginner and the 2023 WWA USA National Champion in Boys Beginner. So he has won a few competitions in his day already in the boys 10 to 13 wakeboard division.
Now, this is quite a competitive division. You'll see we've got 3 heats, 4 riders in each one of those heats. So I believe each one of these heats we're going to have 2 riders advance.
2 will transfer to the semifinals.
Yeah, so this is just a quarterfinal. It's going to be it's going to be cool to watch this evolve over the weekend.
Yeah, we will see their semifinal tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they have a night to sleep. Now, before a competition, would you sleep well? Or was it like going to Disneyland?
Yeah, there's always that kind of anticipation going on. Hard to get to sleep, but I'd say they'll have a good sleep and get recharged for the next day of action. He started off with a toe-side backside 180, which I really love to see out there. Toe-side approach now for Spencer. Toe-side 540, couldn't ask for much cleaner than that. And going past, you can see that red buoy. So that's out of course, that toe-side front roll. Maybe just getting a little bit of extra practice for the next round, thinking, hey, if I can tighten things up a little bit and the next time around, I might be able to squeeze that trick in as well. But, hey, really nice, clean 2 passes for Spencer Trice.
Next up, we'll be seeing Seth Kalpar. Seth is from Australia. He's from Sydney, so not too far away here. He started competing at 9 years old. This will be his first world championship, and he did compete in the U.S. this summer and won at the Western Regional Championships. How much confidence does a regional or a national win play into maybe your confidence going into a world championship, or does it have any effect?
Yeah, well, I think especially going out to the U.S. and taking out a championship there, that's going to really give you a bit of confidence. I mean, anytime you're out there riding and competing against the best, it's just building on your confidence as you go. So, yeah, he's going to, I would imagine he's feeling pretty confident. He's got a decent amount of experience. And, yeah, I mean, as an Australian rider going out to the States, it's really cool to see that they're doing that at a young age, just 13 years old. Really getting out, experiencing the world, and seeing what the competition looks like. But looks like he rides out there on the Hawkesbury River. I've done a little bit of riding down there in Sydney on the Hawkesbury. Yeah, going to be battling a little bit of wind chop here. Seth Kalpar starting it off with a stalefish grab on the heel side, coming back with a scarecrow. Follows it up with a tantrum. That's going to be a combination we're going to see, I think, quite a lot in these younger divisions, the scarecrow and the tantrum. Those some of the, and then followed up with the front roll.
Oh, and he just barely went down there.
So under-rotated that flip. With a front roll, a trick like that, you really got to get over your toes on the landing, which is quite daunting because if you go a little bit too much over the toes, then you're going out onto your face. There is really a fine balance there to land on your toes and then edge out away from the wake as you land. But you'll see when they do come up a little bit short, that's when you might see a little bit of a butt check. But sometimes you can pull out of that one. Unfortunately, that time Seth was not able to do so.
Again, he will get the one pickup. Seth Kalpar going big, but with going big, big risks. It looks like he's having fun out there, though.
I mean, how could you not? You're out there in the World Championships. You're behind the Nautique G23. Couldn't ask for much better of a wake. Hopefully we do get a little bit of kindness from the
The
weather.
Yeah. And up next, we'll be seeing Cruz E-Boy. So if you guys are tuned in for Cruz E-Boy, he will be coming up next, but we are still on Seth Kopar right now. Seth, 13 years old from Sydney, Australia.
So you got anything to finish off pass number 1? Looks like he's got the room to do it. There's the front roll. That's redemption. Managed to pull that one out nice and clean, solid landing. And he's probably thinking, yeah, that's what, like that's what it should have been. That's what the last one should have been. Occasionally, you do have a little bit of a lapse in judgment, possibly taking off the wake slightly early, not getting all of the pop that you want. Because that's one of the key things in wakeboarding, especially, behind the boat. You've really got to ride to the top of that wake to get all of the lift, the air time. When you're doing flips and spins and stuff, especially if you're doing, maybe a bigger spin, you really feel like you got to start early so you can get it in. But the longer you wait, actually, the better off you are because you get more pop, more time, more lift to get that trick done. There's a 180 off the heels to start it off.
And just to kind of speak to the magnitude of this competition, the WWA Wakeboard World Series is the longest running professional wakeboard series for over 30 years. The WWA has hosted this series in the most exotic and prestigious locations around the world to crown the champion of champions. Now, in the competitions that we'll see Saturday and Sunday, as well as these world championships, our pro divisions will not only be competing for the world title here, but they will also be competing for the World Series championship because this is the final round of their World Series.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what riders have gone out and done that entire series, where the points lie on that. We'll see if we can get some information on that to bring to you guys as we go and get into the weekend. It's, there's a bit of travel involved. A lot of these riders do spend a lot of time out there in the US where a few of the other World Series events happen. We're going to we'll get some of that extra information for you guys as the weekend goes on.
And that will conclude Mr. Seth Kopar's run. However, next up is a fan favorite, Cruz E-Boy.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this kid ride before, jump onto his Instagram. I believe it's Cruz E-Boy Wake, and you're going to be blown away. Not only with the skill that he has, but the confidence, the charisma. He is just oozing energy when he's riding. Pretty much between every single trick, you'll see him throw up a shaka. Just getting pumped up, celebrating when he lands the bigger tricks. And he is unbelievably good for this age bracket, not only behind the boat, but also on the cable.
We were just talking about the Wakeboard World Series men's ranking, so just a quick preview of the pro class. Nick Rappa is actually leading that Wakeboard World Series with 280, Tyler Hyman with 230. You go down and you kind of look at Corey Tunison, who has been tightly battling with Nick Rappa over the years for these championships and titles. He is actually 5th in the Wakeboard World Series rankings and standings. However, he won most recently at the WWA Wakeboard National Championships. So he's coming in with momentum. However, he is 5th overall in the Wakeboard World Series rankings.
Yeah, and Tyler Hyam, unfortunately, just had a recent injury. I saw on social media that he is not going to be coming out for these, so that's a bit of an advantage. There you go, the big old Rayleigh.
That was
boy.
massive. He was on another planet.
Yeah, the crowd pleaser, fan teaser, the Rayleigh toe side, massive scarecrow.
Legit on another planet. He sent that thing to outer space.
And the judges will be absolutely loving this. You go big, the judges get pumped up.
And he's so little. So when you think about the amplitude that he's actually getting off that wake, it just blows my mind because he's maybe 4 foot. I need to go get a measurement on him. He's maybe 4 foot tall.
Yeah, tiny.
Oh,
Now, he cased the wake on that tantrum we saw before there, still managed to ride away, and then that was the toe side roll to revert he was looking for. So he may be looking for a little bit of a speed adjustment after that fall. He might talk to the boat driver and say, look, let's just bump it up a notch. Look how big that scarecrow was.
That heightened speed, though, give him more amplitude? Explain that kind of chemistry or biology for me.
Potentially a bit more amplitude. More so, it'll narrow the wake up. The faster you go, the more narrow the wake ends up. So, you see him casing the wake there. You speed the wake up, the speed up, and it just gives you that little bit of adjustment in the width of the wake.
And that's a rider preference. So that's something they can communicate with the boat driver and say, hey, I need a little more of this. And maybe in this instance, and this is just me speculating from the limited time I've been behind a boat, but maybe because his comfort level is there and he does go for some of those bigger tricks, he might need a little more speed out of the boat, whereas some of his competitors may be more comfortable with that lower speed and that wider wake.
Yeah, and it's potentially as well due to the conditions being a little bit more rough. He might be used to having that slightly wider wake, but the rough water, the chop, affecting the way that his speed comes into the wake there. And you can actually adjust the speed on the fly. So he would have been able to give the driver the word there if he wanted the speed adjustment as he was coming past. But if you're in the middle of your run, you just give them the thumbs up or thumbs down, and that they'll do a little bit of a speed adjustment on the fly.
I'd be curious to see. This is when that field reporter, Kristen, wants to get out there and ask him if he made a speed adjustment.
Well, I am excited to see what he's got for pass number 2. This time around on the second pass, he's going to be going with the wind. So that is another little factor that may impact the way that these riders lay their run out. They may look for some of the more technical or the more difficult tricks on the way back. See, he's out nice and wide to start things off. Big hard cut in at the wake, big old stale fish grab. A little bit of steez for the judges to open it up.
He's just got so much swagger. Like, goes big, no fear.
You might have caught him on the news. He did a few interviews over the weekend. And how good is he in front of the camera?
Wow.
That's the trick that took him down earlier. So
the roll to revert.
Going with the wind might be a little bit better for him. Are we going to see the whirly bird? There it is.
Oh,
yes.
But you know what? He got it in. He got it in. He stayed up for it.
He did the tantrum with a with a backside 360, but you kind of loop the handle up over your head in order to do the spin. And we saw him there passing that 3/4 marker. So only getting, was that 4 tricks on the way back. So, with the amplitude, with how big he goes, sometimes you do sacrifice the number of tricks that you can get into a run. But the judges like to see quality over quality over quantity. And that was pure quality there from Mr. Cruzy Boy. That toe side roll to revert, full redemption for him. He's actually capable of doing a Pete Rose, which is an extra 180 on top of that toe side roll to revert, named after the baseball player Pete Rose. And I believe it's because Pete Rose used to do the slide into home base on his stomach, right? I think that's what he was famous for.
He was also famous for a gambling scheme as well in the U.S. But yeah, I wasn't. You know what's funny is when I thought of that name, I thought, well, either I'm gonna Google this now, but either it's the slide into home base or it's the gambling.
It could be a bit of both.
That is the one thing preventing him from entering the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose is a Hall of Fame baseball player, but he gambled on his own games. Yeah.
So I believe that trick was named the Pete Rose because sometimes when you come out of that trick. If you come a little bit low out of it, you end up sliding out the front. I mean, if you come in a bit late, you can get a back edge. Pete Rose is kind of a high risk maneuver that maybe he's saving it for the finals if he feels he needs it. Mm-hmm. He also does a tantrum to blind. This kid is capable of so much. So I'm excited to see, just 11 years old, what he's got. But we got one more rider here in heat number 1. And
that will be Chase Paz.
Yeah, his whole family is involved in wakeboarding in South Australia. His dad is the president of Wakeboard South Australia, so family affair there. And you know what I saw earlier, before we jumped into the live broadcast, we had the junior girls, which I believe was the, let's have a look here, under 9 division.
Mm-hmm.
Evie Mae Thorpe, Isabella Carter, the first third-generation wakeboarder that I've ever come across. So her grandfather, Katie Carter, was on the collegiate ski team for Florida State University. So
that is truly generational.
Yeah, I mean, it's over the weekend at the wake park, we saw a few second-generation riders coming out. The son and daughter, or sons and daughter of Daniel Watkins, also the son of Greg Falzon. But right now, we're coming back to the boys 10 to 13 division with Chase. Really nice, solid grabs, 180s, keeping things a bit more, I don't want to say safe, but just a bit more like cruisy, grabbing, doing some grabs, doing some wake jumps. Being last off the dock, I don't know if this is more of a tactic from looking at all the other riders, or more just, in terms of the skill level for Chase. He seems comfortable doing grabs, doing 180s, and he may be looking to step things up on the way back, going with the wind.
Very observant, and good on him for being able to study, the other riders before he gets out there, which I'm sure is so valuable, just being able to see what the conditions are doing and see what's working and what's not working. But I think you're right that they're wanting to throw the tricks with the wind in their favor.
Yeah, and in terms of your position in the heat, whether you're first off the dock, last off the dock, comes down to personal preference. Some people like to watch what everyone else has done. Sometimes that can add a bit of extra pressure. I honestly enjoyed going out either first off the dock and just throwing down what I could do, or if you saw someone go out there and absolutely kill it before you, and then it's like, well, I have no option other than to do my best run.
Yeah.
And it almost takes the pressure off. Having that much pressure on, you're like...
To start is almost a lot. I can see where your thought process is there.
Yeah, it's like all I can do is the best that I can do.
Yeah.
Whereas I always found if I watched other riders before me, if they fell, and I was like, okay, I only need to do this. I actually don't need to step up and do my biggest tricks.
Right.
Sometimes that can actually hinder you as well.
Right. You don't want to go in to a competition too conservatively either.
No, exactly.
This is his first down, so he'll be allowed this pickup on his second pass.
Looks like the whole family involved, 3 kids there in the Paws family. Be interesting to see if we see some of the other siblings competing this weekend. We'll be keeping an eye out for the names there. Looks like he took an early fall in pass number 2 on the back roll.
Chase being 13 years old. His dad is actually the president of Wakeboard South Australia, too.
El Presidente.
El Presidente.
Toe side approach. There's the front roll. Oh, yeah, just pulling that one out. He was sitting low, trying to pull through that one. A little bit of a check off the butt, but standing back up. There's a tantrum. Looking clean. Going with the wind on the way back. Going for those inverted tricks. Coming in switch now. The half K roll on, over-rotating it. Maybe getting a little bit too much airtime off that G23 wake.
Now, looking at that heat, do you think Chase's run now is enough to compete with Spencer and Seth? Because I think Cruz's was so strong. Yeah. We know that that's probably a lock. But where do you kind of now place Chase, Spencer, and Seth based on that heat?
Oh, that's a tough one. 2 falls there for Chase. Mm-hmm. You never really want to use up both of those falls. So, yeah, I think it's going to come down to who was able to get a full run. Just kind of tapping back into my memory to try and remember who out of those riders made it all the way through without any falls. So, I don't know. I got a bit of a question mark over there for Chase, whether he's going to make it through. Not sure if they got any last chance qualifiers or anything. I don't believe they will. So, hey, he's going to be sitting there with his fingers crossed, eagerly awaiting those scores.
Everyone standing out on the dock, ready for the second heat. The 4 gentlemen in this heat in the boys 10 to 13 wakeboard quarterfinal will be Tyler Burns, Parka Edwards, Ezra O'Neill, Chase Larkin.
3 Aussies, 1 rider out of the USA. And I love that we do have the World Championships down under this time. It doesn't happen very often. It's been 19 years since the last time the Worlds came down to Australia. It was actually up in the Sunshine Coast in Marshall's Lagoon. I was out there competing, showing my age a little bit, but I managed to swoop up a junior world title that year, going back 19 years. So yeah, I'm excited to see the junior men riders, that same division that I was in, to see where the level of competition is at comparatively to 19 years ago.
What do you think are the biggest changes you've seen in this sport since you competed?
I think boat technology is the main one. The G23, I think it came out about 13 years ago, around, or maybe 12 years ago, around 2012. And they called it the game changer because it really did change the game. It was just that next level of wake. The size of the wake is just so good, so big. That's one of the biggest things, I think. Board technology as well. We've seen a few changes. Was involved in a bit of the evolution of the boards through Ronex Wakeboards, which was my sponsor at the time. Change of materials that they use, even the sidewalls of the board, a little bit sharper for some extra speed, things like that. But yeah, Tantrum to start things off for our first rider here, Tyler Byrne. Toe-side back roll to follow it up in his first pass. Yeah, nice smooth back roll there, loads of control through the air. Oh, the dum-dum. That's a front roll with a backside 360 named by Shane Bonifay. He was just a kid when he named that trick. As an American yourself, you'll be familiar with the candy.
Yes.
So the trick, that same trick but without an extra 180 is called the Tootsie Roll. And then you add another 180, it's called the Dum Dum.
So he named his tricks after candy.
Showing his age when he
was
those.
young.
I believe he was only in his early teens when he landed those tricks, the first in the world to do so. His older brother, Parks Bonifay, an absolute legend of the sport, both of them legends, but Parks early on was one of the most competitive, hard-charging wakeboarders in the late 90s, early 2000s, and just so cool when you see brothers come out and they got different styles, different approaches. But yeah, that's the little backstory on that trick, the Dum Dum. Looked like a half cab roll. Or it might have been a roll to revert, actually, starting off the heel side. There's a scarecrow.
Again, Tyler Byrne in the boys 10 to 13 wakeboard quarterfinal.
Although, no, I'm going to say that was a switch crow. Going for the Pete Rose there. So that's that toe side back roll with a 360. Just casing the top of the second wake and unfortunately going down.
Now, will the judges reward the attempt of the Pete Rose, knowing that it's such an explosive trick for this division?
No, I don't believe you get any score for a trick.
Any ambitious or optimistic points?
No.
Well, you were close.
Yeah, it all comes down to what you land, what you ride away from. And the good thing for Tyler is that, if he is able to advance, and he's got a solid trick there, that Dum Dum, some solid inverts, a solid run so far. if he's able to advance, then he's going to know what adjustments he needs to make for the next round for that Pete Rose. And it looks like he's fallen before that 3/4 marker, so the boat's on their way to pick him back up, and we'll get him back on the water for the rest of his second pass.
So I'm going to introduce Miss Corey Wilson onto the broadcast. She is going to hang out here for a little bit. I'm going to head down and talk to some of these boys, 10 to 13-year-olds, and see what they've got to say. But we'll just invite Corey in, and I will leave you two to be for a moment. I'll be back in about 10, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, Kristen.
Should I get on yours? This one's quite.
And look forward to crossing over to Kristen to get a bit more of an inside word on what these young riders are up to, what they're thinking, what they're focused on. Oh, and going for the redemption on that Pete Rose. Unfortunately going down again. Unable to ride away from that one, but 2 falls, not what you want in your run out here, especially when you're first off the dock. You want to put the pressure on. You want to make sure that you put something solid down. Every bit of his run before that was looking really solid. Enough of a run to put a bit of pressure on these other riders. But Parker Edwards, Ezra O'Neill, and Chase Larkin are going to be watching that and going, okay, I need to stand my run up. Right, Corey?
Without a doubt.
Good to have you here with us.
Happy to hop on for a minute. It's looking good out there. We've got a good crowd filling in on the beach early on this Thursday morning.
Yeah, and I know there was forecast for a bit of weather to come through. I'm not sure if it's forecast to come through a bit later or if maybe the forecast was wrong, which is what we want. We want,
We hope so. We're watching the weather closely. It does look like the wind will pick up about 1 mile an hour per hour over each hour for the next couple of hours, and then it's going to die off in the afternoon. So,
yeah, and I guess looking at the schedule, we've got, I guess, the younger, smaller riders earlier on. So they, I think as as maybe we get a little bit more chop, a little bit more roughness on the water, hopefully as these slightly older riders, a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, able to power through that. But yeah, I mean, you never really want rough water. For me, when I was competing, being a bigger rider, being 6'2", almost 100 kilograms, I rode a bigger board, and it actually worked in my favor sometimes.
Yeah, I think I remember you doing pretty well in rough water. I'm actually coming up a bit later. Yeah. I don't do so well in rough water.
I'm looking forward to seeing you out there. It's been a while. Like I've taken a bit of a backward step away from wakeboarding. I do watch from afar. I follow on social media, but I haven't done a lot of commentary and been involved as much as I am now. So it's really cool to come back, see a lot of familiar names coming through. I mean, most of them coming through in like the Masters.
Exactly. We're a bit older now, but
been a few years, but yeah, we got Parker Edwards rocking the wake pants.
I know. I dig it, Parker.
Love it.
Great start.
And a tantrum. That's a solid first pass. Is he going to get one more trick in, switching around off the heels?
Nice.
Cab 540.
Looks like he got the nose grab on there.
I can't quite see that end marker there, so I don't know if that little tail grab at the end there is going to count in the run. But, I was talking with Kristen earlier. We're talking about tactics. I mean, you for yourself, when you're going out there and riding later on, we've got the wind coming down the course, which he would have been going into the wind right there. Mm-hmm. Do you adjust your run based on that, going, okay, I'm going to do these tricks with the wind, these ones into the wind because they're a bit more solid?
I definitely will. I think I'll save spins for my second pass when I have the wind at my back, and I'm going to keep my first pass tricks that I'm just pretty confident in with that wind in my face. But I think it's a great strategy to just go out there and do what you have planned. If you are well practiced, I don't ride as much these days, so I'm going to go with what feels very safe out there.
Yeah, I mean, going back to when I was competing, I remember there were certain riders that you could tell they go out and they practice in the rough water.
Mm-hmm. And they're ready to do what they meant to do no matter what.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Unfortunately, Parker Edwards going down on that Tootsie Roll. But yeah, riders like Rusty Malinowski, who you see, I believe he's in the boat judging at the moment. He was always one of those riders. You'd see, you know, when the terrible conditions were going on in practice, or you know, just at home, most riders would be tucked away inside, maybe recovering or chilling out, waiting for the glassy calm water. Whereas Rusty, he'd be out there practicing his run in the rough conditions.
Yeah, it makes you such a well-rounded rider. I think if you're going to compete, it is a good thing to practice for. Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to be prepared for anything out there. You don't know what you're going to show up to when you go to these events. You know, the courses can be different. Right now, they're riding in salt water, and there is a bit of a difference there when you're riding salt versus fresh.
I was just about to bring that up. I've had a few riders ask me, you know, just nervous. How different is it? Is it slower? Is it, how does it feel? What's your experience with that?
I mean, you can definitely tell the difference. The salt water being more buoyant, it does have an effect on the wake. Although this Nautique G23 wake is so big anyway that it's not going to really downsize it too much. But you know, you can feel it in how your board rides as well. You know, your board rides a little bit higher on the water. It's very subtle, but yeah, it's it is a little bit different, and I'd say a bit of an advantage for some of these Australian riders that are used to riding in salt water, whereas if you're out of Florida, you're used to riding in the lakes. So what do we got here? There's the KGB. Oh, stepping it up here. This is boys 10 to 13. Are you kidding me? Half cab roll to follow it up.
Maybe one more. Let's see what he's going to do. Yeah, nice. Any tantrum to blind. Clean.
Oh, he is stoked. Now, that is putting the pressure on the following two riders, Ezra O'Neill and Chase Larkin. Just 12 years old, Parker Edwards. He rides on Lake Eildon. I've been out there. That's down in the Melbourne area. You go out. It's one of the dams out there. And I really enjoyed my time on Lake Eildon. It was probably one of the first times I ever went on a houseboat.
Oh, I love it already.
Back in the early days. You know, it's sort of got that maybe Lake Shasta.
Okay.
Or not quite as picturesque as like a Lake Powell, sort of, you know, with its really unique sort of desert and rock formations and things like that. But no, it's a beautiful lake. Really enjoyed riding out there. I remember filming one of the first wakeboard films that I was ever in. It was called Playback. Shout out to Josh Robinson, the producer and director of that one.
Shout out.
I was out there with the likes of Chris O'Shea, Dean Smith, Jeff Weatherall, the Mackey brothers.
What a crew. It doesn't get much better than staying on the houseboat, waking up, straight into the boat.
You're on the water already.
So good.
You know, you don't even need to walk down to the dock. You're right there off the back of the boat. I had a few experiences with the houseboats. I think that was the only lake in Australia where I was getting amongst that. But then in the US, Lake Shasta, Lake Powell, a few of those other lakes. You know, I just love it. You just feel like a bit of a rock star, like a bit of a VIP of feeling out there being on the boats. But yeah, big ups to Parker Edwards. Solid run there in heat
youngest
number 2.
rider in the heat, too, by 2 years. Ezra O'Neill, Chase Larkin, both 14 years old coming up. Ezra's from the U.S. Ezra's done quite a few of our events over the years. Him and his father, Brian O'Neill, who I believe is also competing in the men's 40+. So a family affair here.
Here he goes, frontside 360 to open up his run.
Yeah, he's starting strong, confident.
Switching it around with a cab 540. So spin to win to start it off. There's a back roll to follow it up and a toe side approach, toe side front roll. Looking really clean.
Yeah, really clean. Looks like he has the plan that he wants to do out there, and he's getting it done. Oh.
Oh, no. The tail.
I thought he had that.
Back one. Just a bit too much on the heels, and that kicked him back into the wake. And, yeah, it takes a little bit of navigating that wake. If you do end up landing like that, over-rotating the backside 180 and sending back into that wake, which, yeah, makes it a bit more challenging. But, you know, that's quite far down the end of the course, that trick. It might have been his last trick. So hopefully not losing too much real estate.
That's a spot that in my run where if it's a trick I'm not too sure about, you'll see me do it there. Last trick, first pass, because you don't lose that real
Have you
estate.
got that one planned out? What are we going to see?
I might
last
do the
trick?
same thing. I might do a stale fish backside 180 right there.
Nice. Looking forward to seeing that.
Oh,
I love that we get the instant replays out here as well. It's really cool to see you and your team at the WWA stepping things up in terms of the broadcast, really helping bring this event to the masses around the world. You can tune in, and I'd love to actually hear. I'll check out on the YouTube channel. Drop your comment. Let us know where you're going to be tuning in from. It could be the middle of the night where you are. It could be late afternoon. We're here in the morning. It has just gone 10 a.m. here on the Gold Coast.
yeah, we want to hear from you. I think we're definitely going to have some people staying up late in the States to watch as we go into final heats of the boys 10 to 13 and then into the women's 19 to 29. I'm excited to watch that one. We've got some really talented girls in that one. Katerina Andropoulou from Greece. She actually won the World Championships last year in Portugal.
And the first rider in that one, Morgan Hakma, is actually a student of mine.
Is she really? Morgan's
back
great.
in New Zealand. She is just such a enthusiastic wakeboarder. She's been doing it for a long time. Been through a few injuries, but she's I think been overseas, over in Europe. I believe at a wakeboard school. I think it was Lithuania.
Oh wow! Okay.
Correct. I could be wrong there, but no, she's been overseas for a bit. I've been seeing her riding progress. She's getting a few more inverts on lock, but no, she's always been a solid rider, and she's a really good coach now as well. So just passing on that.
I love to see that.
Stoke, yeah.
Staying involved. All right, we're back. Oh no, an early fall for Ezra O'Neill in his second pass. That's actually his last fall.
Oh, that's it. I mean, unfortunate. Parker Edwards really put down a heater of a run.
Yeah, pressure was on.
Pressure was definitely on there. So, we got one more rider to go afterwards. Ezra, not going to be happy with that one. We'll leave it to the judges as to where things land as we go. But Chase Larkin is our final rider in heat number 2. Coming up next. Yeah, so final rider coming up next. Then we're into heat number 3. Yeah, I'm looking there at our lineup. We got another Kiwi coming up in that heat. One of the riders, the Broadbent clan. We'll call them Wake royalty in New Zealand. Gavin Broadbent going back to the 90s, the late 90s.
And then Charlotte as well, right? We've got the whole family again.
Oh yeah. They're also going to be heading off after this out to China to go and compete over there in the other world champs. So, a lot of traveling, a lot of experience that they're gaining. Really cool. I loved the traveling element and going off to different countries, experiencing different cultures. It's amazing where Wake takes you.
It is amazing
like
where
how I
Wake
slipped
takes
that in
you.
there?
I do.
Hashtag where Wake takes you. That's something you can tag there. WWA is all about that, all about bringing these events all around the world to different parts of the world, different countries, and I'm looking forward to the next couple of years. I mean, this is my first time back on the live stream.
So glad to have you
hosting.
back.
I'd be really stoked to continue doing a few more, and it's really cool to get back involved in the wakeboard scene.
Yeah, I think we'll keep it going. This is good. We're glad to have you back. And we have Chase Larkin starting out with a nice tantrum, looking confident as well.
Toe side approach. Toe side roll to revert.
Oh, taking him down though.
just maybe over-rotating it slightly, landing in the trough of the wake. That's kind of the hard spot, which, with the older boats, like we had the old Nautique 210, which was kind of from the early 2000s, a lot steeper of a wake, that one, and it had a really nasty trough on it that made things harder to land. This G23, the trough isn't quite as bad. The wake is nice and smooth, a really nice transition to it. So it's slightly wider of a trough and not quite as deep.
It is.
But, it's still, if you land on top of the wake, that's the hardest spot to land.
Absolutely.
You want to land smoothly down the wake. If you go just a little bit too far, then that's when you hit the trough. And you're almost better off to send it even further and land in the flats.
Dean Smith style.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, I saw the post that the WWA put up yesterday of Dean Smith just sending.
I must have watched that 10 times.
That was a stalefish glide. Absolutely massive off the kicker there at the WWA Wake Park World Championships.
No one does it like Dean, huh?
No one does it like Dean.
No one.
And he's still doing it in the 30-plus division.
Still. That's going to be an exciting division to watch. I'm looking forward to that one. With Dean, with Kirby Leasman, with...
Wait, Kirby's out here?
Yeah, we've got Kirby Leasman. We've got some familiar names. It's going to make that a division to watch.
I can't wait to catch up with Kirby. I actually bumped into Brian Grubb and, some of our other riders earlier on, last night actually in the hotel. There's the KGB to finish off pass number 2. Chase Larkin, going to be loving that one. Also ran into Chad Lowe, who's out there on the boat right now, I believe, doing some judging.
Yeah, so we've got Chad Lowe chief judging these first 2 days of competition, and then Brian Grubb will take over for the final 2 days of competition.
And both of them competing as well. So
both of them are competing as well,
We're going to see Grubb in the, is there a wake skate as well?
There's wake skate and foil, so you'll see Grubby out there multiple times.
Now, you may be familiar with Brian Grubb if you haven't seen his insane stunt with Red Bull from last year, jumping on a wake skate and boosting off a infinity pool on the top of a building, a skyscraper, and base jumping out of it. It was absolutely nuts, and I believe it's one of the most viewed videos that Red Bull has ever put
I've heard
out.
that as well. And rightly so. It's insane. So we had actually a wake surf event last November in Dubai, and so I had heard that Grubby was going to do that, and so I made sure it was the right building, and I went up there. They actually have like a bar and restaurant on the top, so I went and saw it for myself, peeked over the edge. No way.
No, so
no
were you
way.
There when it happened, or just before?
We just missed him. I was there about 2 weeks before, but he'd practiced, I think, or scoped it out multiple times, so he'd let me know where the spot would be, and then I had to see it for myself since I was actually going to be there.
Yeah, he put a lot of time in with the Red Bull riders, and base jumpers. But let's cross over to Kristen right now. She's down there on the dock with Piti, who is our first rider in the next heat out of Thailand.
Yeah, Piti Serdasnaku. Do you guys have a copy? Piti Serdasnaku. He is 14 years old. He is our only athlete in this division from Thailand. He won in park last week. I asked him what he's been working on. He said, I have a 7 that I could lay down in this competition. We're not sure if we're going to see it in the quarterfinals, though. He may keep it in his back pocket for the semis or, of course, for the finals. But Petit killed it in park. I'm really looking forward to see what he can do here behind the boat.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. And I see here on the notes that he had a shoulder injury and went through surgery on just the 21st of March this year. So he's just come back to riding for the last couple of months. So recovering from a shoulder surgery, I went through a shoulder reconstruction myself.
Did you? I didn't
know
know
a rider, and there really is quite an extensive rehab that comes from that. Not sure the extent of the injury and the surgery that Petit had to go through, but really good to see him out here competing at the WWA Wakeboard World Champs, bouncing back from injury, and he absolutely killed it in the park division.
Thailand showed up for the wake park side of things. Really cool to see just how dominant they were in their respective divisions. And unique to see a Thai wake park rider crossing over to boat.
Yeah, you don't see that many Thai riders coming out and riding boat. I remember there was one of my favorite riders out of Thailand, we called him Bomb. That was his,
Yes, I remember him by the nickname as well.
Yeah, and he was just a hard charger. Maybe coming from that wake park riding, doing air tricks, and that's why we saw him going for the S bends and the bigger railie tricks behind the boat. So I'm excited to see how Petit puts his run together.
Heading into the course now. Let's see what he's got.
And he is the first rider in this heat, so he's got the responsibility of putting the pressure on. You want to see him a little bit of a case of the wake, and
feeling it out. We'll see if he makes some adjustments for that.
Yeah, Kristen and I were talking about that before. I was kind of explaining how they could do the adjustment on the fly. Landing down the second wake nicely there, so may not see a speed adjust. Oh, there we go.
Oh, we do.
And a little thumbs up, and a little bit of an increase in the speed.
What was your approach? Did you plan your run differently, being first rider in the heat, knowing there's potentially challenging conditions out there?
It would always depend on who else was in the heat following me.
Great point.
Because as a rider, you generally will be quite familiar with your competition. You'll know what they've got in the bag, what they can pull out. So, yeah, depending on who was riding. But no, generally, if you're first off the dock, you want to stand up. You want to make sure you put the pressure on, you put a good score down, and then you leave it in the hands of the rest of the riders. And if you put a little bit of pressure on, you can, use that pressure to potentially make the other riders feel like they have to go for something
exactly.
extra.
I know it always worked for me. When somebody put up a solid 2 passes, I knew that I had to lay 2 passes down when it was already on the board. So it definitely would make me nervous to see a stand-up pass right before I went.
Doing good this morning. We got Mr. Daniel Watkins, the legend, the recent Hall of Fame inductee. We're very happy to celebrate yourself and Ike and Josh Sanders on Monday night at the Riders' Choice Awards, the Wake Awards, and we had the legends come down and celebrate you guys and really, induct you into the Hall of Fame.
That was the most amazing reunion for Australian wakeboarding I've ever seen.
It was, my goodness.
It was just to get everybody together, and there was lots of love in the room. I couldn't have imagined a better, more fitting time and Jeff getting legend status as well.
Yeah.
It was awesome to be up on that stage with you, Brad, for sure.
Oh, it was so cool and such an honor to be up on stage, hosting those awards, presenting the awards to all of the riders, and just celebrating New Zealand and Australian wakeboarding. As it, over the last couple of years, we had the best trick division, we had the best riders, and then of course, the legends and Hall of Fame inductees yourself. So
how cool is this? I know that Wake Park is what we did last week, but boat is where my real passion is. And to see a boat event like this with all the sand and the beautiful white water right on the Gold Coast, I mean, this is super cool.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit more wind than we'd like out here, but we'll be watching the weather as it goes on over the next few days.
But the wind is heading the right direction.
It is. At the moment, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, PD, I believe that's his second fall. Is it, Brad?
Yeah, and on that same trick, that hillside 540. Now, I'm not sure what shoulder it was that he had an injury on, but I'm going to guess it was that left shoulder, because as you see, that sort of a landing, you can grit through it sometimes. But obviously if you're coming off a shoulder injury, then you don't want to risk injuring it again. You'll see there just landing a little over the heels and kind of going down for fall number 2. Not exactly what you want to open out the heat, to be the first rider off the heat. Leaving the door open a little bit for Oliver, Fletcher and Blaze, who are following on afterwards.
Look at this. Everybody's standing on the sand down at the beach on the Gold Coast. I mean, the surf is only just a few meters away. I don't know if you've seen some drone shots yet, but get the drone up to surf beaches right there. I mean, this is has to be. If the wind stays just this direction and the water stays like this, it has to be the best. best event site in the world.
Beautiful backdrop, my goodness.
Almost within rolling distance for me from the hotel. I went for a bit of a cruise along the beachfront the other day.
I saw that on your Instagram.
Yeah, it was so cool. I was just, I arrived back from the final day of the Wake Park World Champs, and, I just felt like a little bit of a get some fresh air, go and see the ocean, kind of clear the head after 4 massive days out there at your Wake Park, which is just such an incredible place, and so cool to see the talent of riding coming out of the local riders here on the Gold Coast at that facility that you've so awesomely put together.
You talk about rolling along the beach on the Gold Coast. For those of you who have landed on the Gold Coast, I love coming home. The smell of the salt air. The airport on the Gold Coast is almost right on the beach, and as soon as you step off the plane, it's just the salt air just hits me, and I'm like,
I'm home.
Clean and
what
clean
a place
fresh.
to come home to.
It's that one smell that I just love coming home to. So
yeah, I think when I went on my roll from Surfers Paradise, I made it all the way to Main Beach, and I looked down at my battery level on my wheelchair. I'm like, I should probably turn around now, just in case. I don't really want to send for help. But yeah, made it all the way back, and just it was a nice little time.
I could think of worse places to be stuck in your chair.
Oliver Burrows coming in for his first pass.
Massive 180. We're going to call that a half cab 180 to start it off, because there's the back roll off the heels. Thank you so much, Daniel, for joining us. We'll look forward to bringing you back on the mic as the weekend progresses, maybe for some of the bigger divisions, the pro divisions over the weekend. It's going to be really cool, and so cool to have that local knowledge, local riders here. Yeah, tail grab backside
that was
three.
Sick.
It's quite a challenging grab, grabbing early on the backside 360. There's a scarecrow to come back across, and a heel side approach. Final trick for pass number 1, just a nice steezed out tail grab. So this is Oliver Burrows, 13-year-old Australian rider.
Going to turn that G23 back around, coming in for another pass. I like his grabs. It seems like he's pretty intentional to get the grab on most of those.
That
those
tail
tricks.
grab backside 3, that was really impressive.
Yeah.
And I love with this course, it looks like we got really good, good conditions for the rollers, for the wash from the boat. Not seeing a lot of bounce back. Ooh, seeing a bit of a splash there. That's a fall for Oliver at the start of pass number 2. It is just fall number 1.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's nice to not have to deal with rollers and wind. The waves are dissipating nicely.
Yeah, and you get some contests like, there's the replay of that grab backside
Beautiful.
360. Love that one. There's the scarecrow, and this one, it looked like a front
elephant?
roll.
Front roll?
Maybe a little tweaked out into the elephant. But yeah, you get some courses where you got like a seawall along the side of the water, and you get a lot of bounce back, and it can be challenging as a rider, but also challenging, as running a contest, and that sort of, you may have to wait a little bit longer in between riders.
Absolutely
let the
a
weight
factor.
dissipate. Yeah, so great to have a good contest site down here, and so great for the spectators as well. You can come down, kick it back on the beach.
Yeah,
watch some
and
of the
we're
best
seeing a lot
wakeboarding.
of that out there. It's a cool vibe. You don't have that at every venue, so very cool.
I also am really stoked to see that the WWA, you guys have set up a beach mat for anyone coming on down here in a wheelchair. The sand can be quite hard to navigate in a wheelchair.
I can imagine.
So we've got some special access for our disabled fans and spectators that want to come down in a wheelchair.
Yep,
So if you
prime viewing right there.
if you're tuning in and you're like, okay, I'm just going to, watch on the live feed, and I'm not going to be able to get down on the beach, you are going to be able to get down on the beach if you want to. If you want to come and join us down here for live action. Yeah, 540, as clean as you could ask for. Heel side back in.
Oh,
540.
another back-to-back. I always like that. I'm always a fan of the back-to-back switch and regular.
Oh, looking to try and cram one and going past that 3/4 marker.
Oh.
There's the dum-dum.
Dum-dum to the face.
Unfortunate there. That is second fall for Oliver Burrows, 13 years old, looking pretty good so far. I'd say I'm not a judge, but I would imagine he'll be sitting above Petit in the scoring. Just losing the handle there on the dum-dum.
Yeah, looking at the scoring, it is overall impression, but they do use the drive format to break it down. So difficulty, risk, intensity, variety, execution.
Nice. I love that. And I love that we got a really nice acronym just to kind of simplify that for us and
Very
for
helpful.
the riders, for the judges. And I just want to give a big shout out to anyone tuning in from New Zealand. We have our young Kiwi rider up next, Fletcher Broadbent, a part of New Zealand wake royalty. His father, Gavin Broadbent, has been around and competing since the late 90s. He was sort of, when I came into the sport, he was just the guy going the biggest. He was absolutely sending it. He was sort of, the one to watch. Obviously, following on after him with the likes of Jeff Weatherall and, so many talented riders. Even Glenn Fletcher early on,
yes.
which,
He would've been
Kiwi,
there.
but he moved to the US quite early in his career. So, Fletcher, Broadbent, both of his parents going to be competing here this weekend. Charlotte as well. She absolutely charges. She's just a really exciting rider to watch. All of them. And they really have that hard charging style. I think it runs in the blood. So
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, we'll see what we got from Fletcher to start it off. For his, I don't know, is this his first World Championships? Quite possibly.
It might be. It might be.
Big tantrum to open up.
Looking comfortable.
Big front roll. Nice clean landing on that one. We've seen a few riders kind of drop down and butt check out of a front roll. That one couldn't ask for much cleaner. Same with the back roll there. Oh, looking for a little maybe toe side tail grab shifty, possibly a stale. Bit of style points from the judges there. Frontside 360, sticking it clean, and that
Beautiful.
is a solid first pass. And I don't know if Fletcher would have been playing any tactics there or if that was just the run he had always planned to go for, but we saw the first two riders with a couple of falls. So, I feel like if Fletcher can stand things up, if he can
completely agree.
ride both passes out, then he'll be looking quite good to advance through in one of the two spots that go through to the semi-final out of these three heats. No doubt, Mum and Dad, Charlotte and Gav, going to be on the water's edge, watching eagerly as Fletcher comes in for pass number 2. Is he wrapped up?
He is. Coming in for the wrap KGB. Oh no, Gav.
Just
Fletcher.
popping the handle. Now, I'm not sure if Fletcher was one of the riders. We recently had Scotty Cal come out to New Zealand. He does make trips across to get some coaching in. We do have a few good coaches in New Zealand, but I don't know if there's anyone better than Scotty Cal. He is
So good.
Coached some of the best talent out of Australia and now out of New Zealand, and been loving seeing the effect that's having on the riding quality that we have out in New Zealand. I really hope we get to see Fletcher go for that trick again, get a bit of redemption when he gets back up. One of the other riders that's really been progressing, a big thank you to the likes of Scotty Cal, but also Morgan Huckma, who we're going to see coming up in the next heat. She's a really good coach, and she coached Phoebe Buckley, who we celebrated as one of the nominees for Rider of the Year. And she has been absolutely killing it. Really one of the most promising women, female riders that have come out of New Zealand since throwing back to Andrea Fountain back in the early 2000s. Andrea, was one of the riders that came across to the US with myself and Jeff. We lived together over there, rode together. But now Phoebe Buckley, just such a promising young rider to come out of New Zealand. But yeah, right now we got Fletcher Broadbent on the water. Going to be coming in for the toe side approach. Big scarecrow. Not seeing him wrap up here, so not going to go for that wrapped KGB.
He's looking to have 2
sailfish.
complete passes. It looks like he wants to get back to the dock.
One last trick. Toe side 540.
Seems like he went down on it.
Yeah, going down, but 2 falls, but he did get a lot more tricks done than those earlier riders. So I don't know. I'm sitting here figuratively crossing my fingers for Fletcher, see if we can get him to advance on to the semifinals with Blaze Reed, the final rider that can have a say in that 12-year-old rider from here in Australia, going to round off our boys 10 to 13 division. So we're going to cross over right now to our reporter in the field, down on the dock. Kristen, what do you got on Katarina?
Hey guys, yeah, so Katarina will be the second rider in the women's 19 to 29 division. She is originally from Greece, and she said she is so familiar with this rough open water. In fact, it's what she spends most of her time training on back home in Greece. I asked her what's the secret to kind of figuring out a little bit of this chop, and she said it's patience. It's about getting out on the water and getting a feel for the water before you try to land any of your big tricks, because you want to know what the water's doing before you attempt anything. So I have a feeling Katarina will be a favorite in this heat because of that familiarity with open water.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Kristen. It's, as we were talking about earlier, those riders that do ride in the rough conditions, that are used to it, this is going to be a lot more familiar to them. I know Morgan does a little bit of riding in the rough water, but, riding at our sort of local, I guess we call it like our wake mecca in New Zealand, the little town called Mangakino, beautiful lake down there. It is really grown as a wakeboard town. Myself and my buddy Brant Hales and Ants, we used to ride there starting in those early 2000s, back before it really shaped up into this beautiful wakeboard town that we have down there.
But from reading your book, it sounds like that was a bit of a journey to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a few hours south from where I was living. Big cab roll there, over rotating it. Blaze Reed with an early fall. That's going to hurt him a little bit, but that's just fall number 1, so he's going to get picked up. If he can stand things up all the way through the rest of this pass, maybe get 1 or 2 more tricks in once the boat's back up to speed, and then the whole of pass number 2. Looking forward to seeing what Blaze has got after. Yeah, all of these riders taking a couple of falls in their run. You read my book, though. Thank you. That's so cool.
I did.
We had a bit of a journey from Auckland. It was about 3 hours to get down to Mangakino. My buddy Brant had a place down there. We'd go and stay, and we never had a boat. We'd always be hitching rides. We'd,
I love it.
go
That's
down,
what I did a lot, too.
Put the thumb out on the dock and just see whose boat we could jump on. But with myself, Brant, and Ant, we'd always come with our own fat sacks. So we'd always come just ready to ride, ready to load anyone's boat
Respect.
up. Probably more than they were comfortable with. But, coming in
You meant business.
As some of the top riders in the country, we really enjoyed going out and riding all these different boats, seeing who we could ride with, offering up a bit of coaching in return to say thank you for taking us out on the boat with them. Big shout out to Brant, maybe tuning in right now from New Zealand, also to the rest of our Kiwi spectators watching live on the WWA Rideline app. You can download it from the App Store, or you can check it out on YouTube on the WWA's YouTube channel.
Blaze means business coming in. He's going to try to get 2, maybe 3 more.
Yeah, big back roll off the heels and then off the toes. Back rolls back and forth to finish off his first pass. He's going a bit bigger than the other riders we've seen in this heat. The judges will be liking that amplitude.
Indeed.
Really using every bit of that Nautique G23 wake.
Especially with Dean Smith, Aaron Gunn in the boat. We know they have respect for that.
They'll love it. And that's a little secret you got to know going into riding. You got to look in the boat, see who the judges are. Obviously, you've got the standard judging format, but each judge, they'll be looking for their own things that they're into. Someone going big, someone holding really good grabs, stomping the landing really nicely. I'm sure Dean will be looking for all of those things. Here out of Blaze Reed to wrap up 10 to 13 boys quarterfinal.
Oh, checking the wake.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that might be a smart move. If he wasn't quite feeling comfortable, you'd rather not risk taking that second fall. Take a moment to come back in. Oh, once again. Just setting up, maybe going for something extra big here. Big charge. Yeah, there's the Rayleigh.
Beautiful.
Switching back around with a switch approach. There's
Massive.
that cab roll. Oh, man, if he'd like tucked into that one, he could go for a double. He's getting going
I
so
think he
big.
could. I'm sure he's tried some with little brother doing some.
Yeah, that is so cool. So Blaze, the brother of Cruzy Boy, is it?
Yeah, they are brothers.
So that it throws me off because Cruzy Boy, he's got his nickname, doesn't throw the last name at the end there, but Cruz and Blaze, man.
Yeah.
It's like Blade, Laser, Blazer.
I think they have another brother named Zed as well.
Oh,
so-
that is epic.
and then two
Really
sisters,
cool
if I'm not
names.
wrong. What a crew.
Yeah, the true wakeboard family out there hard charging. That's going to be a really interesting one to see where the scores land on that. I'd say Fletcher Broadbent possibly getting the most tricks in. But then Blaze going big on all of his tricks, also especially that Rayleigh. Yeah, it's going to be cool to see where that one falls. All the riders will be eagerly awaiting the scores. All of our fans back home will be refreshing the Rideline app.
Yes.
See the scores come through.
Refresh, refresh. So for those of you guys that are not familiar, I get asked this a lot at different events, is where are the judges? How many of them are there? And the answer to that is there's 3 judges, all of them in the boat watching. Every single judge writes down their every single trick with notes. And I always say there's nothing like being there in the boat firsthand and taking notes.
Best seat in the house. And,
It makes such a difference.
Yeah, it does. I did a little bit of judging in the past, and it was always quite hard because there's a lot of action going on, where you're looking down, you're writing down the trick, but you don't want to look down for too long and miss what goes on next. And
Exactly.
so you really got to make those notes. Sometimes it's a little bit of a scribble, but you're used to knowing what that scribble means. Maybe you put a little X or a tick or something like that.
Everybody has
it.
their own shorthand, and it's fascinating to see how everyone else does it.
Yeah.
But each of those judges, their scores are worth 33.33% of the whole, so they're equally weighted.
Yeah, I really appreciate that insight on the judging format. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back to you with the women's 19 to 29 semifinal.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
And welcome back to the Nautique WWA World Championships, presented by GM Marine, our title sponsors. Thank you so much for joining us. And thanks to Corey, who's got a race off. She is riding, not in this next heat, but the next heat after that. So she's going to head on down, get herself ready to compete. And, yeah, we're holding it down here. Next up, we got the women's 19 to 29 division. We got 3 riders, starting it off with Morgan Harkma, 27 years old, out of Cambridge, New Zealand. A good friend of mine, and a young rider that I used to coach back in the day, and she's now getting into coaching herself, been doing it for many years, passing on the knowledge, but she's been really riding quite well. She's had a few injuries in the past, gone through a few surgeries, but she's so passionate about the sport that she's not going to let that stop her from getting out on the water and having a good time. And she's just coming back from spending a bit of time overseas, you know, spending the off season out there competing and riding and training and just getting amongst it over there in Europe. She runs the wakeboard school in New Zealand called Shreddy NZ, and she won gold in 2017 in Toronto, Canada, and then came second last year. So she's had a few good results here in the WWA Worlds in the past. She's looking to try and do the same again this year here on the Gold Coast. Bring him back in, Mr. and Mrs. Kristen Beat, coming back from being down there, chatting to some of our riders and getting a little bit of insight on what's going on down there on the dock. What did you find out down there?
Surprisingly, even though we've talked about the wind and its effects on the surface of the water, it's not too bad. The riders just said there are some moments when, yeah, it picks up a little bit, but it's not as bad as they had originally thought it might be. So that's really encouraging to know that it's not having a dramatic effect on the performance we're seeing.
Yeah, I saw some footage from yesterday, maybe some practice, or just kind of, you know, the officials getting things dialed in out here, and it looked a little bit more rough yesterday. Saw a few white caps out there on the water, so it's nice to see that it's not too bad. We got our Kiwi on the water. This is Morgan Harkma. Toe side approach, up and over with the front roll, landing nicely down that second wake. Heel side back in with that mute grab frontside 180. Now Morgan is really good at her 180s, backside, frontside, switch, regular. There's that half cab 180, grabbing mute. Now we've got another Australian wakeboard legend joining us here on the live commentary. Welcome, Rubber Johnny.
Ah, g'day. How are you?
Good day. Can we get one more good day? I don't think we've had an official good day. And we are in Australia. Can we get one more?
Absolutely. G'day, mate.
G'day.
Love it. Welcome to Australia for the World Championships.
Yeah, so you're a local Gold Coast rider. You've been around these parts, very familiar with this this part of the country. Unfortunately, it looked like Morgan going down there on the frontside 360. That was a switch 360 actually. So unfortunate early fall there for Morgan. Now, Rubber, tell me about the other night, Monday night, the Wake Awards. You're out there having a good time. It was a massive reunion of riders from back in the Aussie Pro Wakeboard Tour days, and it was just so cool to get the gang back together.
Oh, mate, absolutely. It's we all go back like 25 plus years, like right from the very beginning, and a lot of the Aussie crew, we all live here on the Goldie now, with all within about a 15, 20-minute drive. But it takes an event like this to finally get us all together. So,
Well, I mean, everyone's grown up, got families and stuff now. You yourself as well, a father, and what do you reckon in years to come you'll be getting your grommet into wakeboarding? Maybe out there at the wake park and.
oh, absolutely, yeah. We're now father of two under twos. So we just invested in a Nautique actually. So we're we're fully back into family boat days, and obviously in no time at all we'll be doing all this again.
Will your widows wakeboard? Is that the plan? Are you guys more into the wake surfing? What do you think you're going to hand them first?
100% they're getting on a tube first.
And are you excited for that? Because I know, like, dads, when they got their kids on the tube, maybe not when they're tiny and young, but sometimes you just get a bit excited to drive and, like, whip them into some rollers and just maybe deliver a little bit. I don't want to call it punishment, but...
Well, it depends on how well they behave that day, I think.
Oh, my dad used to send us flying. We had this thing called the bonsai. It was like one of those big pancake ones. We'd get 3 or 4 kids on there and just launch him.
It's too good.
But you're using a Nautique for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool seeing the families coming together, getting out there on the water, and whether it's wake surfing, tubing, wakeboarding, it's all about just getting out on the water, having a good time. Morgan Harkma with that Indy toe-side, frontside 180. She's having a good time out on the water. Looks like she's got that knee strapped up. There's the heel side back roll. Standing it up there. Morgan Harkma, excited to see here on the toe side. Oh, the Scarecrow, a little bit of a low flyer that time, taken off a little early, but still managed to pull it out.
I was actually on my way here. I was tuned into the webcast and got a little bit of a sneak peek of what all the kids are up to.
What do you think about Cruzy Boy?
I love that kid.
Isn't it so cool to see so many people get behind a rider who is so young and has such a bright future?
Well, I think it's his riding. It's so exciting, but him as a personality, he's out there on his social media posting just clips of him absolutely frothing. It's a word that we've been using over the last 4 days a lot at the wake park, and it's really about those riders who are just so pumped to be on the water. He'll land a trick, he'll throw up the shaka, pump the fist, come back in charging, going massive. And he's got a lot of style as well, not just in his riding, but just him as a kid. See him out there wearing the pitties. He's just such a little frother.
And his point of difference, too, to the other kids is he just charges so hard. He edges that hard, and you do see him case the wake, so he's got a decent rope length.
Yeah.
And he's just a charger. It's epic to watch.
Yeah, and if you want to check out a little bit of him, you can find him on the WWA Instagram. They've just posted a little clip of him getting spanked on a couple of double cab rolls and then coming back with the redemption, absolutely stomping it. And you can go there, shoot him a follow. Just love to see those young riders just getting so pumped on the sport that we all love so much, and it's given us so much, obviously, Rubber, over the years. You were always known for being a really stylish rider, putting a lot of emphasis on the grabs, landing inward wrapped. I always enjoyed watching your riding back in the day.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's fortunately part of being part of the sport here in Australia for in the early days, we had a few group of riders from the Hacko that were very much like that set the way and invented tricks like Marshall Harrington with the off-axis spins, etc. So they definitely had a big part in pushing where I saw the sport should be, in my opinion. And, yeah, definitely a lot of influence for sure.
Yeah, and seeing the back roll there from Katerina starting off her run, the rider out of Greece. She was who you were talking to earlier about how she's so used to riding in these rough conditions, Kristen.
Oh, yeah. She trains 90% of the time on open water in Greece. So she's very familiar with these conditions. She knows what the water is doing. And she had said key for going out there in these types of conditions is just being patient.
And probably used to that salt water as well, I would imagine.
Now, does that make a difference?
It does. It really does. It makes a difference in the wake. It makes a little bit of a difference in the way that your board rides on top of the water. almost maybe a little bit more slippery, would you say, Robbo?
It does, for sure. And if you're not used to it, when you get back in the boat, it feels really strange to have salt water all over your face.
Yeah, and you mentioned before you're from the Hacko Cruz, so that's down there in Sydney, correct?
It is. So I actually grew up in the Hawkesbury, which is about an hour and a half on a freshwater river. And the Hacko is a saltwater inlet similar to what we're seeing out here today. So, two different local riding areas, but two very popular riding areas in Australia.
Yeah. And, yourself, Dean Smith, out there riding on the Hacko. We're crossing over. You guys catching us right here. Just a big what up to everyone tuning in. Here with Kristen Beat, Robert Johnny Henson, myself, Brad Smaler. Such a pleasure to be here at the WWA Wakeboard World Championships. We have 4 days of action coming at you.
Yeah, behind the boat. This is what I've been waiting for. I love Park, and Park is so cool, and I love seeing the innovation, the progression taking place there. But when you talk about the top of the sport of wakeboarding, it is hard to argue Corey Tunison, Nick Rappa, Noah Flegel. Am I saying that right, Noah Flegel?
Yeah.
I see him on Instagram all the time. Big fan. What they're doing behind a boat is so cool, and so many people are kind of being exposed to the sport because of them. I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, big social media presence from some of those riders, especially Noah. He is so incredibly skilled at everything behind a boat, whether it's foiling, whether it's wake surfing, wake skating.
What he does is
wakeboarding.
Unreal.
I'm looking forward to like, I'll be honest, I was thinking about when the foil event goes on out here, a lot of the time, it's not quite as much intensity and excitement going on with flips and spins and things like that behind the boat, unless it's Noah Flegel. He's able to do mobs and backflips, and even like when he's not strapped in, I saw him do a 3-shove on a foil, which is ridiculous. Toe side Indy across both wakes. Oh, she's wrapping up. Now, hopefully with this wrap trick, a lot of the time riders will wrap up so that they can, oh, there you go, the wrap KGB. A good way to unwind out of that handle.
As a judge, what do you kind of, oh, very nice.
Oh, the chrome mode. This is 19 to 29 women's.
As a judge, when you look at this final password, she's just so explosive with so many tricks. What impressed you most about her second pass?
Chromo.
Chromo.
Chromo, for me, the start of it, this first trick on a hillside railie, especially in the women's division, is that's a really intense trick to actually learn. Not probably the most difficult, but intense, and you've really got to commit to it, which is impressive.
All commitment of the railie. I remember taking some absolute spankings trying to learn that trick. Big front edges, getting ejected out of the board, peeling the eyelids back, all sorts of punishment on that trick. So really cool to see Katarina throw on the railie, throw in the chromo. That I'm not sure what Georgia has got to follow up after that, but the judges are going to be lapping that up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Imagine learning air railies behind a G23. No thanks.
I mean, no thanks, but also I feel like it's a little bit more kind in terms of when you're edging up the wake. Back in our day when we had like the Nautique 210, a very steep wake, it was basically like charging at a curb and getting the pop from that one, whereas the G23's got that really nice rampy transition, but to do a railie behind that, you get absolutely sent sky high.
Yeah, it'd be very intimidating for the first one, but very rewarding. You watch Sean Murray do an air railie is probably the most impressive thing you'll see today.
Still one of my favorite things, Sean Murray. I don't even know how old he is now. He'd be into his 40s, and he, obviously one of the legends of the sport, going way back into the 90s to the early days, and to be still amongst it, still so enthusiastic about the sport, handing on that knowledge, handing on that excitement and that froth on the sport. Shout out to Sean Murray if you're out there watching over there in Florida. Now, Robert, who were some of your real influences when you were coming through as a rider? Who did you look up to and really want to emulate and kind of absorb some of the different styles from?
There's a few. So in Australia, as I touched on before, is the likes of Reese, Boydie, Josh, Scotty Kell. And then in the US, my favourites were the likes of Thomas Harrell and Matt Staker and Scott Biley, of course. Everyone's got to say Scott Biley. But then when we were riding all together, I was riding a lot with Scotty Broom and Dean Smith and like the Priestley brothers. So like that crew and Hank's an absolute charger.
Oh, Hank. We miss you, Hank. Where are you? Where are you?
So like when we were riding together, like you had your outside influences, but you had your crew that you were all just pushing as much as you possibly could. And so yeah, our crew I'd say my biggest influences for sure at that point.
I got a lot of influence from those guys as well. They were some of the guys that were, somewhat brothers to me over in the US when we'd travel over there. A lot of the Kiwis and Aussies would sort of band together, and we had some good times. I remember our first WWA Nationals that we went along to. It might have been 2004, 2005. Yeah, so much fun with that crew. Hank, of course, is just an absolute legend. Someone that's a lot of fun to be around. Obviously, all the other guys as well. Scotty Broom, Dean Smith, the Mackey brothers that came through. Just such an awesome crew to get to ride with, and I feel really grateful that I got to do that.
Well, and they took that same intensity that we all had out in the boat to off the water to every single aspect of what we did. So, yeah, you couldn't not have a good time, which is...
I have some memories that I'm not allowed to talk about on stream.
See, I would love to hear such memories.
You might read about some of them in my book, actually.
You know what? I need to pick that book up. I'm so excited to partake in all the tea. Again, the women's 19 to 29 semifinal, Georgia Malonis out there. Now, in this division, we had one New Zealander, someone from Greece, that was Katarina, and Georgia, of course, is from Australia. So 3 countries represented in one division, a truly international platform for these women.
Oh, going for that wake to wake, and unfortunately taking a spill, as she did earlier in the run as well. Feeling a little bit of that pressure maybe from some of the earlier riders. The good thing is here, I believe all 3 riders are going to advance through to the final. So this is almost somewhat of a practice, or getting a bit of seeding going on, see who's going to be sitting where to go into the finals. Now, we're going to cross over and have a little bit of a break. We'll be back very shortly with our women's 30 to 39 semi-final.
Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships, coming at you live from the Gold Coast of Australia. We're just having a party up in here, getting ready to move forward in the women's 30 to 39 division semifinal, and I am so excited we get to watch our girl Corey Wilson compete in this. She was in the booth a little while ago, and she's not only one of the organizers of this event, but she is the go girl. Corey Wilson is like Miss I've got it taken care of. She helps organize a lot of these events along with Shannon Starling, and she's just an absolute powerhouse. So really excited to see her get out there and actually compete. She told me a minute ago, she's like, I'm a little nervous, but she's looking forward to it.
Yeah, Corey, we were having a bit of a chat earlier, talking tactics, kind of seeing what she's going to throw down and when. You know, very aware of going into the wind versus with the wind. It can affect, yeah, which tricks you go for, which maybe the slightly more high-risk tricks coming back with the wind, ones that you can charge in a bit more, maybe into the wind. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, tactical out there, especially with these sorts of conditions.
Well, unlike you, Brad, I heard that you talked about riding into the wind on a bigger board and with your bigger frame. I was the opposite. I was a lot smaller back then and a lot shorter. I hated riding in the wind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone really enjoys it, but I always found that I had maybe a little bit of an advantage, which, you know, worked in my favor several times when the conditions would get a bit more rough. I didn't enjoy training in those conditions, but I think just, yeah, that bigger board, bigger frame, I was able to sort of power through. But, yeah, I'd say the majority of the time in wakeboarding, especially that top end, you get a lot of the riders are a bit more compact, if you will, maybe more like a gymnast build. But, yeah, you know, you do have some bigger ones as well, like myself, Rusty Malinowski. He was an absolute powerhouse and still crushing it, still loves to smash a double up and go massive. Rusty out there on the boat, I believe, finishing up the judging here for the women's 30 to 39 semifinal.
Taylor Faye hitting the water now. Try to get a little more information on her. She was a late entry.
I'm going to say maybe Australian with that spelling of Taylor. It's like the real pronunciation that we have here. Taylor.
I would think so.
Cutting out wide. She's eyeing up that weight going, okay, how am I going to approach this? It's looking a little bit washy there, so maybe a slower speed to start off for her. Cutting in and out, and we'll see what she's going to do to kind of get some scores with the judges at the moment, just showing a bit of control, bit of board control, cutting in and out.
She's getting some feel. She's taking Katarina's advice, being patient, maybe.
And I think, again, all three of these women going to be going through to the final. So this is a little bit of a practice. Yeah, feel it out. Get a little bit of time behind that boat. That wake can be intimidating for some riders. It is massive.
And, of course, their finals will be tomorrow. Semifinals all today. We've got semi and quarterfinals for some of our amateur competitions today. Beautiful day out there. It's really starting to calm down. The water looks good. I know this morning we were a little worried about rain coming in, but we seem to have missed the rain, which is great.
This time of year for us on the Gold Coast is generally our favourite time of the year, so not a lot of rain. The wind is not normally as bad as what it's been the last probably week and a half, but this is really a special time of the year for us on the GC. And
probably not as cooking hot as you get in the summer as well. It's quite nice coming across from New Zealand. I left the country with rain and cold. It was a bit challenging to know how to pack. I was checking out the forecast, and it just felt weird packing singlets and linen shirts and just kind of lighter, more warm weather clothing. But yeah, I mean, this is what tail end of winter, start of spring, and it feels like summer to me.
Yeah. We are just headed into fall in Charlotte, North Carolina, and so I feel like I'm getting like bonus summer, a little stretch of summer.
Yeah.
It's great.
Does it get quite cold in North Carolina? in the wintertime?
You know, it really doesn't. Like, it's not wakeboarding weather by any means, but I'm near Lake Norman, so for all the wakeboarders at home kind of following in, major wake surf town, major wakeboard town. I see the foils left and right. Like, we are a super action sports, aquatics town. And it doesn't get too bad, but people aren't on the water come October. That's usually when people start peeling off. Then they're back in the water maybe May.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the really keen riders would maybe be venturing south down to Florida.
Yes.
Whereas I guess Florida would be similar to the Gold Coast in terms of climate. You know, in the winter it does get a bit cold, but you can almost pretty much ride most of the way through the winter. Maybe chuck a wetsuit on for some of those colder months, but yeah, it's definitely similar vibe to Florida here in the Gold Coast. I mean, it's got a real Miami feel to it, right?
It does, but I love Gold Coast so far. It's been one of my favorite towns. Mind you, I've been to Melbourne before, and I've been to Sydney. I'll be in Perth this fall for World Supercross, which is super exciting, and that will be my first time going to Perth, so that'll be fun. But, this has been my favorite part of Australia, not to play favorites, but yeah, Gold Coast is it.
There's a big motocross scene here as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. What I was saying is one of the things I've loved the most about Australia. I love the people. So when I cover X Games, I am blessed with being able to report on Harry Bink and Jacko Strong and Rob Adelberg, and then in the bike division we've got like Ryan Williams and all of these just super outgoing talents with these great backstories. And they're my favorite people. I will say Corey Creed, too.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with them in drinking, though.
No.
The Australians, play at a different level. You guys celebrate on a totally different level.
And the in the BMX side of it, like Jay Tui's based here on the Gold Coast, and
I know Jay very well.
And Arissa True.
Yes, Arissa True, skateboarding.
She's based down in Palm Beach, where I live. So
yeah, so I actually visited with Jay when I came out here. I have worked with him on X Games for 2 years now, and Corey and Jed, Corey's mechanic, we're going to go out on Friday and have a dinner. So it's nice to kind of catch up with all of my action sports Australian family. They're my favorite. They really are. Like, I talk to the American athletes sometimes, but it's the Australian ones that are my favorite.
And we got Corey Wilson out there on the water now. She's gone from the commentary booth down onto the water, heel side, big stalefish grab, styling that back leg out. Coming in for a half cab 180. Corey, I've seen ride a lot over the years in the States, and she's moved from one of the more sort of competitive women's riders to then now running the show here at the WWA.
You go, Corey. You go. Very nice. Look at that style. She's so comfortable out there, so confident.
Little slash of the wake.
Just enjoying the weather out there. Look at our girl go.
She doesn't look nervous at all.
No.
No, and they're all going to advance through to the next round. So this gives Corey and Andrea and Taylor a bit of a warm-up, a bit of familiarization out there on the course with the wake and the water and the
boat
conditions.
And that really, really nice boat and the really, really nice wake behind that really nice boat.
I love the colorway on that too.
I do too. We were talking about that earlier. That colorway is just chef's kiss. At a Miami International Boat Show, they also had the electric boat, which I know very nice, Corey. In the U.S., it has, there's some people that really trend towards and gravitate towards electric. There are some that don't. I had the opportunity to ride behind the electric boat, and it is so impressive. It's so cool. Like, just the way the power delivers on the boat.
What's it like in terms of the noise? Because
it's weird because you don't hear anything. So it's
so much water.
It's but the way it pushes through water, you do hear that, and the boat has like a natural running sound that it's not the same as like a boat traditionally would, but there is a sound to it.
Not as roaring.
It's not as.
Yeah. So we just saw a fall there from Corey Wilson. Can't tell if that's past the 3/4 marker. Just going down on that toe side wake to wake, just kind of leaving, not quite holding the toe side edge through the top of the wake, and we'll see here in the replay, just coming down on her heels. She did get the front roll there, beautiful, and she'll be kicking herself going, look, I landed the front roll, but I went down on a toe side wake jump. So yeah, obviously that was past the 3/4 marker, so that is going to finish Corey Wilson's her run here in the semi-finals. We've got one more rider out of New Zealand, Andrea Lilly. She is one of the riders rides out there on Lake Karapiro, which is one of the local lakes, a few dams down from the lake I was talking about earlier where Morgan Hakma is from and where she rides in Mangakino. But Karapiro is where we hold our nationals quite often. Really beautiful lake, really great conditions. But she is from, over there in Mount Maunganui. Her husband, Jared Lilly, going to be riding there in the men's over 30 division. And they've been around for a while there in New Zealand, the Lillies. So really cool to see them making the trip across the ditch here to compete in the WWA Wakeboard World Champs.
How long of a flight is it?
It's only 3 hours.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, nice and easy.
I've got to pop her over to Auckland on my way back to JFK, and I was curious about that flight time.
Just a little stop in. And
just a little stop. It's so tempting to actually get out of the plane, though. I was looking at it, and I was like, well, I wonder how much it'd be to change my flight, because I've never done New Zealand, and I want to. I want to see the sheep.
You don't have to go far.
I want to see the fancy sheep.
I got some sheep right across the road from where I live, so I'm about 30 minutes from the airport there. So next time you're coming through, give us a call. We'll
I want to go see the dog chasing, or the chicken chasing dog too.
Yeah, Jet. We're working on that. He likes to pluck our chickens. Andrea Lilly, over rotating the front roll. That was unfortunate. Throwing the hand straight up, straight away to say, yep, I'm okay. It was a solid one out the front.
34 years old from New Zealand.
The land of the long white cloud.
Is that lake that you just described, is that the one that has the hot springs in?
No, so that's actually a couple of dams further, I guess, up, but that would be south, upstream from Mangakino. So you've got Karapiro is a bit further down. You go a couple of dams up to Mangakino, then you go three more up, and that's Lake Ohakuru, which is one of the first ones out of Lake Taupo, and we've got some beautiful hot springs that kind of pump out in different parts of the lake. So it's so cool to go out. We have slightly colder conditions in New Zealand. Apart from peak summer, but when you go out riding, finish the day, you go pull into the hot springs, kick back, have a few cold runs with your riding buddies, and it just is such a, and that's where the wakeboard camp used to operate. They kind of moved around a couple of those lakes there, but it's sort of just a big string of hydro dams that come from Lake Taupo heading north. There's a bunch of them. So there's some really good riding there in New Zealand, there on the North Island. Some beautiful lakes in the South Island as well. You get that sort of glacier-fed lakes that have got a really turquoise blue fresh water. Really, really beautiful place to ride, and I feel very grateful that that's where I got to grow up and ride. I think you came over, was this early in the run over to New Zealand, is that right?
I did. I've been there. Well, my mum's actually from Devonport in Auckland, so
Okay.
I got a lot of family based over there. But I've been pretty slack. I haven't spent as much time as what I probably should with the family. I have had a chance to visit a couple of places, but I haven't spent enough time there to really know where to go.
It's Devonport's not far from where I used to live, and then I moved last year, slightly further out into a block of land, which chickens, got the dogs, got the veggie garden. It's nice, and being nice close, within half an hour from the city centre as well. So it's a really nice part of the world, part of the country. So your mum originally from Kiwi, eh?
Yeah.
I never knew that about you.
It's the first time I put that on the internet.
I mean, others would say they won't hold it against you. For me, it's the opposite. And looked like a back roll for Andrea Lilly to start off. She came around and managed to land that one, but the toe side front roll, unfortunately, taking her down the last rider here in the women's 30 to 39 division. And we're going to move through onto the women's 40 plus.
On to women's 40 plus. Now there will be one heat consisting of 4 women in that women's 40 plus. It's Amber Wing-Smith, Simone Kennedy, Joy Manning, and Charlotte Broadbent. I believe Charlotte competed at Park as well. So this will be her second division of the week.
Yeah, the Broadbents, we saw her and Gavin's son out there earlier in the boys 10 to 13, Fletcher Broadbent. A really good ride. Haven't seen the scores yet, whether he's made it on through. But I'm excited to see Charlotte. She doesn't hold back. You know, she charges into that wake. So it's going to be really cool to see what she throws down. She does have some pretty stiff competition. That rider opening out the women's 40 plus, Amber Wing-Smith.
Also a commentator for the live event.
Look out.
A Swiss Army knife out here. Not only can she talk, but she wakeboards. Does a great job of both. We are moving right along here. Women making their way down to the dock. We are running a little ahead of schedule, so there has been a slight delay in kind of getting the athletes to where they need to be at the right time. And of course, a little different. Some of the athletes won't show up until later if they know their heat's not until 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. But yeah, getting the ladies moving down on the dock here.
Hopefully those riders are paying attention here on the WWA Ride Line app just to kind of see where we're at.
We're talking to you guys. We are talking to you in the men's 40 plus wakeboard division and the men's 30-39. We're moving fast. You better get here.
I actually have a small story about.
Please do.
Yeah, so world title in 2000 at Lake Elsinore in California.
Oh, one of my favorite places.
Really cool.
Yeah,
So,
talk about a moto community.
I made finals. It was 10 to 14 boys. I was like second top seed into the final, and we got lost on the highway going to the event and missed the exit, and then I missed my ride in the final by one person.
No. So guys, did you hear that story? Words of wisdom. Get in the car. Get your booties out here because we are just moving and jamming through the schedule.
As we see Amber Wing going for that tantrum, making her way down the course. She's a few tricks in now. There's the scarecrow, keeping it rock solid all the way down through her first pass. One more trick to finish it off. And a stylish Andy grab.
Nice.
Amber Wing-Smith is a kind of an intimidating name to come up against. She's a former world champion in the pro women's division. You know, as is her husband, Dino Smith. And yeah, I mean, a powerhouse, power couple.
Power couple in wakeboarding.
Yeah, absolutely. And what Amber's done for female wakeboarding, not only here in Australia but globally, is just insane.
First woman to land, I believe, toe side 7, heel side 7, toe side 9.
Double half cab roll.
Double cab roll. I remember, so Amber and I first really got to know each other in 2004 at the wakeboard camp out there in Claremont. We were both coaches there. We'd get out there early morning before the day of coaching started, and we were both learning toe 7s at the same time. So start off early. Big off-axis 360 there for Amber. But I remember, you know, as you would know, when you're starting off early morning, you know, the body's a little bit slower. There's that toe side 540, so the trick we're talking about is one extra 180 on top of that. Yeah, looking for a little melon grab, maybe potentially tweaking around half method, if you will. Front side 180, that's gonna, one more down, what can we see?
Oh, we lost the shot there.
Backside 1, as we hear Stu Wilson commentary. But yeah, going back to the story, we'd get out there early. You know, sometimes the body needs a bit of warming up and waking up. So we'd go out, we'd do toe side 360s, landing wrapped. We'd do switch backside 180s, landing wrapped, and just dial in that landing so that we could go out and learn those toe side 720s. And we both managed to get them locked in that season. Really, really cool to see how much Amber has pushed the sport of women's wakeboarding. One of several names, putting her name up there alongside Dallas Friday, one of the most influential female riders in women's wakeboarding.
It's good that you guys actually put the time into that foundation skill, and the wakeboard camp back is renowned for everyone taking a step back to do that. And you can tell, like, just the that she rides and how strong she is in the conditions. She's ripping it. She's always been that strong.
Yeah, and a testament to the coaches they had out there. That's the exact reason I went there. I was 17 years old. I just dropped out of high school early. My parents weren't overly stoked on that. But my mum was a top water skier when she was younger. So she herself went off to Florida to go and pursue it. So she understood what I was doing and what I was going for. Obviously a bit nervous anyway. But yeah, I was over there. Carl Schmidt, the head coach out there at the Wakeboard camp at the time, and he was just one of the coaches that was all about dialing in the foundations, because you really got to have that solid foundation. It's just like building a home, building one of these big skyscrapers you see in the background there. If you don't have solid foundations, maybe not hold up there and, when it comes to crunch time.
Simone Kennedy, 50 years old, from Australia, from Mandurah. Am I saying that right? She's from Mandurah, Australia. Miss Simone Kennedy, 50 years old, 50 years young. After just saying that, I double-checked the age, but it does say 50. Simone Kennedy.
50, 51, 47, 40 years old. Big spread of age across this women's 40-plus division.
But look at them ripping. You wouldn't even know. These women are in top physical condition. You can't go out there and do that and be lazy at home. These girls are in great shape. Little note on Miss Simone. She started wakeboarding at 32 years old, so never too late to learn something new. She wanted to learn how to wakeboard because her eldest daughter, Tyla, was wakeboarding. So she started competing, and now she's the club president for their local wakeboard chapter. And she's here this week with her husband, Todd, and daughters, Tyla and Stella Kennedy, all cheering Mom on. Pretty cool that she took it up so late in life and is already so aggressive and so awesome.
Yeah, let's see what she got for her second pass. Cutting out wide to start off with the wind at her back. Nice nose grab, bending up that front knee to bring that board a little closer. Switching it around. Half cab 180. Reaching down and grabbing with the front hand between the boots on the front. That's the mid grab. And tantrum getting upside down at 50 years old.
Let's go, girls. Massive.
What? You're kidding me.
That was insane. That was pretty nasty.
That was really cool. Oh, going out the front. I don't even know if that was, that was right at the end of the course. Maybe trying to rush that one a little bit and getting spat out the front. No better place to fall than right at the end. You're not losing any tricks apart from the one that you fall on. So, hey, really impressive there from Simone Kennedy.
That was a pretty wild run. You go, girl.
Applying the pressure to Amber early on.
Yeah. That women's 40-plus class. Heating up.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to hang around until the end of this run, this heat, to watch local New Zealand rider Charlotte Broadbent. It's getting a little toasty in here.
I was
might need to go and cool off.
I was just about to say it is getting pretty toasty up in here. Yeah, we are starting to feel it. Welcome to the Gold Coast. I love it though. I appreciate it. We love the warm, but we just have to take a couple breaks.
Yeah, and it gives me an idea of how to dress appropriately for the rest of the week. One thing about me with my injury, being a quadriplegic, I do not sweat to cool down. That's part of the lack of thermoregulation. So, there's a positive to that. I don't end up stinking by the end of the day, but also I do need to get out the little spray bottle, mist myself down to create that cooling effect, which I'm going to get out there in the wind and cool off after this, maybe shed a layer.
That might be the game plan. That might be the best bet. We are just moving through the lineup. Look at us go. Okay. Next up, we have
Joy Manning.
Joy Manning. Joy Manning hitting the water.
Rides at Smith Mountain Lake in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I've ridden there. Probably not too far off where I ride with my crew from CVK in Northeast Tennessee. Really love that part of the U.S. Beautiful. It actually reminds me of home. Certain parts of New Zealand with the mountains, trees, and just beautiful, glassy, calm water.
Miss Joy, of course, from the USA, 51 years old. She broke her tibia plateau wakeboarding last summer, and she's been working hard to rehab that ever since. You'll notice the knee brace on her right knee.
Nice back roll there to come back, obviously, feeling confident in that recovery, and not an easy injury to come back from. Really crushing that knee joint, tibial plateau. Now, speaking of legs, I'm going to throw it back to the WWA Wake Park World Championships, where we saw the adaptive division.
So cool.
And man, Andy, the mad dog, he is an absolute mad dog. He went out there and won the event with a broken leg. Now, yes, sure, they're not standing up, they're in sit-down position as a paraplegic, but I saw the x-rays of that. He was putting them up on his Instagram. He broke his tibia and fibia before the event.
Yeah.
Decided to still go out and compete, still won a world championship, still went for the massive back roll of the kicker, got absolutely spanked on it, and was probably feeling that, but he finally took himself off to hospital to get it sorted, and really glad to see, that he even posted on his story of them resetting the bone. I guess that's one benefit of being a paraplegic. You can't feel it directly as much. You do definitely know what's going on. I think from my experience of lack of feeling in the body, you can still feel things. But man, I mean, he's got a little bit of a recovery to go. He was in the gym yesterday as well. Straight back out of hospital, straight into the gym. Mad dog. Shout out to the mad dog.
I never met him until that morning, and he's like, I think I've broken my leg. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, I'm riding the Savo. I'll go get it sorted afterwards.
I was like, how do you know? Did you get an x-ray? He's like, no, it's flopping around.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Well, he was shaking when he got out of the water, clearly convulsing in pain, but he was like, I didn't want to forfeit all the hard work that he had put in towards that event and not go through with it. Because he had been training for months.
I believe that shaking and that reaction from the body is something called autonomic dysreflexia, which is something I'm very familiar with, where the body is feeling the pain, it's feeling something going on that it doesn't like, can't feel it directly, but it sends us a signal and it goes, hey, it's something you've got to be aware of going on in the body. So it's interesting to know that the body still does send those signals. You just got to kind of learn what they mean with a journey coming back from a spinal cord injury like myself and Mad Dog. He was the first in the world to backflip a motorbike as a paraplegic. He was.
He is a hero, #hero.
So I said, roll to revert. Oh, no, going down, just casing the wake. Joy Manning, unfortunate there. Going down for the second time. That's going to finish off her run here in the women's plus semi-final. Just 4 riders out here. I believe they will all advance through to the finals. So a bit of a practice for them. A little bit of familiarization.
We have Charlotte Broadbent, of course, before the conclusion of this.
So we'll be back with you very shortly with the rest of this women's 40 plus division.
We've got one more rider. Look at that beautiful wide shot. Hashtag visit Gold Coast. I will tell you, after this trip, I'm so impressed with the city, how amazing it is. The hotels have been phenomenal. The food's great. Just a wonderful city. So if you guys haven't yet made plans, the World Championships will return next year to the Gold Coast, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
2 years from now.
2 years from now, to the Gold Coast.
And look at that, how close out of the surf. You're going to go for a little surf on your break and maybe afterwards.
We don't want to mess with the hair, but yeah. The first day that I went surfing down in Burley, it was really nice, and the last 2 days have been super choppy, so I didn't go, so I just skateboarded. But it has been some of the best surfing that I've experienced in a long time, because I don't get to go surfing that often in Charlotte. We don't have those good waves. But, yeah, I went down to Burley, and it was fun.
These aerial shots brought to you by Mr. Greg Weatherall from Platinum Drones. Shout out to Greg. He's been crushing it over the last 4 days at the Wake Park World Championships. But right now we got Charlotte Broadbent
Busted up right at the gate.
tantrum to start it off, grabbing Indy. Toe side front roll. Ooh, Lau hanging on to it. Nice work there, Charlotte. Shout out to all our New Zealand viewers tuning in, cheering her on. The Broadbent family representing. Big back roll there. We'll see Gavin come out later on. And we saw Fletch earlier on in the earlier divisions. I believe that was a scarecrow. We're getting a few little glitches in our coverage here. Hopefully you guys are keeping up on the Ride Line app. Not getting the same that we are, but yeah, she's stood up her first pass, I believe. She didn't come to play around.
No, came out of the gate strong.
We've got a little freeze frame going on here, but once it catches up, it will get back to calling the action.
Maybe the computer is here feeling the heat. that
I
we're
think
feeling as
everything
well.
in here is starting to get a little toasty. So we might have had our screen. Oh, here we go. We're back in it. We're back in it, guys. Maybe not. I don't want to jinx it. Stay with us, guys. We've still got more to come in the women's 40-plus wakeboard division.
Here she comes, and on the heel side is the Reva. Or half K roll, sorry, starting to switch. And now, what do we see here? Charging in on the heels. Oh, looked like either was that Stalefish or between the legs, maybe? Couldn't quite see from the angle. So back roll. Unfortunately going down. So I'm actually just looking on the Ride Line app. It looks like things are showing quite nicely. Getting all of it. It looks like Charlotte just catching a little bit of the top of the wake on that back roll. I know Charlotte's got a Rayleigh in her bag of tricks as well, whether she'll pull that out when she gets back up on the water. Yeah, as you saw there, just catching a little bit of that lip on the top of the wake. Not quite getting that edge all the way through the top. So taking a fall, but you can see that red marker behind the boat there on screen. And that is, if you fall off past that, you're not going to get picked back up, regardless of if it's your first fall, your second. That's that three-quarter cutoff buoy. And I remember there's been times where I've fallen right next to it, and I'll do like a little underwater paddle backwards just to see if I can, get the boat come and pick me back up. Little cheeky tactics there.
We're all guilty of that.
All right. Charlotte Broadbent back on it. She's got a little more time.
Maybe she wants redemption on that toe side back roll. So we'll see back and on the toes there. Toe side back roll. And we got a bit of a freeze frame here. Looks like she went down again, unfortunately, casing the wake. But, she's going to be able to make some adjustments for the finals. All of these ladies going to be advancing on. And, I'm just really psyched to see such a strong showing from New Zealand out here in the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Championships presented by GM Marine. Now, I'm going to take a little break, leave you guys with it. Robert, if you're happy to stay here for a little bit, we maybe switch things out. I'm going to go cool off, and I'll be back very shortly.
Guys, when we come back, you'll be able to listen to the live event call, and we're going to work on some technical things on this side. We'll see you soon.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together, we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
searching for distraction beneath a velvet sky. You're so much more than I can see, way more than me. Searching for the answers that we have yet to find. Where did we come from? What are we here for? And where do we go when we die? But I know in the end I want you by my side. I know that I can't go on without your hand in mine. Desperate interaction. Someone turn the lights off. Guess you gotta free yourself from ongoing distractions. Underneath the TV lights, I know that in the end I want you by my side. I know that I can't go on without your hand in mine. Right, left, up, down, where do we go now? We're all searching for, just give me more patience over ignorance, compassion for indifference. What we're searching for, what we're searching for. Yes, it took me right, has made you searching for distraction. But in the end, I want you by my side.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back to WWA Wakeboard Wake World Championships. We're so excited to have you guys here from the Gold Coast of Australia. We are getting moving on the junior men 14 to 18 division. Top two of each heat will advance to the semifinal for a total of 6 riders. Guys, this is the quarterfinal. There were so many talented young athletes in this division. We needed to go from quarterfinals to semis. Out on the water is Zach Rizzoli. Now, we saw him earlier in the week in the Wake Park division, a super talented rider. I'm going to lay out and let you guys listen to the live event call, and you guys enjoy Zach Rizzoli on the water now.
That is how you do it, folks. Kicking off this junior men's competition very nicely out here this afternoon. Of course, we got a couple of heats in this division. 3 heats to be exact, so lots of riding to come in this junior men's competition. Let's have a look right now back to the water because of Zach Rizzoli. There with the switch scarecrows. So we saw that on the way down past the regular. There we go. We've gone to that switch. And man, this kid can ride the outside by the 40 straight back in. On his outside edge in the Indy. 10 productive line. Granted, as solid as it gets as well. Straight back in, hillside 5. The Canada 540. Now Zach's going to have one more trick to come. Here we go to toe side approach. And in the end, toe side 5 there. This is a great run. We hear the crowd go nuts and standing up the 2 passes.
What's up? Okay, I don't
for it all. Maybe take a ride on this plate train. Hold it in, wait for it, here come the fall. Oh, your mind's been spun into a web. Is the spider gonna catch 'em all? Wheels and deals, a flickering screen. Got your card, ain't you please? Gotta click 'em all. Whose little is here? Whose little is there? This is a real revolution now.
To the water, he's 18 years old from Victoria, Australia. He trains on Murray River. And he's looking forward to seeing the international riders and the skills they bring. So he's excited to have a different pool of athletes he's competing against. So out here from Victoria, how far is that from you?
It's about a 9.5-hour drive from where I
So
am.
that's a haul. Have you ever ridden on Lake Murray?
No, I actually, yeah, when I
Or
was
on the
younger,
Murray-
yeah,
the
when
Murray
I-
River, excuse
When I
me.
was younger, I used to ride on there.
A good spot to train. We're getting a little bit of a delay here. Here we go. We're back on the water. Let's see if we can get a few of these tricks on.
Looks like the wind might be playing havoc with our feed too.
It might be. We are. Okay, guys, we're having some technical difficulties. We are going to break and get back to this. We cannot call the tricks or the action for you, but it's freezing, so
Oh,
let's
well, it
see.
looks like I'll be back here.
We might be back moving.
All right, coming in left foot forward. There's that Rayleigh. So coming into that headwind on the way down, like I said, coming in toe side, there's that Scarecrow, wake to wake, landing it clean. And he's going to get one more trick in here before the end of his first pass. And there's that hillside 360. I did not see the first half of that with our technical difficulties, but standing up through the rest of his first pass, he
So
was pretty
clean
happy
first
with that.
pass.
Yeah.
All right. On his second pass, Noah Fasolis.
So now he's going to have that little bit of a tailwind, I think, from the wind direction. So coming in here on his left foot forward heel side. There's that tantrum to fakie, nice and clean.
How do you like his style?
Yeah, his style is nice. I mean, I would like to see him grab the board a little more, but, you know, in these younger divisions, they're not. There you go. There's that half cab roll. Oh, just taking him down.
But did he land on the wrong side? What with his weight distribution there that caused him to fall?
Yeah, he just landed a little bit heavy on his back foot, and that caused him to sit down on the bottom of the wake and just put him down in the water.
Now he will get one pickup. This is his first fall of the run, but with where he fell, I mean, does he have enough space after the pickup to throw in one more trick? What do you
Yeah,
think?
he'll probably get one more trick in before the end of the course, but it will hurt his score because, you know, if you don't fall, you probably get 3 or 4 tricks in your pass, and now he's only going to get 2 because he's had that fall, so that could hurt him trying to get through, considering we're only having 2 riders from each of these heats make it through to the semifinals. So
And it seems as though the riders have preferred that second pass to kind of lay down their big tricks. I don't know if it's because of the head and tailwind or if it's as they just want to save it for the end of their run strategically, but really unfortunate he went down on that pass.
yeah, so he will get this pickup. And
Have you been out in one of the boats yet?
yeah, I was judging this morning.
They're sick. Those Nautiques are so cool.
Yeah, they are a nice boat.
Yeah, really good looking boat out there.
And, you know, putting out a good wake for all these riders. The wake is so consistent that all these riders are getting the best possible ride. There, obviously, the water conditions are a little bit rough, but yeah, for sure.
They are, of course, the Super Air Nautique G23 boats.
Yes.
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 And after changing the wakeboarding world over a decade ago with the release of the first G23, Nautique is proud to be showcasing the latest iteration of this legendary model here at Wakeboard Worlds. No other boat has changed the course of wakeboarding quite like this boat. Why do you think that is?
I mean, it's honestly like their wake is just the pinnacle. You know, you've seen so many like world first tricks go down on these just losing the handle on his last trick there. So that's going to be the end of his run.
That seems like such a hard place to pick up too, because say for example you go down earlier in the run, you have that time to kind of build up the momentum and get back into the flow of things. But when you only have that final 25 yards to
you're really rushing it in, trying to get that last trick,
cramped.
and your headspace is a little bit wrong, and sometimes it can take you down like it just did there. But he'll get dragged back into the edge there, and we'll get our next rider out on the water.
That will be Cameron McLaughlin from New Zealand. So a guy from Brad Smaley's home country. I'm sure he'd be rooting him on right now.
And I think they have a pretty good cheer squad. From what I could hear out in the boat before, the New Zealand crew is down on the beach cheering on their local riders. So they are having a good time out there.
They are representing. Now, Cameron first went wakeboarding when he was 6 years old and went to a school trip on the lake. That's where it all started. Since then, his mom and dad bought a batch at the lake. I'm not sure what he meant by batch. This was notes from him. And they got a wake boat. So now they compete and they travel, and this is kind of an all-in sport for parents, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to go all in a sport like wakeboarding. It's not a cheap sport to get into. So if you're going to do it, it's got to be all in or nothing.
Think about it. Even the commitment level, you have to live near a lake, a river, a cable park, whatever it may be. So a lot of parents move to be closer to those meccas. You have to be near a training facility. So you have to kind of relocate in that sense too. And yeah, you have to have a boat. You have to have the wakeboard equipment. And it's not a sport that, after school, you can always just hop on the water and do. So a lot of these kids either homeschool or work on secondary school programs to allow them the time it takes to really commit to the sport. So, and that's a lot of commitment on the parents' behalf too. Did you ever do other sports?
No, I've always just done wakeboarding from the start. I originally actually started out on the boat and then got into the cable side of things a little later into my career, and yeah.
Cameron McLaughlin on the water now.
Here we go. So you can see from that drone angle there is a solid headwind there now, so it's really going to play havoc here. There's that stale fish grab on the heel side, cutting in for his second trick here on the toe side. There is that toe side Indy. See that wind just catching him midair there.
And I mean, they almost, with the wakeboard, have a parachute behind them, so any air tricks, it just kind of catches, it seems as though.
And there's that heel side back roll. Solid first pass here, coming in, toe side. There's that toe side front, just going down. Just coming up short a little bit on the wake there, and I think it just caught the back of his leg with that wind and took him down.
Let's get another look at this run.
Yeah, just coming up a little short on that last one there.
When you say that the headwind wreaks havoc, take it through, or walk me through what that's like as a rider.
So I guess the best way to explain it would be like, if you're running at something, there's like a giant fan just blowing in your face. So it like,
as a wakeboarder,
when you're trying to like do spins and flips, it can catch you in the air, obviously, because you've got your board. So it can catch your board at the wrong angle, and it can just throw you out completely in the middle of the air.
How does a rider strategize for these type of conditions? Like, I know trick selection will play a part in it, but do they maybe mellow out and, do some lower tricks? Is that something that they have in their portfolio?
Yeah, I think definitely in these earlier rounds with conditions like this, you will see a lot of riders tend to mellow out their run and just try and get a full run on the board, because if you try and go all out and do your hardest things, there's only 2 riders from each heat going through, so it might cause a bit of trouble. But definitely, I would say you're probably going to see a lot of safe runs here. Here we go, last trick, getting up. And there's that Indy grab, just,
But like you just mentioned, safe.
Playing it safe, making sure he gets those tricks on the board. Because these riders, they're only getting 1 run, so you don't have that option like we did on the cable with getting 2 runs and getting that second chance at it. You've got 1 go, and that's it.
Logan Steens will be next on the water. He also is from New Zealand, 18 years old. This is the first of 3 heats in which, like Mr. Gunn said, 2 riders will advance from each heat. In the next heat, we will also have 4 riders. In the final heat, we will have 3. The top seeded heat, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yes. And again, these are quarterfinals. These aren't even semifinals. So many talented men in this space wanting to compete for a world title.
So first trick there, second pass, we've got the Scarecrow coming in on his left foot hillside for his second trick of the pass. There's the Tantrum.
Boom.
Nice and clean.
He looks like a different rider on this pass. Is that just because of the wind?
Yeah, just, you know, that difference in the wind direction will change your riding style completely.
And maybe your confidence too, right? Because if you're racing, or I say racing, but if you're riding with any sort of hesitation or reservation, it shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that nose grab 180, and he's stoked with that run. Like I said before, his tricks might have not been super hard in that second pass, but he stood them up, and that's going to be a good run for him to get on the board.
I can't believe junior men's 14 to 18, and some of these tricks could live in a pro run.
Yeah, definitely. The level of riding in these younger generations now are just like insane. There's so many good riders coming up through the ranks, and I'm sure it's not going to be long before we see some of these kids riding up in the pro divisions.
So here's a question. Cameron looks very tall and lanky. Is there a body type that is maybe more successful in wakeboarding? Do the taller riders have an advantage, and do the smaller riders maybe have an advantage somewhere else?
I mean, generally speaking, most wakeboarders are on the shorter of the stature. You don't see a lot of tall wakeboarders. There is still quite a few that have, you know, done really well.
Brad Smela was 6'2", yeah.
But I would say that it is the short, stocky build that seems to be the build of choice, I would say.
Is there a reason for that? Maybe they just find more success, or the body type? I know in racing, the smaller the better, the lighter you are on the bike. But
I think maybe just easier to throw yourself around through the air without getting caught up. I mean, I'm quite short myself, and I'm not really sure how it would work as a tall guy, but I think it was a lot easier to throw myself around being small.
got a nice shot of the beach here. It's starting to fill in here on Amateur Day. It's going to be packed on Saturday. So if you guys are watching and you plan on coming out on Saturday or Sunday for pro days, come out early,
get out of here early.
Get your spot, because if this is what it looks like for Amateur Day, I cannot imagine what pro day will look like on the weekends. Of course, a holiday weekend as well for a lot of the Gold Coasters out here. Did you do anything fun on the off day?
I went to SeaWorld actually with my family.
Really?
So my family's up here with me, my wife,
How
and
was
my son. Yeah, it was good. He loved it. We went and saw the dolphin exhibition that they have there, and he was loving it.
See, I'm an animal person too, so I went to the zoo, or the Currumbin Wildlife Center. I got to hold a koala. I was telling the guys earlier, I was actually surprised at how chunky they are. Mm-hmm. They're like chunky little bears.
Well, I mean, all they do is sleep and eat, those bears.
They're my spirit animal, and so that was really fun. And I got to pet a kangaroo and then spent some time down on the beach. But a nice little reset before we enter the boat era, looking back on what we saw at the Wake Park division. Is there a trick or a moment that maybe stands out to you from the last couple days?
I mean, I got to go with Trent Stuckey. He's
huge with the KGB.
His double KGB is just, you know, it's a trick that's never been done before, and then he goes and does that in a contest to just, you know, stamp his authority on that final.
Lands it perfectly, and we will also be seeing him compete in the boat division.
Yeah, which is actually really new for the world of wakeboarding.
Right.
You know, Trent's he's always been cable, and the last few, I'd say maybe 6 to 8 months, he's been like putting out little feelers and tricks on Instagram of him riding behind the boat. And
right.
Then he did that, the double or nothing contest in Florida the other weekend. And so he will be a good one I think he could be a bit of a dark horse in the boat event.
I love a good dark horse and undercard coming into the title matchup for a world championship. Hitting the water now, we have Logan Steens, and this is the final rider of Heat 1.
So here we go, coming in for his first hit. Got a big tantrum.
That was massive, the
Yeah.
amplitude on that.
He really connected to the top of the wake there.
And pretty risky if they're rewarding for risk, considering it was going in that direction.
And there's another big one with the scarecrow.
It almost looks like the boat is going a little faster. Do you think maybe he asked for an uptick on the speed
Yeah,
compared
I
to
mean,
the last rider?
He may have asked for a bit more speed. There's just going down on. I'm thinking that was the heel side 5. Again, your safe bet is to do your flips on the way down and your spins on the way back. And
Right.
playing a little risky there and just takes him down. So let's go back. There's that big tantrum to start. And then another big scarecrow. Yeah, he's... And then there's that heel 5, just landing a little back foot heavy, slipping out there.
But I do think that's been the most impressive first pass we've seen in the heat.
Yeah, definitely. He was on a heater
He was
there.
busting tricks.
Yeah.
And again, if they're rewarding for the risk, pulling out those big amplitude tricks in a disadvantage, in a situation that's disadvantaged. Yeah, you know what I'm getting at.
And
We were getting to it.
this
It's
is
time for my coffee.
This is not a bad place for him to fall either, because he's already got 2 tricks in on his first pass. He'll get up, he'll get one more before the course ends on his first pass, and then he'll get to turn around and reset
And have a clean
a
run.
clean run for the second pass.
Yeah. When you guys are strategizing your trick choreography, does that come into play? Like, hey, I don't want to go down with my Pete Rose here. I'd rather go down here. I mean, is that...
Yeah, you'll see a lot of that. You'll see especially in the pro divisions, you'll see riders tend to go for their harder tricks towards the end of their first pass, just knowing that if they fall, they'll still have that opportunity. Oh, he goes down again, so he is not going to be happy with that.
No. Now, would that have been still considered his first pass?
Yeah.
Okay, so he still has a second pass.
Well, no, he fell twice now, so that's it.
So he's done.
That's his second fall, so that's going to be him finished. He's not going to be happy with that at all.
That is heartbreaking, considering
he was on fire at the start.
He was
there.
on fire. And now we'll move into Heat 2, where I'm assuming his brother Carter Steens will kick things off for us, 2 New Zealanders.
So let's hope Carter can hold on to that handle a little better.
No rope, no hope. Brad taught me that.
Yep, that's the one.
That's what they say. That boat looks so good on the water.
That is a great shot of that Nautique G23 flying down the lake there.
And it's so beautiful on the inside when you even just look at the interior. On Lake Norman, half of what we do there is wakeboarding, wake surfing. The other half is just leisure boating. And that boat does both so well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's undoubtedly the best boat in the industry right now.
We've got some parachuters. Is that what they're called? Or they're floaters.
Paragliding.
Paragliding?
Maybe?
I think the gliders are like those little plane things. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's just, I don't know.
They're
Looks like there's a lot of people on there, though. Looks
There was
like
like
there's 3
3.
people in there.
I don't know if I'd want to
have
do
not
that.
yet seen that, I don't think.
No, I have not either. It's a party. It's just a party parachute. Goodness. Look at that beautiful skyline behind us. Have you guys had any good meals while you're here? Gold Coast? Just enjoying stuff?
Yeah, we went to an Italian place last night called Vapiano.
It was good.
On the main street of the Gold Coast. It's pretty good.
I have got a reservation tonight at La Luna, and I'm so excited. I'm meeting up with a girlfriend of mine who lives out here. She used to work with World Supercross. Now she works with V8 Supercars. So we're going to go grab a bite to eat. But
Nice.
I've had some really good meals here. I didn't expect it to be a foodie town. Like Melbourne kind of does that for me, but this has great restaurants too.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been eating a lot of Mexican actually, because that's pretty much all we had going at the cable that I was into. So I've been eating a lot of quesadillas.
If you're listening, I don't think she is, but my burrito girl from the Wake Park, she was like slapping together the best burritos.
I did have a burrito, and that
she was a homie.
That was good.
That slaps. She was a homie. That was awesome. Okay, let's roll now to Carter Steens again. The junior men, 14 to 18, quarterfinal. Semis will be tomorrow. Finals will be on Saturday for this very competitive age group between. There's a few junior men's classes that are super competitive. We have a lot of international representation there. This is one of them. The best of the best. These kids looking to earn a world championship this weekend on the Gold Coast, traveling all the way out here. How far did you travel when you were a kid for wakeboarding?
All over Australia, and then once I got a little bit older into the cable scene, I spent a lot of time in Florida. I lived in Florida for a few years, and then the scene kind of moved over to Europe, so I spent a lot of time traveling there. So a lot of traveling with wakeboarding. It was really nice though to
That's the
explore
thing too.
world
Another
and-
really big commitment. It's not like you have 5 cable parks in one area where you might have 5 soccer fields. So if your kids are getting into this sport, it's like full commitment. But you can see it in the passion they exhibit on the water.
Yeah, and coming in now on his first hit, there's the tantrum. You can hear the New Zealand fan crew on the
They
sidelines.
are cheering so loud for him.
There's that tail grab 180.
Big air, baby.
Coming in again on his heel side for the tail grab. Getting a little stuck up in the air there. Might not have been what he wanted, but still riding away, standing on his board. That's what we like to see. There's the toe side front roll. That
and he
was
lands
clean.
it.
That was clean. And looks like this will be the last trick of his first pass. There's a heel side 360, and he'll be pretty happy with that. To get to the end of your run. You know, he's the first rider of this second heat, so he's looking to put down a run that all the other guys are gonna gauge their runs off.
They're not going to be able to beat that, and that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to throw out all of his big stuff now, and that is one of, I think, the disadvantages of going early on in a heat at any objective sport, because you don't get to see what everyone else has done and tailor your run in that manner.
No, but it can sometimes be. Sometimes it can be good if if you're confident and you can throw down a really good run.
Then you're living in their head.
You have all
You
those
set
other
the
riders
bar.
that go, "Oh, all right, I've got to change things now," and you get in their head a little bit. So it can be sometimes good,
There are
sometimes
pluses
bad.
and minuses, it sounds like.
All right, there's the Scarecrow to start out his second run. Switching it up.
Where are we going?
Coming in heel side. There's the heel side back roll.
Such a
super
nice
floaty.
landing. This is a really clean runner,
Yeah,
shaping up to be.
He's having a good run. And there's the, that's not what he wanted, but
No.
still standing up. There's that toe side Indy. He definitely wanted something else there.
Will he go for it again?
Coming in, there's the heel side 540, just missing the handle on the way round.
Now he will get the pickup though, but again, this is kind of that weird spot.
Yeah, I think he'll be just in front of that. Yeah, he's just in front of that 3/4 zone, so I think they will pick him up. Maybe
not.
Maybe not.
Wait, no, that was wrong replay.
Oh, yep, they are going to pick him back up. But yeah, he's going to be fighting to get that last trick in. When you land that close, that's the reason the 3/4 board is there, is that it's very hard to get that last trick in.
These are all of his replays from his run. Carter Steens, the first rider out on Heat 2.
He was having a great run up until that point. I think the only trick was this one here where he got a little lost in the air, but he landed, and then the 540 just taking him down.
It looked as though he kind of leaned back. Can you describe what was it his body posture? What went wrong?
Yeah, he took off, and I think he was a little bit straight in the air. His body, his knees and everything were really straight. So when he landed really stiff and a little bit heavy on his back foot, which, you're never going to ride away from a trick when you land stiff and back-footed. That's just going to cause problems for you there. But he's going to get one more trick in if he can hustle here when our boat driver, Scotty Kell, gets us back up on the water. Scotty, one of the best boat drivers out there. So if you're going to get up and get one more trick, Scotty's going to get it for you. So it looks like he might get one here.
He cuts hard to the inside. Let's see what he's got for us.
Coming in, there's the toe side. Going for the toe side 7. It takes him down. He is okay, though. He's put his hand up, so...
Yeah, but you know what? He went for it, and that was... he was making the most out of the real estate he had.
But he still had a pretty good run. He got 5 tricks on the way down, I think, and 3 tricks on the way back. So it's still going to be a pretty good score for him there to start out our heat number 2. Up next, we'll have Jaden Bennett.
What's up, Jaden Bennett? Welcome to the show, all the way from the US of A. I feel you on that 28-hour flight.
Rough.
No, actually, my flight wasn't too bad. I have a superpower. I can sleep pretty well on airplanes, so that's my one crowning glory. I was not blessed with athleticism or balance for that matter, but
Yeah, I
sleeping on
tell
planes.
you, 28-hour flight sounds pretty good right now after, we have an 18-month-old. So I would love to just
yeah.
get on a flight and not
Just
deal with any of
nap.
that for a while.
So, you used to wakeboard. Clearly, your son will want to become involved in the sport. What do you start them with? I know guys have mentioned tubes and getting out on the lake. And have you given it any thought? You have to have.
I mean, the first step for me will be to take him out on the cable,
Yeah.
in between my legs on my board, and then.
Have you seen parents do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which will be super fun. I'm
You're just counting down
he's,
days.
He's almost ready for it, I think. It's whether or not his mum will let him go this early.
That's always the big thing, right? We've got a little moto family, and so my nieces got on 50s at, 3.5, 4 years old.
Yeah.
And Mom wasn't too stoked about it, but she realized what she married into. Auntie was thrilled. We had so much fun. We had a really good
Yeah,
time.
there's nothing better than seeing kids get into any sort of sport
Right.
for the first time when they're young,
So fun. It's so
Love it.
pure. It's
Love
just
it.
for,
All right, here we go. Into course. First trick. Here's Jaden with the back roll. So he's from the US, right?
He's from the US of A, Jaden Bennett.
Coming in on his toe side here with the front roll, standing it up.
He cut so far out. Why is he doing that?
Some riders prefer to get themselves a good setup coming into the wake. Some riders, it's personal preference, like some riders like to go all the way out and set up like this really long and then give himself a nice progressive edge. Other riders prefer a short, sharp cut. Getting away with that toe 5, casing the wake a little bit, but he looks pretty stoked with that first pass.
That was a super clean pass. It looks like he landed everything he wanted. Now let's go to the second pass and see what he can lay down. I'm really excited. I'm hoping after this competition is over, I'll get to go out and do a little wakeboarding myself. It's been a really long time. Wake surfing has kind of taken over our lives in Lake Norman, and we don't.
I feel like wake surfing has taken over everyone's lives. Once you
once you get older and your knees start
you
hurting.
Just go, I'll just go to wake surf because it does not hurt anywhere near as much.
No.
All right, coming into the course for his second pass here. There's that Tosa. Oh, the scarecrow. Yeah, I'm not sure that was what he wanted when he took off, and I think he landed there with the handle in his back hand, which is not what you want to do when you land a scarecrow. I don't know if we'll see the replay. No, we're going to see the replay from his first pass here.
Let's see.
Yeah, see, oh no, this was his first pass. Sorry, I'm lost. There's that back 3. And then the toe 5 to finish there. You see, he did it on that trick too.
Right.
Like, it can kind of yank you out the front when you land.
Now,
with
did he
this.
land switch on that, though?
Yeah, he landed
Yeah.
switch. But if you land with the handle in your back hand, the boat's kind of wanting you to pull that way.
Mr. Gunn, if you'd like to stay in the booth, and we'll pop Brad
Yep,
in the center.
I will jump up,
If
and
you
we are
wanna-
going to get Brad Smaler in here with us.
Yeah. Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships from the Gold Coast of Australia. I'm joined in the booth by Brad Smela and also Aaron Gunn. We have Ethan Price out on the water in Heat 2 for the junior men's 14 to 18 wakeboard quarterfinal.
Yeah, Indy grab on the tantrum.
Super nice tantrum there.
Yeah, looking good. We're getting a little bit more airflow coming through the booth. I was overheating there a little bit and managed to get out there and cool off in the breeze.
Taking selfies in here, guys.
Oh, yeah. At Kristen Beat, just one word.
I don't know.
No underscores or nothing?
I'm so bad with social media. My mom helps me with it. Something like that.
Yeah, it was a solid pass, standing things up, start to finish. Had the tantrum, had the scarecrow there to follow up after it.
Yeah, we've seen in the first two riders first two riders didn't have complete stand-up passes, so
that's the advantage of going later off the dock, right? You get to watch your competitors go. You can kind of change up your run a little bit. I mean, I was never really a huge fan of changing up my run.
No, but I was also talking to Kristen just before about this in the sense with going first, sometimes it can be, an advantage. If you put a stand-up run, you can get in the other riders' heads.
Yeah, if you're really confident on that you're going to stick your run, going first off the dock can be good. You just, put the pressure on and see if that pressure can make the rest of the riders crumble.
But for the most part, going last is definitely going to be most favorable for people.
Yeah.
So he had a pretty good first pass there. Any tantrum, scarecrow. There's the back roll. Oh, a little fashion air.
I love that we get the instant replay here, because if we're off talking about something else, which we do, we end up on tangents and we, talk about all the other stuff going on around the event, not just the action on the water, but we get those recaps there, and the 540 taking Ethan Price down.
If you hear a very loud beeping in the background, it is in fact us. We just don't know.
Somebody's trying to get
It
some
is in
lunch.
fact us. It's just not you.
It's not me reversing in my wheelchair. That's for sure.
Yeah, don't go too far back here, Brad.
We are, and this is nice. They opened up our booth for us a little bit, and it's nice.
A little less boxed in. We get a little bit more breeze
some fresh
coming in.
air. This is a view.
That's what I was struggling with. I
It's
got
a
out there
vibe.
under the trees, into the breeze, get a little spritz with my my little spray bottle just to kind of cool me down.
Yeah.
So I caught up with a few of my fellow Kiwis over there, which was really cool.
Oh, there's the Crow.
Oh.
Just skipping out on that handle right at the end there.
Ethan Price and the junior men 14 to 18 division.
Maybe getting almost too much of a piece of that massive G23 wake.
Yeah, I think it might have thrown him off a little bit. He got right off the top there and came down and just popped that handle.
Yeah, Kristen and I were talking about that earlier, where, a lot of riders may not be used to the size of the wake that they're riding here. If you're obviously a very serious competitor, you'd be looking for, if you don't have one of these boats yourself, you'd be looking to make friends with someone who does, to go out and get some practice. But yeah, between the different makes and models of boats, the wake shape and size can change quite drastically. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, coming from myself, back when I used to ride boat, we didn't have a wake much bigger than my shins, and then I went out for a set with Scotty Kell a couple of weeks ago, and behind his G, fully weighted, and that thing was probably up to my nipples, and I was very intimidated by it.
Nice evaluator there up to my nipples. Well done, Aaron Gunn.
But yeah, these wakes are just, I think kids are a little spoiled these days with these wakes. These things are unbelievably big, which makes the tricks, they can do some insane stuff.
This is going to make me sound old. Back in my day, we used to ride the old Bayliner with the high pole on it, and you'd have, homemade ballast systems and things like that.
Yeah, your fat sacks or your lead blocks.
Yeah, these days
Our
you just
Nautique growing
jump
up had
in,
one.
you flip a switch, fill the boat full of water, and in the ballast tanks, and off they go with just the most epic wake you can possibly get behind that G23.
And of course, you can follow at Nautique Boats on social media to experience some never before seen videos and images from the past 100 years of relentless innovation. We encourage you to share your favorite Nautique memories and experiences with us by using the hashtag Nautique100. Of course, they are celebrating their 100 years of making the best boats on the market.
Here we go, our next rider coming into course here.
Cole Blockley.
Nice tantrum to start things off there.
Oh, sorry.
Toe side back roll there.
Charging in on the heel side. There's a method grab.
Yeah, we like to see a good method.
So the method in the melon is the same grab, but the you got to do that backside shifty on to get that method grab. You know, it's a trick that spans across snowboarding, across even skating, and you see them in surfing as well with the airs they're doing now.
Such a cool competition to follow, though, by the way. That has had my attention, the surf air competitions. Those are fun to follow.
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. I think, obviously the talent progresses over time, but technology comes into the play as well, like we have here in wakeboarding with the boats. The wake's getting bigger. You've got those wave pools where you've got a consistent wave. You know where that section's coming. You can pump into it. You get endless amounts of...
perfect waves.
Yeah, it's ridiculous these days. So cool. I'm going to give a little shout out to a few of my my hometown folks that are tuning in on the live stream. Big shout out to Paul Maguire, one of the top New Zealand wakeboarders, have been competing since back in the day when he and I would go up against each other and in the open men's and ride together as well. Kevin Hales as well, the father of my boy Brent, tuning in on the live stream. Shout out to you guys and any of the other crew from back there in New Zealand. Unfortunately, we saw Cole Blockley going down on that KGB to start off his second pass.
Yeah, unfortunate fall there for him. He had a pretty solid stand-up first pass with a couple of little bobbles, but, getting right to the end and then just starting off his second pass, trying to really put an exclamation point on his second pass and just going down there.
Now, I was over there before where I was cooling off under the trees and caught up with a few of my fellow Kiwis, and the size of the support crew, the team is massive as it is, but we've got over 30 people there rocking the black with the New Zealand silver fern on it. I asked if they did have an extra one of those T-shirts, but they said unfortunately they don't, which I'm kind of glad they didn't, because black T-shirt in this
would have
heat,
gotten really warm.
I'd have been roasting. I actually
And
had to
they
shed a
got
layer.
the big flag over there too. I saw from the boat this morning. Big flag was flying.
Yeah, don't mistake it with the Australian one. They're very similar. Different coloured stars and one less, I believe. But yeah, shout out to our Kiwis tuning in. We've had a few of them in the last couple of heats. We got Heat 3 coming up with Cooper Paws, Lachlan Medwell, and Brody Spriggs. But looks like we got Ethan back up on the water to finish off heat number 2. Is he going to go for that KGB again? He's wrapped up. It looks. Oh no, he's not. Sorry.
There's the heel 3, casing the wake a little bit there, but still riding away nice and clean.
Toe side charging in. There's a Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Roll just taking him down there. So that's going to be his second fall. It was at the end of the course anyway, so he's going to be pretty stoked with his run there. A couple of falls, but not a bad run for him.
Yeah, and so with me just playing catch up here, only just joined at the last rider. The first 2 riders, there was a couple of falls as well.
Yeah,
right?
no one's really had a full stand-up pass yet, so it's gonna be interesting the way that this one scores out.
Cutthroat, these heats. Only 2 riders going through.
Yep, no last chance qualifiers, just 2 riders from each of these heats. Going to make a 6-man final tomorrow, I think it is.
Actually, this seems to be a quarterfinal, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe 2 heats of 3 and only 2 from each one going through.
Yeah, from each one going through, and
Yeah.
then 2 heats of 3 on the final.
Yeah.
But definitely a competitive division. This and Cruz E-Boys division have to be the two most competitive boys divisions of the day outside of the pros.
Yeah, junior men. So throwing it back 19 years to up there at in the Sunshine Coast, where we threw it down at Marshall's Lagoon. It was the last time the Wakeboard Worlds were held here in Australia, and I managed to squeak out a junior world title. So love watching these riders to see what they're throwing down. Although I will need to double check if we do have a junior men and a junior pro.
We do have junior pro coming up on Saturday, I think.
There you go. So that'll be more kind of the pairing up with the division that I was in at that time. Still the same age group, but that's a really cool thing that I like about the WWA Worlds is we have the amateur divisions as well. So it gives a lot of these riders a chance to get some experience, to come out here and be a part of the action. And some of them, maybe they're a little more new to the sport, but then you've got some of the other riders in the junior pro that have probably been doing it since they were 5 years old and absolutely crushing it on par with the pros. So, it just gives everyone a bit of an opportunity to come out, get some experience. And
build your way up through the ranks, Start out at the junior men and make your way right up through to the pro.
You got to start somewhere. Oh, we've got our rider coming on in. Looks like a Rayleigh to start things off.
Big Rayleigh to start. Coming back into the wake. Is the roll to revert?
Yeah, possibly a half cab roll if
could
that
be.
Rayleigh would have been regular. There's the tantrum to follow it up as we get our rider here. Cooper Paws on screen.
There's that half cab 180 there with a little tickle on the tail grab.
I like that, little tickle. Not quite a solid grab and squeeze, but judges will look for that.
Oh, there's the window winder.
The double window winder, in fact. That obviously just not quite getting the takeoff off the wake that he would have been looking for. But what's important is that he didn't take a fall. He's still standing. That boat's going to turn him around, and he's going to get one more pass coming back.
Yeah, I was just telling Kristen before that there's quite a solid headwind on the way down on that first pass. So you would know yourself from riding in windy conditions that the headwind can play a bit of havoc on your riding.
Yeah, we were talking tactics earlier with where you place your tricks, certain tricks on the run. Obviously, preferably a tailwind is because the boat's moving itself at about 21, 22 mile an hour, depending on the rider. And so if you've got a bit of a breeze, if you're going with it, then you kind of cancel it out. So makes it a lot easier. Plus, you're not going into the chop as well. You're moving with the chop.
Which is why we're seeing a lot more of these riders doing, I think, their harder tricks on the way back. Because, like Brad said, you got that tailwind. It's not going to affect you as much.
It's the Scarecrow followed by a Switch Crow, I believe. Or maybe it was...
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
Switch
so
Crow
we've got
there.
Switch again.
And
Cab.
Just going down on the cab 5, landing right in that trough.
Yeah. Been noticing a few riders go down in that trough. It's... there is a slightly bigger landing pad than we used to get back in the day.
There is an ice cream boat. Can we get a
kidding.
shot of this? And there's liquor and ice cream, but I was excited about the ice cream.
Can we give them a shout out and then possibly even
can we get a sponsorship?
Send us some ice creams up
Sponsor me.
Oh, they got beer on there too.
That is so cool.
That
Some
is really,
frosty
I've never
cold
seen one
ones.
of those. Just a little ice cream boat.
That is
I need to open
rad.
one of those on Lake Norman. I'd make a killing.
See, do you guys call it like the ice cream truck in in the States? Like in New Zealand, we call it Mr. Whippy. Is that what it's?
It's what we call
It's
it here in
called here as
Australia
well.
too.
No, we just have really creepy ice cream trucks that round the
You
corner.
don't know what else they
Yeah,
sell.
we
from
have
there as
them
well.
too. Like that's
Yeah.
but we could just call them Mr. Whippy over here. They drive down the streets and they've got their little musical tune on top of their ice
Yeah.
cream truck.
And all the kids come running when you hear it. Mom, can I have an ice cream?
Same thing minus the name. Out by us, it's just,
It's just whatever they choose to call it.
Whatever
More of
they
an
choose.
independent franchise.
I would think so. It's not a Mr. Whippy.
Yeah.
I feel like I maybe am missing out a little bit on a Mr. Whippy.
Hey, we'll keep an ear out. If we hear that tone, we hear that jingle
I'll
bell,
run out of
we'll
the
send you
hotel.
out
There's one
there.
thing I don't mess around with, and it's ice cream.
I went past, there was a frozen yogurt shop not far from the ice cream, from the hotel. So I didn't quite grab one yesterday, but after this heat today, I may be grabbing one. If I can't get one from that ice cream boat.
It might be the time.
Yeah.
So getting back up after his fall there, we're going to see maybe 1-2 more tricks. There's the dum-dum and just taking him down again.
So that will
So
conclude.
that will be the end of his run there.
Yep.
Just
That
2 to
was
go.
Cooper Parks. Parks?
Pause.
Pause.
Paues. He is the first rider of Heat 3. Got 2 more to go. Lakeland Medwell and Brody Spriggs. And that will round out our very large junior men 14 to 18 division.
So if you guys want to keep up with the scoring, I believe you can head to the WWA Ride Line app,
Yep.
and that's where all of our scores will be. I'm not sure if they're live right now, but they will be updated pretty quickly. So
Yeah, so when you're watching, you'll see all the listed names underneath it. They'll probably all have a 0 score the whole way through the heat. But what you can do is you can navigate to the results tab and go find that heat that you're looking for and hit refresh over and over again until you see the scores come through.
Lakeland, who's coming up next from Victoria, Australia, so a local boy, 16 years old. He'll be hitting the water here shortly at 16. I mean, to think that you guys travel internationally to pursue your sport.
I mean, I'd say at that age, mum and dad might be coming along with, or you might be traveling with as part of a crew that may have a bit of supervision. But I remember I was 16 when I went to my first Worlds, which was from the other federation, but it was over here in Australia as well. It was down in Penrith, which is down where you've done a lot of your riding, right?
that's my home park down there.
There at the Olympic rowing facility was where we held the boat event then. I was just a fresh young grommet coming up in competition. I actually went up against Scotty Broom. I went up against Dean Smith, I think was still in the juniors at that point. A bunch of other, even possibly even Rubber Johnny. I'm trying to recall who was in the heats. I didn't do so well. I think I advanced through 1 round. But hey, it was my first Worlds, and then, you got to start somewhere. Well, I love we're seeing that is that paraponting?
Yeah, Chris and I were talking
We
about this.
weren't-
What is this?
What are we doing?
Parasailing or parapont?
Because we saw 3 people on the one
There was
thing
a, like,
before.
There was a party. There was a party on a parachute.
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure it is they got the boat
Behind the
them,
boat,
or-
yeah.
So we didn't see the boat in our first shot.
All right, rider number 2 in this 3rd heat.
You're like, either there's a massive wind carrying him,
Right.
or he's
We
got
had no
some
idea
sort of
what's going
propulsion.
on. So we have got out there Lakeland Medwell.
Coming in, there's the toe side front roll just coming down, casing the wake a little bit there on the landing.
That front roll was always a trick that I never really followed through on it. I just went straight to the scarecrow because it's got a slightly easier landing. You've really got to
riding away
it.
on your tails, on your heels is a little bit easier. So
Yeah, it's kind of daunting to rotate over onto your toes on that trick because if you over rotate it, you're going straight to your face. Probably going to peel your eyelids back. That's not so pleasant in the salt water.
So he started his run with a nice tantrum, and then that second trick there, the toe side front roll, just taking him down. But he will get back up and hopefully finish off his pass.
Shout out to any Lockie Midwell fans, anyone out there tuning in, friends, supporting your boy here in the junior men 14 to 18 division. And final rider coming up next out of the US of A will be Brody Spriggs to finish off this division. But we're going to pick Lockie back up. He gets another shot. Oh, I love that aerial view, straight down bird's eye view.
That
You can see the
Nautique
boat
G23 there.
looping around him, bringing that handle back, and you'll see as soon as that rope comes tight, throttle goes down and they take off. And the size of the engines they've got in those boats, they're like 500 plus horsepower.
They're
They've
massive.
got superchargers. I remember
I didn't even realize we took off this morning. When we took off on the first run, I thought we were just sitting there. So much power in these boats.
Yeah.
Oh, we have, looks like a frontside 180 there.
We are starting to freeze up again.
Yeah, getting a
So
little.
please
Oh, that's
excuse-
a cool looking shot there.
We are seeing some weather, just a few raindrops, but these wakeboarders are already wet. They're going to keep plowing through it, but we are starting to see a couple raindrops up here.
Don't tempt me. I will drive straight out into that rain and cool
Just
off. Just lay back.
soak in
under
it.
Yeah, you'll see bits of steam coming off my face.
It is a little bit steamy in here.
But we got to protect the equipment that allows us to bring this live stream to you guys.
Saying hi to family at home.
Little FaceTime.
Little FaceTime action from the hubs.
You're like,
So we got the
babe, I'm working.
Oh,
I'm working here.
The closer he can get to it, the better. He actually just got traded last night. So, again,
Nice.
baseball life.
There's the bird's eye view of that front roll that took him down in the first run. He's landed it in this second pass, so he'll be happy with that.
Big back roll. You see how to really open out to try to slow it down at the end there. Still standing. He is wrapped now. And it's going to be a toe side approach. So wrap toe side backside trick of some sort. What we
Coming
got?
off with the toe back one.
The more difficult of the directions to spin.
And there's the whirly just taking off from the bottom of the wake there.
We'll call that an early bird. That was
An early bird instead of a whirly bird.
he
You've been
doesn't
on
get-
it with these dad jokes.
He doesn't get the worm on that one, unfortunately.
Nah.
You know, you really need to wait to get to the top of the wake to get that pop to have the time for the trick. Unfortunately, just leaving a little bit early. So that's going to the top of the wake on that back roll. The hard thing with those tantrum tricks is you do have to kind of square up. You got to come off your edge a little bit in order to initiate the trick. So that's where it can be a little bit easier to go early and unfortunately miss the pop, as we saw from Lockie Medwell. The final rider, 17-year-old Missouri native from the USA, Brody
USA.
Spriggs.
Let's go.
Missouri?
Missouri. Missouri.
No, but yeah,
We
I've heard
joke
that
around, we
too.
call it Missouri.
I've heard that too.
He just won a national championship in Washington. Looking forward to going to the junior pro level. He plans to move to Florida in January and pursue wakeboarding. So this is the start of it all. Started riding at the age of 5, but competing in small competitions at the age of 9. But you guys, earlier in the day, we kind of talked about the potential of the weather shifting, and it shifted within the heat itself.
Yeah, I mean, the rain, unless we're getting seriously torrential rain, the rain's not going to affect these guys too much, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, going into the wind, into the rain, they might have to like squint their eyes a little bit more just to protect them. But yeah, as Aaron said, unless it's really coming down, it shouldn't really affect them too much. But yeah, as you mentioned, Brody, keen to head off to Orlando, Florida to go and get amongst it. That is the best place to go to really absorb everything you can in wakeboarding.
Boat wakeboarding hub of the world.
It really is. And we were talking about that last week where, well, over the last 4 days of wake park competition is you don't have to go to Florida for wake park. You know,
Not anymore.
Australia is
back when I was in there, you really had to be in Florida because this was back when the magazines were still a thing, and there was opportunities to get photos in mags and all the awards and everything. But that doesn't really happen so much anymore. So
and the amount of these wake parks that are popping up, like the beautiful Gold Coast Wake Park, you can go anywhere. And Australia is really becoming somewhere that you can come and spend, even year round, and get some really, really good quality wake park riding. But, a little case of the wake on that heel side 360 for Brody Spriggs.
The 17-year-old.
There's the toe side back roll.
Getting that indie grab. Judges notice that sort of stuff, the details.
And there's the back side. Oh, just missing the handle on that back 3. He's not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, you see the hands go up onto the head like, getting pumped up. I don't know if that was a little wave to the crowd, any cheers that were coming his way down there. Obviously the Aussies have got the hometown crowd behind them, but I feel like the Kiwis with that team they've got of supporters, they've almost been the loudest.
I think the Kiwis have definitely been the loudest. Yeah. On the shores of the boat event today, they have been the loudest for sure.
It's not that often the world champs are so close to home. A lot of riders just like, nah, I can't miss this opportunity. And it's tough though. You're coming off the back of a winter. You probably haven't had a lot of riding. I know Scotty Cal came out about a month ago, do some coaching out there, probably getting a handful of these riders really upskilled and getting them some good riding. We did get like a week or two of some warmer weather before it got cold again. So hopefully it was right in that patch. They would have got a little bit of time out there, put the wetsuit on, and got a little bit of practice in for the World Champs.
That G23 getting back up to speed in record time. I would remember back in old boat contests, it would take half a pass for the boat to get back up to speed.
It really would, and that's where I think it played into the tactics a bit more, that you would definitely put your harder tricks later in the run. These days, you fall, you miss that trick. You may miss the one trick afterwards with the boat getting up to speed, but you're really not missing out on too much real estate of the course.
No, that boat is getting up to speed much quicker than they used to. Looks like he's edging out on his heel side here.
The cost of gas has come up a bit more than it used to as well. These bigger engines use a bit more gas.
Yeah,
not to mention the price has gone up. Is that a KGB to start?
That was a KGB to start off his run there. There is the Scarecrow for the second trick.
Nice heel side approach. Heel side, front side, 540.
Little squirrely on the landing, but he's stoked with that. He's putting the fist up in the air. He's loving his ride so far.
Toe side to follow it up. Toe side, 540.
There's the toe 5. Looks like he may have time for one more trick here.
Potentially
coming in
even
on the heels.
2 if he hustles.
There is that Rayleigh. All right, Brad, I'm going to leave you and go get some lunch, and Corey is going to jump on the mic here.
Get into it. I saw the burger joint over there, the trailer. What's it got? Biggie Smalls on it.
Yeah,
I figured they'd have like Notorious Nachos and the Biggie Burger and all sorts like that. I don't know. I didn't check, but
I'm going to go try that out so that we can let the people know who are coming down this weekend how good the food is.
Yeah, let me know. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Aaron. That's going to wrap things up for our junior man 14 to 18 division. I am joined back again with Corey Wilson back here on the mic.
Hey, Brad.
Hey, nice ride out there. That was fun to watch.
Thank you. I borrowed all of the equipment, so took today's round to get comfortable, get familiar with Amber Wing's board, actually.
Okay, that was nice of her to lend that to you. You're looking good out there, considering I've had to do that in the past where I broke a board. I had to borrow someone else's board. It was a completely different brand, completely different shape, and I did not do well in the next round. I felt like I was wakeboarding on roller skates or something. It was just there's a
lot to adjust to when you switch everything up.
Yeah. But no, that's cool. And what, you two were riding in the same heat as well? Oh, no, she was in the next division.
She's in that next one up. Thank
right.
goodness. She rode fantastic.
She really did. Still got it.
Still got it. She doubted it, but there's no reason to.
Nah. Bringing out a bit of mom strength.
I love it. That whole division of women's 40 plus rode really strong. Really cool to see. Taylor, who was in my division, she actually just started wakeboarding this summer and was like, Worlds is coming to the Gold Coast. I want to be involved.
That was so cool. We got the boat back up on the water. We're going to start things off with the men's 19 to 29 semifinals. This is Chris Gilbert out of Melbourne, Australia, 30 years old, just getting into the cut there. Obviously only turned 30 this year. And the heel side, backside 3, unfortunately taking him down to start it off. He usually rides on the Murray River, rides about 5 times a year. So really cool to see him out here taking part. And, he may have got a few extra rides in order to get a little bit of practice. He learned to ride behind a what's that, a 20-year-old Avenger Firebird.
I'm not familiar, but that sounds like a cool boat.
I'm picturing a boat. I don't know if it's exactly what it. It's like actually the boat that I first landed a tantrum behind my buddy Brant and Kevin Hale's boat. Kevin tuning in from New Zealand. Those guys got me out in New Zealand at an event called Boardstock on their outboard. They just dump a bunch of weight in it, and that's where I landed my first tantrum.
No way.
And I remember my incentive from my mum was if I landed a tantrum, she'd buy me the pair of gloves that I wanted.
And the gloves. So
And
you did it with gloves
No,
or without, and
they
then you
came
started using
afterwards,
gloves.
and then the gloves lasted about a month until my friends were like,
What are you doing?
"Man, you got to get rid of those. Gloves aren't cool." Very impressionable young man I was. But had some really good mentors, really good people to learn from. We got a 3-man semi-final here. Chris Gilbert, Liam Dinage, and Lachlan Ward. 3 Aussies battling it out for the biscuits. There's the Rayleigh.
Nice.
Not bad for someone who rides 5 times a year.
Yeah. Looking really solid. Hopefully he's added a few more rides in to prepare for this. He looks like he has.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Frontside 5 off the toes to finish off his pass, and he's stoked to put that down.
So next rider, Liam Dinage, is also rides on the Murray River, but it says he's from Mildura. Isn't that where Beck Gange is from?
I
think it might be.
I think so, yeah. I think that sounds about right. Now, we did have a forecast for some rain coming through. It lasted all of 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. We lucked out there. Hopefully we luck out the same tomorrow.
Yeah, especially with the wind.
Nice. Heel front. We've not seen too many of those today. Oh, was it?
To me, it looked like a front flip. I only caught the last end of it, the tail end of it. But Gilbert coming in, backside, 270.
Just come up a little bit short on that one.
You kind of want to go either 180 or 360. He sort of cheated death with that landing.
Close call.
Yeah, we'll get a replay. Let's see what that first trick to start off the second pass was. There's that toe side 540. And boat turning around in the replay. Yeah, heel side front flip. You don't
Maybe
see
the first one of the day.
Yeah, you don't see those very often.
Oh, that was close.
Ooh, you're toying with that front edge. So our next rider off the dock, I believe Liam Dinage. He's been wakeboarding for 6 years, just checking my eyes. He won the state and national title in his age category last season.
And I believe this is his first World Championships.
So cool. I was talking about it earlier, how I really like how the WWA Worlds, they include amateur divisions. It gives riders the opportunity to gain some experience, to meet other riders, to travel a little bit. And yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where you get started, get a little bit of experience under your belt, and then you can work your way up into those pro divisions, junior pro, things like that. Yeah, and you see a lot of the riders taking advantage of it, where it's here in Australia, we've got a big Kiwi crew coming across. So, no, it's really quite awesome to give these riders the experience. And having the Worlds here and the Land Down Under, which I believe will be coming back in a couple of years as well.
2026, that's right. All right, Liam on the water now, heading in for his first pass.
right, we're playing catch up a little bit here as we got Liam coming into his first pass, first trick off the heels. Half cab roll, or it might have even been a roll to revert. We'll see. We'll be able to tell what this trick is here. Frontside 360, so I mentioned that was a half cab roll. Unless he's one of those riders that does a switch three better than
Really
a
keeping us on our toes.
Oh,
Wow.
toe side back roll.
Getting stretched out there a little bit.
Yeah.
Over rotating.
He's getting a bit too much than he bargained for out of that Nautique G23 wake, boosting him. You really got to slow things down if you get right to the top of that wake. And yeah, an unfortunate fall there for him. So we have 4 days of competition here in the Marine Stadium in the Gold Coast. If you are nearby, if you are in the area, pop on down, come join us. We'd love to see you down here. It's a beautiful location. You can just kick back on the beach. If it gets a bit hot, you can get under the shade of the trees. We get a nice little breeze, which I'm saying nice for me. The riders may be like, yeah, would prefer it to be glassy calm, but it is very pleasant, even though we just did get a little bit of a sprinkling of rain. But yeah, 4 days. The next 2 days are going to be more of the amateur divisions, and then over the weekend we get cracking into the pros, which I'm really excited for.
That's right. I'm excited too. Well, I'm looking forward to see the heats come out, which matchups we want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, a few hometown crew. Corey Tunderson, I believe the defending WWA
That's right.
national champ. Sorry, world champ.
Nick Brappa is the World Series overall leader currently. But we have a few mix-up in the pro men's division with a few injuries. Masi Pifaretti and
Tyler Hyam.
Tyler.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going straight back in for that toe-side back roll. He knew he had it.
Redemption.
I love to see a good redemption.
And when I used to do judging, I would always just, I don't know if it necessarily, maybe in the overall composition it might score up a little bit, but it's just a feel-good moment.
Yeah,
You know?
you could argue that risk is there, that
Yeah.
could fall under risk, I think.
Yeah, falling under the drive format. So the R there in risk, and then drive representing risk. We've got really cool, it just makes it very clear to the riders as to what the format is, what they need to focus on, what the judges are looking for. But you also got to look in the boat, or maybe look on the sheet if you can tell who the judges are. 'Cause
Exactly.
you got someone like Dean in the boat. He's going to be rewarding going big. Yeah, depends who's out
Yeah.
there.
One thing I love about Dean's judging, like while I was out there riding today, you can see his reaction. He's so expressive, so you have a good idea if he liked it or not.
Yeah, and that'd be great. You got to look out as a rider if you see Dino pumped up, throwing his fist up.
More
in
of
the air.
that then.
Looked like we saw back-to-back scarecrows switching regular, starting off his run. There was I believe a wrapped KGB, and on the toes. Oh, scarecrow again. That's a.
Think he wanted the chroma up there?
Yeah, he might have. The repeated trick, final trick. Tantrum to blind, coming unstuck, just getting a little bit of a piece of the top of the wake. So kind of bucking him off his board. But that was a solid run for our second rider here.
I agree. Still a really strong run for Liam.
Yeah, putting the pressure on. We've got Lachlan Ward coming up. Sorry, not Lachlan. Yes, Lachlan. Sorry, we had another Lachlan in the previous heat. It kind of threw me off there for a second.
Multiple Lachlans.
Yeah, Lachlan Ward this time, 23 from the Gold Coast. He's looking forward to competing and at a world level for the first time since 2019.
Back for some more.
Just getting a little spritz to cool off here, so hopefully we don't mess with the equipment too much. A little spray down, bit of water on my face just to really cool me off, which is crucial in here. It is hot. So they did open it up for us, but then the rain came in, so they closed it up again just to protect the equipment. So we're just. I'm muted. I'm on, but I'm just chatting away. The people on the live stream can hear a bit of what's going on here. We're we're just trying to keep cool.
All right, we're back with still Lachlan Ward on the water, right?
Yeah, lucky. Now I heard a bit of excitement from our on-site announcer, Mr. Stu Wilson. Looking forward to the replay of that one. There's a scarecrow, and looks like he's going to call it there. The end of the run. Sometimes there is a little bit of room to squeeze another trick in, but a lot of the time, riders just going, nope, I'm standing. I made it to the end. That's what I had planned.
On to the second pass.
Yeah. So up next, after we see Lachlan finish his run, we will have the men's 30-39 wakeboard quarterfinal. We've got a couple of heats there. In fact, 3 heats that'll be coming out. A couple of New Zealand representatives I'll be looking forward to. Unfortunately, watching on screen, we have seen Lachlan Ward go down on that heel side rotation. Looked like a heel side 3 that he just got a little bit corked off axis the wrong way. That is his first fall. So that boat's going to go and grab him again, bring him back for more action on the water. Oh, looked like it was that 540 that he was going for. So just under rotating it a little bit. You really got to, like heel side 5, you've got to almost over rotate it slightly. Go just slightly past it so that you're landing on that toe side edge, edging away from the wake.
Indeed. That one's got a handful of riders today. Just coming up a tad bit short.
Yeah, that and the toe side front roll, you see it go all the way around. It is a daunting trick. I was saying earlier, it's one that I actually avoided in my young wakeboard years.
Did you really?
I went straight to the scarecrow. I'm like, and I did an
land on
elephant
the
instead. It was just one that I found a little bit easier rather than the front roll, which it's just a little bit daunting when you go up and over and you've really got to land on.
You have to commit to fully rotating. I had quite the time learning a front roll, but once I got it, I'd rather do it than a toe side jump.
Did I saw that happen out there.
Yeah.
Stuck the toe side front roll, unfortunately went
Fell
down on the straight air.
Yeah.
That'll happen.
That'll happen.
In the words of
Oh,
Eric Ruck.
Going for redemption, Lachlan. What's the words of Eric Ruck? Let's hear it.
That'll happen.
That'll happen.
Bring him back on board. Kristen Beat back up here in the commentary booth. Can you hear us through your headset there?
I cannot, and they also wrapped my side set, and I was not done for today, so I might wait and chill with you guys for a little bit and then address some technical errors, because I've got some good notes for you guys.
I can't wait to see what you've captured.
I got some Dean Smith commentary that you guys are going to want to hear.
I'm looking forward to
Mr.
hearing
Amplitude.
it. Yep. Mr. Amplitude. We've got a few familiar names coming through in
We
this
do.
in this next few heats. well, a couple more familiar to me, being some hometown crew that I've ridden with in the past.
Which ones?
We got Nick Beale,
Kiwis?
who is the second rider in heat number 1, and also Jared Lilly, who we saw his wife ride earlier.
Andrea, she was in my
Andrea.
heat.
Yeah. So, just some riders that. Oh, and then another one, heat number 3, Jared Dawson.
Oh,
Matter
Kiwi
of
in all
fact,
3.
ooh, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Jared Dawson is our current national champion.
Ah.
Pretty sure.
So in New Zealand, do you have the same categories? Would that be like in an open men's, or would it be in the men's 30 to 39? What category would he be
that'd
in?
be the open men's. He's been riding for quite a while. A lot of the time he would be in sort of like back when I was riding. I think he was maybe in the men's 1 division, things like that. Getting a bit of experience, building up his contest legs, and just. Yeah, it's cool to see him stepping up into the open men's division. There's some good riders down there. I mentioned Paul Maguire, who was tuned in. He sent me a little message.
Oh, love.
A little bit of props on the commentary. Appreciate that, mate. And I hope the recovery from the injury is going all right. He did shatter his tibial plateau.
Oh, my goodness.
Earlier in the year. That's a pretty tough recovery, that one. But yeah, we got some really good riders out of New Zealand. Francesco Hazelwood, some of the new blood that's sort of come through from the junior divisions.
Yeah, I recognize that name. He's competed at a handful of events with us, I believe.
Yeah. It's cool. We got another rider getting ready to go to start off men's 30 to 39. Brad Harbinson is a 33-year-old Melbourne native. He's good to be breaking boards, and he's good at breaking boards and boots. I'm familiar, my friend. I'm familiar. Maybe he's one of these riders that's a bit taller in stature or a bit more heavy set. Either that, or maybe he just crashes in a way that breaks boards and boots. He's always injured. Thankfully, he's not right now, I believe, or at least he's pushing through it. And just getting out here and experiencing everything. Experience Gold Coast is one of our supporting partners.
Fitting.
I know Kristen was out there experiencing the Gold Coast yesterday. I really enjoyed talking to her about getting some koala cuddles and some kangaroo scratches.
I'm a bit envious.
Yeah, I saw some photos. I was like, man, you're really getting out there and getting amongst it.
Experiencing the Gold Coast. So much to offer.
Big back roll. You can see why maybe he breaks boards and boots. He doesn't.
He's all out, as we can
half-ass.
see on that roll to revert.
Yeah, half cab roll taking him down, unfortunately, over rotating. That is a easy trick to over rotate, because as you're coming up off the wake, a lot of people scoop it to get that 180 going as well, but it makes it a bit easier to end up accidentally over rotating it, which we saw there. But that was a big back roll, solid landing, and yeah, as you see there.
Oh, just overcooked it just a little bit from Brad's. Still a bit of room. The boat is getting on plane quite quickly, so he should still have room for at least one more, maybe 2.
Yeah, it's amazing how much the technology's progressed. I remember the first wakeboard boat that I rode behind. I think everyone was just so excited that we had the big block engine in it, and it was about 350 horsepower, where I believe you can add at least 200 horsepower to that
you're
now,
accurate.
plus a supercharger. These boats are incredible, and they also recently come out with an electric range too, which I think is it's really cool. I mean, I guess it depends on what your riding setup is. If you're on a lake in Florida where you're always close to the dock, I've never been in one of those boats. I'd imagine you got to keep an eye on the battery life, plug it in on charge.
Yeah, I think situationally it could be perfect for some people's boating habits.
Yeah. Plus, a lot more quiet in the boat.
I can imagine.
It would feel strange.
I've
So
actually-
used to the roaring engine.
Exactly. I've actually spoke to Kristen a little bit about that as she commentates on the X Games, and some of those riders are using electric bikes now, and that's one of the most unique things.
And I could see, I can't remember who the rider was doing those whips. They're like crazy upside down whips on the electric bike, which seems to be an advantage using that bike. I don't know if they're lighter. I don't know if it's more torque.
The torque,
Yeah.
maybe? Yeah.
Maybe you can fill us in on that, Kristen. Just throwing you on the deep end. We're talking about X Games. We're talking about electric boats and bikes and things like that. And I remember seeing a rider recently in the best whip contest doing these upside down whips on an electric bike, and it was just crazy. Patrick Evans. There you go.
Check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Well, if
hear
you
you.
guys can hear me, that's all that matters. Yeah, so Patrick Evans has been able to reinvent the whip, and that's due in part to the torque that electric bike delivers. It doesn't have the same restraint. You could not do what he does on a traditional gas-powered bike because of the linkage and the gearing, and it gets very geometry and very complex. But he has truly reinvented it, and that's because of the power delivery on that Stark electric bike. And it was the first time that the Stark had won anything in professional competition
Wow.
across all forms of racing, across X Games. So, yeah, they're doing some crazy things with the horsepower and the torque on these electric vehicles, bikes, you name it, boats.
And the
Yeah.
torque is a huge thing for getting out of the hole, getting up on plane. We saw the Rayleigh there. Oh, and he looked like he wanted one more trick, but just getting a bit of slack on the landing of that Rayleigh, so unable to squeeze in one more. But he's stood up to the end of pass number 2, had that early fall on that half cab roll that he over-rotated. And, hey, that's a solid run there. We
It's a
got
great start.
3 riders, 3 heats. Top 2 are going to go through to a semi-final, and then I believe we're going to have 2 3-man heats with, again, the top 2 making it through.
That's
And,
correct.
Looking at some of the names here, you can't mess around. When you got Dean Smith, you got Kirby Leasman, you got some and Thomas. So Thomas Kanotek.
Kanotek.
It is a K.
Is it? Did
I
we
was
confirm
right.
that?
I went in, so it was.
I
we thought
was
it was.
right.
We thought it was Nautique. Couldn't tell. I went and had a chat
Kano.
with him before. Kanotek.
Kanotek.
He's going to be in heat number 3. He's just coming off a world title win, and I believe was it the men's park 30 plus park division.
I know he
possibly?
podiumed in both park and features.
He
I'm
was
not
on
sure
top
which one he
on
won.
one of them. So, yeah, obviously coming out from the US, having a good showing out here so far. One of these riders doing double duty across the park and boat Wakeboard World Championships.
Mr. Kanotek.
He's coming up in the 3rd heat.
Well, I might as well share my notes on Dean Smith now. He'll be coming up. Oh, wait. Just kidding. We're going. I was going to give you a preview of Heat 2.
That's right. I can give you some notes on Nick Beal because he's a rider that I've known for a long time. He has gone through some injuries himself. I remember, I believe it was a knee surgery that he had to go through. Kiwi rider, starting off with a toe side approach. Up and over for the Scarecrow. Team Kiwi, all 30-something of them down there, and their supporters on the shoreline. They'll be going mental for him right now, really showing the love. Back roll for hit number 2, switching it back around. There's the half cab roll. Oh, and that taking him down as well. Brad Harbinson went down as well on that same trick in a similar part of the course. So I guess leveling it up, you know, it's, I guess that means he's not falling behind as such, even with that fall. But with a rider like Kirby Leasman following, he is a competitor that I used to ride against and with in the junior division. So I've got a little story I'll tell you guys a bit later when he comes onto the water. Kirby, one of the friendliest, nicest guys ever. Also Nick Beal, such a great dude. He's 38 years out of Hamilton, New Zealand.
This heat featuring an athlete from New Zealand, Australia, and the US of A. So 3 countries represented in one quarterfinal heat, men's 30 to 39 wakeboard. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and then the heat number 3, we got another one with Japan, USA, and New Zealand. So it is an international affair out here. That's what the world is all about.
A truly international presence there. And we are graced by the one and only Mr. Shannon Starling. Welcome to the TV booth.
Hey, glad to be here. Really enjoy this so far.
Shannon from the WWA. What's the official title? Director? President?
Boss.
President.
I am the current president and CEO of the World Wake Association.
Well, thank you so much for bringing the Wakeboard World Champs down to Australia. Oh, no. Nick Beal going down on that heelside 3. That is heartbreak for him right there.
So, Shannon, as we're watching some of these heats and quarterfinals and semifinals progress, what are you noticing about the way the sport continues to change?
Well, obviously, I was there in the early days. I rode and actually won the first WWA event in history. And back then the big move was a back scratcher.
Can you tell us what year that was? I'm going to just date you right here.
1989.
89, going back to the 80s. It's I was 2.5 years old probably at that point. That's awesome that you've been obviously involved in the sport, a fan of the sport, and then now helping bring these events to different parts of the world.
Tell me about how this came together. Why Gold Coast?
Well, when you look at our sport today, the number 2 most wakeboarding country there is going to be Australia. More than that, Australia is turning out talent. We have had Australians at the top of the podium
dominating
for years.
in every,
And now you look at this year with Nick Rappa, Corey Tunis, and you look at all the boys, what they've brought. The Aussies came into wakeboarding with guts. They came in with things that made the rest of the world go, wow, we're going to need to step up our game. So it's been awesome to watch these guys continue to lead the pack, and this has been for some years now.
Yeah, we honored 3 of our Aussies at the Wake Awards on Monday night. Daniel Watkins, Josh Sanders, and Brett Eisenhower. 3 of those riders that you'd be talking about there leading the charge. There are some earlier Aussies as well, the likes of Greg Falzon.
His whole
Shannon
family
Best.
actually competing in park just the other day. And it's nice to see those complete community families coming out and
I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time with those boys. That was the crew with me. I got to see Bruce Robeson, who's been instrumental in starting the sport here. He was one of the original founders of WWA Australia 20 years ago. And it's been a lot of fun to grow up with those boys, but now to see them as grown-ups running their own businesses and still participating in the sport. Daniel Watkins with Gold Coast Wake Park, things of that nature. It's been really cool to come here.
How much work went into getting this event together? I know it takes years.
How much time do you have?
Yeah.
It was so 2 years in the making. We've always known that we wanted to come here. Our job is to grow the sport worldwide. So when we look at it, we try to. This event went from Japan back to the States to Portugal last year, now to Australia. Next year it'll go back to the States. So we want to constantly move it around. So what I think you'll see over the next few years, because the intent is to be back in 26 here, you'll see the sport really start to grow here back to what it was previous years. So if you don't go to a place, it kind of becomes stale. So we want to bring this show to everybody.
Yeah, and I was talking earlier about how I love that the WWA includes amateur divisions in the World Championships. It gives these riders the chance to gain some experience, to find their feet out here in an international competition. And I guarantee we'll see some of the riders we see in the amateur divisions now. In 2 years, they'll be stepping up into the pro.
Hey, I love to watch the pro guys as much as the next, right? But when you see these younger men and women and boys and girls get on the water and you see them striving to be where Corey Tunison is today or Megan Ethel is today, that's what this is about. There's the reason I come to these, and it's to watch that. I love the boys. We hang out. But I'm telling you, the amateur side is what keeps the sport alive and continues to grow.
I'm almost equally as inspired by the older riders in the
in the 40-plus men's division.
Just absolutely charging out there. I can imagine the bodies hurt a little bit more afterwards. Need to take a few extra days. Yeah, Dean Smith, one of those riders. But on the water now, we got a U.S. representative, Kirby Leasman, and I've got a little story for you. But I'll tell you when we're in between passes. He started off with that Mellon frontside 360, kind of poking it out with a good amount of style. Toe side back in, looked like a kind of bat wing to blind, a little bit of a toe side off axis, backside 180. And a roll to blind, back roll with a late backside 180. Love that one. You can do that with an early handle pass or a late kind of pull back around to blind. Cab 540. And Stalefish, backside 180, kind of corking it out behind him. I love that one. And finishing it off with that cab 180. That's a nice first pass. Oh, one more just for fun. Nice little grab. Now, the story I've got about Kirby Leasman goes back to, I think it was about 2005. And this is when I was competing on the Junior Pro Tour with Kirby. I was a broke wakeboarder. I didn't really have a lot of support. I was out there. I can't remember exactly where it was, maybe Wisconsin or somewhere like that for a national championships. Maybe it was a pro tour. And I unpacked my sleeping bag on the couch in the lobby of the hotel. I hadn't planned out where I was going to stay. I don't know how happy the hotel would have been about it. But Kirby and his family, they opened their room up to me. I think Kirby even slept on the floor and let me have the pull-away bed. The nicest guy you'll ever come across. Love Kirby to bits.
Still like that today. Look at his run now.
There it is, the Moby Dick to start it off. And there's a toe side roll to revert. Kirby, a coach, also supporting some of his other riders out here, some of his students.
A very good coach.
Very, very good coach. Kirby Leasman's School of Wake.
He's also developed a coaching system that we're all starting to investigate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for safer, better training.
Wow.
Shannon, what is it
really
like
cool
to kind of follow these athletes' careers? Because
I've
you've known most of them since they were young.
I've been through a lot of the careers, and all the way back from the Boniface. I was Parks Boniface first coach, and there was a point that you just go, yeah, you've outdone me. Like, I can't teach you any. Parks used to call me. I told a story this morning, and he's so talented, and as a lot of these athletes are. And the story was he said, hey, how do you do a front flip? Called me. And I said, do this, this, and this. And he goes, and he called me. About 2 hours later, I said, you get it? He said, nah, but I learned it switch. And I just hang up the phone like, you know what? I don't need to be here.
Yeah. Parks obviously, considered maybe the GOAT of wakeboarding. He was, especially in that early era, he was kind of that next generation that came through after the Murrays and Shapiros, but kind of in that era as well. But he was the young buck that came out and was just absolutely killing it.
He changed it.
He did.
I have the pleasure of seeing the changes through history, and you can watch Darren change the sport. Parks changed the sport. Like, they started doing things that were unseen, and that's what we're seeing today out of the Corey Tunisons and the Nick Rappas and the triple flip. How?
Thomas Herman.
Thomas Herman. How do you do this?
I mean, you'd probably, After the likes of Parks, you'd have like the Danny Halfs change the sport. Just bringing so much more style and creativity to it. Obviously, all of these riders really creative, and that's what I love about the sport. You can invent new tricks. I mean, it's getting harder these days because so much has already been done, but you get riders going out, the likes of Thomas Herman going out doing the triple flip last year at Parks' Double or Nothing. This year he did the wrapped double KGB, the first ever two-time back-to-back winner of Parks' Double or Nothing, and he's out here to compete as well this weekend.
That's what it's like to watch him, to answer your question, to watch him progress. But then today I got to come back and sit at the wake park with Daniel Watkins, who is somebody that I've seen it happen, and now they have kids, and now
their families involved.
Their families involved, their mentality changes, their appreciation changes. So it's really kind of a cool thing to see.
Speaking to one of our sponsors, Nautique, how much do you think the boats have influenced that progression as well? Because these boats are getting better and better every year. Out there we have the 2025 G23.
Yeah, bigger, better. I go back in the day, and we all remember the times that we were behind a slalom ski boat and put a tower on it, invited all of our friends, added whatever we could do, and the wake wasn't an eighth of what it is today. But wake shape matters. There's a lot of design that goes into that, because you can definitely have a wake that's not fun to ride.
Right.
So when you look at a company like Nautique, they're constantly progressing with the athlete.
Speaking
the athlete
of
says
fun
things.
to ride, get your eyes on the water right now. We have Dean Smith coming in. There's a front mob to start off heat number 2.
So I've got a good Dean Smith quote real quick. Dean told me before the start of this run, I said, are you going to tailor your run based on the climate and the changing weather? And he said, yeah, I'm going to need to tone it down a little bit. So this is Dean toned down. But then in addition to that, I said, well, do you have your routine or your choreography drawn up? He said, I have never done that my entire career. I'm just going to wing it. Why change things now?
There is no toning down, Dean. Just so everybody's aware.
This
There's
is what he
no
said would
toning
be
that
toned
down. Yeah.
Oh, you see him. He looks like he's hurting a little bit. He was absolutely.
He did not tone it down.
singing
He didn't tone it down.
At the Wake Park World Champs, you may see, if you go onto the WWA's Instagram, at the WWA, you will see Dean absolutely sending it on the biggest stalefish glide. Like, we used to see him do that in his prime.
It does seem like he's kind of collapsing into himself. And
Yeah, he might need oxygen.
He's one of those riders that, you see some riders really absorb it in the knees. Dino doesn't. He does it through his back and his hips.
and he hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the live event announcer actually say this the other day, and he said this class needs a little WD-40.
Yeah.
And I got a good chuckle out of that.
Yeah. Advil, good sponsor. That would be
Yeah.
very helpful.
That's what we got to bring on for these
And
guys.
Dean goes as big as they do, always.
Yep. Toe side now, front side 540.
Now, do you
He's-
notice that he maybe cuts the wake a little differently to get that amplitude? What is he doing to
There's
get
something
that
wrong
power?
with Dean. He
Yeah,
just
he's-
axed it.
He's hurting a little bit.
Oh.
He's maybe the lower back or something
I'm
might be
thinking
hurting.
it might be a knee. I think he was grabbing at his knee earlier.
Well, I hate to see that, obviously, out of such a tremendous athlete his whole life.
Someone who is probably by far the favorite,
Fan favorite.
in this division.
Local to
favorite for the win.
Australia.
Still
Well,
enough.
not hurting that bad.
Two tricks in the
He said,
second pass.
I'm not competitive, but I'll still give you one more.
Yeah.
A true crowd pleaser.
Yeah, would someone
Man of
get
the
this man
people.
an ice bath.
Yeah.
That's going to be Amber's job.
Yeah.
I'll be avoiding that.
Amber, one of our live event judges, or live event calls here as well. Also a judge sometimes, and,
And one of the
a
best women
wakeboarder.
in the world on a wakeboard.
And a wakeboarder.
Yeah.
Triple threat down here this weekend.
She's probably having to chase the kids around as well. So
Quadruple threat.
Yeah.
A superhero at that point.
Those kids have Dean's energy. You do have to chase them.
uh-huh.
Wonderful family. Still heavily involved in the sport. I love to see that.
Yeah, decent. Dean recently becoming the sales rep for Hyperlight here in Australia, which I feel like it reinvigorated him in the sport, got him more involved again. Amber Wing, Amber Smith, Amber Wing Smith, if you will, just coming from a water sports family, the Wings going back to her father and uncle. Both very much involved in the water ski scene, and you can't keep this family away from water sports.
Like me, I have been very fortunate to be able to progress through a sport from the early days before it existed and get to still be here today. I think that's any of our dreams. How can we continue to do what we've loved every day, what we've supported? It's hard work. We asked about bringing this event here. It was 2 years of work, and everybody looks at you like, why? It's like, because this is what I love, and it's for these. It's always for the pro athletes. That's great, but it's giving these amateurs a place to show their talents and be a part of a bigger community.
And how they're building their families out to enjoy the sport as well, and the communities. And so many of these stories that we're reading, especially in the amateurs, I went out to the lake with a family friend, and they invited me out, and then they took the sport somewhere else. So.
And that's even where I found it. We were on a family holiday, and a family friend brought along an old plastic mold sandal strap wakeboard that I got on, and I never water skied again after that. I was like, I'm hooked on this. This is awesome.
My introduction to water sports was at a family reunion. So, yeah, that's how it happened. And then our first boat was a Nautique.
There you go.
2001 Nautique. What a wake on that thing.
Toe side wake to wake for Sean Taffy.
He is from Melbourne, not too far away, 34 years old. Part of the first ever group of riders from Melbourne University water ski and wakeboard team to compete at Wakeboard World. So a little collegiate athlete. Oh, and then he goes down.
Just missing that handle on the front side 3 at the end of his first pass.
Unfortunately, you need the handle. That's
No
What is it?
rope, no hope. Brad taught me that.
no hope without it. Yeah.
Brad taught me no rope. no
Although
hope.
some of these riders can let go of it halfway through a trick and then catch it again before they land.
The infamous Sean Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's looking for looked like he was looking for a speed adjustment partway through the run there. The riders can do that. They give a little thumbs up or a thumbs down. Speed up, slower down a little bit.
And by rule, if it's not right, they toss the handle, they get a reride, you know. So we try to be perfect, but that's tough sometimes.
Yeah. The amazing thing with the technology over the years is obviously the perfect pass kind of systems where it's gotten better and better, more accurate. I guess it's gotten to the point where it's really adjusting to even the rider. When the rider cuts out, puts a little bit of strain on the boat. I mean, the engines are so big now these days anyway, they barely slow down when you cut out. But no, just it's like cruise control. You just press the button and go, and you get a nice solid speed.
I was part of that group trying to dial that in, testing many years ago, and you'd start to cut, and it would add 20 miles an hour, like getting that, and they got it pretty good now. This thing, I know when I drive the boat at home, I hit the gas and I let it go. We're good to go, because I shouldn't be driving anyway. They don't let me drive the boats anymore.
Sean Taffy back up and on his feet. Let's watch him take this pass.
Kind of glad to see the wind hasn't picked up too much throughout the day here. We're reasonably sheltered. It's a good wind direction so far. It gives the riders kind of a little bit of a headwind one way, and they're riding with the wind the opposite direction.
Yeah, back to Dean, he was telling me because of the headwind, he wasn't planning on attempting any of his bigger air tricks on his first pass, but on his second pass where they have the tailwind. That was kind of his strategy, or his wing it strategy.
And he made a liar out of himself because he went the biggest stalefish glide.
He said he was going to wing it.
Which may have been why he's a little bit sore at the end of that one, a little bit ginger. A toe side grab, a toe side wake to wake. Sean's setting up for something here on the heels, cutting to that drone angle, heel side, front side 3.
That we'll get one more trick in.
Nice.
Case in the wake, pulling through anyway. He's got room for one more. Tantrum to blind. Sorry, I just glanced up and jumping ahead of us there. Ruining the surprise of that last trick, but it's kind of hard when you're seeing it up there. You're seeing it on the screen.
Well, it's right in front of us.
Live action.
You know, you talk about the weather. We're an outdoor sport. Our athletes have it's like any other sport. It's going to rain. It's going to have wind. The snow may not be perfect. The track may not be smooth. This is what separates the men from the boys. This is where you make world champions.
We were talking about the likes of Rusty Malinowski, who, was among, I'd say, very few riders that would wait for the wind to come up.
He excelled.
And he'd go out there when it was choppy, when he was training, just because he knew that you come up against any conditions. I remember back when we went up to Canada to, was it Wakefest or something like that? It was, I'm trying to think, British Columbia, out there in BC, and the conditions were terrible. There was a big seawall. It was a big, wide open lake. So it really made it challenging for these riders. But, I remember Rusty excelling there. I remember that was one of the stops where we had all 3 Aussies that we celebrated the other night on the podium, Daniel,
nice.
Josh, and Ike. And that was also the event that I slept in and I missed my ride, and I was in a lot of trouble from the sponsors.
Yeah.
I blame it on the blackout curtains in that part of the world. The alarm went off. I was like, no, it's still nighttime. Back to sleep. Next thing I got a call from Dino, I think it was, going, mate, where are you? You're about to ride.
So, Shannon, when you
It's another famous wakeboarder on right now. Anthony Monaco now works for Nautique Boats. You remember him competing back in the days.
Yeah. So cool to see them coming back in and being a part of the sport, being around here.
So, Shannon, one of the partners for this event is Visit Gold Coast, # Visit Gold Coast. Have you been able to visit Gold Coast at all? What are kind of your favorite stops? Because I know that while you're here, you're working, but are you able to escape and visit quote unquote Gold Coast?
Well, I Visit Gold Coast has been amazing. They really helped us come here, opened a lot of doors, opened the doors here in this arena. But yeah, I've been able to visit. I've been able to see things. Surfer's Paradise is exactly what it says. My wife and I have spent every morning looking at the beach, at the whales jumping out of the water. You don't see this around the world. I know you've gone surfing, you've gone skateboarding, you've really visited Gold Coast as well.
Even
I've been enjoying
yesterday.
it. Yeah.
That was so cool. I'm so jealous, actually. I've seen those photos come through. They're epic, getting koala hugs. And
I did. I also
You
went
got
to
koala-
the.
oh,
I went
yeah.
to the wildlife reserve, and I was able to hold one of the koalas. And Brad and I were talking earlier. I was actually surprised at how chonky they are.
Oh, yeah, they're awesome.
They're
Yeah.
like little chunkies, but we've had so much fun. It's been awesome.
We were able to hold them at the Australian Zoo, where a wakeboarder now is, Chandler Powell, old cable rider,
That's right.
very good. And we got to hold the koalas, and apparently they won't let you take those home.
No, you can't put them in
We
your
checked,
purse.
and
I'm sure
you can
Maria
get the
wanted to
little
bring one home.
clip-on ones, though. The little,
yeah.
like,
Well,
souvenir
Maria
ones.
wants a whale now. We live on a lake. She figured, just a little baby whale. They're the cutest thing.
Yeah,
They're
just ship it over.
inspirational. They are somebody's spirit animal.
They
If
sing
you,
to you.
if you have a chance to go out, right now's the whale time. It was beautiful. The boat took us out. It was an amazing ride, really good time. Sam down there took care of us. It was a lot of fun. But Visit Gold Coast, to go back to that, they have just been instrumental in this. They've been out here today. The media, everything that we're doing through PJ, it's really been an amazing experience here, and the community's really gotten behind the sport. This is, like I said, it's the second largest wakeboarding community in the world. They love it, and we love being here.
The media as well. I got the really cool experience of at the wake park. We had the team from Channel 7 News, I believe. They came in and they were like, "Oh my God, Brad, our producer follows you on Instagram. They told us we need to come down here and interview you." And it was so cool what social media can do to kind of spread our
the word.
stories. And obviously, following on from my injury and the fact that I'm now getting back involved in the sport, which I'm so stoked to be able to do. Talking about where I'm from, New Zealand, we got Jared Lilly on the water right now. He's a final rider here in heat number 2, Mount Maunganui native.
Say that again.
Mount Maunganui.
That is a mouthful.
I don't even believe that's a word.
It is where he is from.
It is.
Okay.
He trains in Lake Karapiro.
Have you been on Lake Karapiro?
Yeah, that is where we would
Karapiro.
usually hold our nationals. They got a few ski clubs along there. We got some really beautiful conditions there. There's a whole chain of hydro lakes that have, basically coming out of Lake Taupo, which is the big lake in the middle there. It kind of feeds all of these lakes that head north. And we get so many cool places to ride because of it. And Jared, one of those riders who really soaks it up there on Lake Karapiro.
Shannon, what is it like to see such an international representation throughout a lot of these divisions? I mean, we have riders from Japan, USA, New Zealand, Thailand, of course the
Everywhere.
USA.
I always say it this way, and when people say, is it a big sport? And I said, the sport's gotten pretty big. We're very global, but basically what I now have is friends and family all over the world.
Yeah.
Right? So when we see this many athletes coming in, Japan has a very strong contingent with Shota. So they have some amazing athletes. Canada has amazing athletes. The sport was kind of grown up in the U.S. because that's where the industry was, but to go around and visit the rest of the world and see it happening everywhere, that's where you also see more progression. Things aren't getting stale, they're getting better, they're getting bigger. Like, it's really been for me, I've been able to experience a lifetime in the years I've been a part of it, and it's really a wonderful thing to see. I was one of the first groups to introduce wakeboarding to Japan. I introduced wakeboarding to Russia, to the Russian national water ski team. Wow. And back then it's all water skiing. We turn, we jump, and we trick. And now to see the world shift and welcome us and open our arms because it intrigued the kids, it became a board sport. Wonderful. How do you argue with that?
And it really is on the cutting edge of action sports. When you think about the progression that athletes like Sam Brown and what we talked about, Nick Rappa, Corey Tunison, are projecting, it's viral on social media. Anytime you go on social media, it's right up there with the surfers and the skateboarders, and you see these viral clips of these guys just doing outrageous tricks with massive amplitude, and it's constantly kind of pushing the limits. It's so cool to see.
And we're not done yet.
And we're not done yet.
Yeah, the way we at the WWA, we've always tried to we try to help the sport grow. We don't try to hinder it. We try to keep rules as minimal as possible. We try to let the sport grow and evolve on its own because the natural progression is what will exist, not something we force.
Yeah, it is a freestyle sport, and there have been judging formats in the past where you're kind of locked into certain tricks and they've got certain scores, and if you do a trick that you've invented that isn't on that score sheet, you're going to
No
get
points.
a 0 score for it. And so, I really love the way that the judging formats, they've evolved over the years. We've gone into
We've been through them all, haven't we?
head-to-head battles and
Yep.
things like that, which I think even started here on the Australian Pro Tour.
Head-to-head?
Yeah.
Still my favorite.
Oh, I really
I love
enjoyed that.
head-to-head.
Although, as a competitor,
Now describe head-to-head for
so
someone who
it's
has not witnessed
one-on-one.
it.
So rather than heats of 3, 4, 5 riders,
Oh, it's a bracket style.
It's one-on-one.
Oh, yeah.
So it all
You're
comes
done.
down.
Fun.
One and done.
Yeah, it comes down to who you're up against. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes not so much.
Did you like competing in that format, Brad?
I really enjoyed it. As I said, it was the Australian Pro Tour was kind of where it started. I spent a lot of my years competing on the Aussie Pro Tour, but yeah, when you get matched up against a Harley Clifford or a
What do you do?
Daniel Watkins and those guys, then and part of me really enjoyed that because it's like, well, even my best run might not win, so that's all I can do. And you just go out, you put the pressure on. There was only once I think that I beat, twice that I beat Harley. And it's just
Nice.
going out, putting the pressure on. I'll claim that forever.
Claim it, yeah.
So, guys, we're having a little bit of a technical delay here on our boards, but if you're following on the Rideline app, I checked. You guys can see the video stream live on the Rideline app, just a delay to us
Weather's
here.
starting to come in a little bit. Either probably everybody's adjusting for this little bit of rain. What doesn't affect us, does not affect wakeboarders.
No.
A downpour will hit you in the eyes. We only stop for safety reasons, so you've got to learn to adapt to the conditions.
Yeah, the rider's just got to squint a little bit and, not be looking up too much. You kind of look, keep your eyes locked on the way because you're.
But I can only imagine that might be distracting to an athlete. Will they tailor their run for that? They're not going to try anything crazy.
They
Or-
might,
They might.
but
Buckle up,
yeah,
guys.
there again, you don't know what they're going to do.
Buckle up.
Yeah. It's similar, I know you know a lot about moto. They put all the mud deflectors on everything.
Yes.
Here you may see people put on a baseball cap, pull it down over their eyes.
Oh,
There's
really?
multiple things you'll see people maybe try. Mostly, they just go for it.
Yeah.
It's just water.
And that's where, when you're in training, if it does rain, get out there and get amongst it.
Train in
anyway.
it. Yeah. I remember when I was competing, I would train in rough water. People were like, why are you riding in that? I said, because I know where I'm going and it's going to be rough and that's what I got to be ready for.
Yeah.
Have your parents spray you in the face with a water bottle while you're riding just to train.
Yuki Yokoyama out on the course right now from Japan. He's 38 years old. His direct quote is, "I just want to have fun."
That's great. Actually,
That's
I'm
why we're
having a
here.
look here. I just want to be fun.
I just
is
want to
what
be
I'm
fun.
reading here.
Just
It
going
seems
to
like a
be fun.
Oh, just
Awesome.
going to be fun.
Just going to
Yeah.
be fun.
Yeah.
Good
Just
time to
going to be
recognize WWA Japan. They do a wonderful job with the sport in Japan. They always put together a good team, a lot of good training, a lot of good athletes come out of
Their
there.
riders are incredible. I've got a few of them that I follow on social media, and they're just it's insane. They're right up there with the best in the world, and it's all thanks to the way that the WWA has gone global, and as the hashtag is, where wake takes you. That was something that I really loved about the sport. Got to take me all around the world. Got to experience so many different cultures and just some amazing places to go and ride.
And food.
Yeah.
I like
Great
to. I'm at the
food.
age that I enjoy the food.
Same.
Gold Coast has some of the best food. It is really good here. It's very diverse. You can get
It
whatever
really
you
is
want.
like really good sushi, or
Yeah, the
like,
sushi's been
I
real
went
good.
And got like a kebab before the other day. It's
Australian beef. Come on,
Yeah.
you can't miss the steak. We had a wonderful steak the other night. Yeah.
yeah. The food at the awards was really good.
That was good.
Really
That
nice
was good.
steak. I was giving the eyes to my caregiver, like, hey, don't let them take that away. I'm on stage here. They're serving it up. Don't you take my meal.
Yeah, I'm not done yet. You did a great job there. That was a great
Yeah.
award.
Thank you.
We've all missed those since the COVID days, and now everything's starting to come back to normal. What a wonderful night. It was like a class reunion for me. All the old people got together, and we talked stories. Loved it.
It was. Several generations of a reunion there with, some of the older statesmen and the crew that were all involved in the Australian Pro Tour days. We're looking directly out on the water, Yuki, and we're maybe a little bit of a head here to where we are on the stream, but Yuki unfortunately going down on what looked like a Moby Dick. It's the tantrum to backside 360 with a handle pass.
And he's just past that three-quarter buoy. That's the no pickup,
I believe that was his second fall.
Oh,
as
it was
well.
the second. I
Yeah.
didn't see the first one. A lot of people ask about that 3/4. I like to explain the rules since that's part of my job. The 3/4 buoy is that point that if we pick you up, we're not going to be able to get back to speed. It's not that we don't like you anymore. It's not that we don't want to see you ride more. It just can't happen before the end of the course.
I was talking about little tactics, and back in my competitive days, we'd fall really close to it. And then, or even just when you'd fall in general, just hands under the water, swimming
Little
back.
swimming,
Trying not to show too much. You just kind of edge back a little bit and try and show that you're right behind that buoy, and you got some more in the tank. So that was our first rider, Yuki Yokoyama. It's 38 years old from Japan. Out there, just going to be fun. Maybe not as much fun as he would have wanted, going down. I'm sure he had a good time anyway. But it looks like not all of these riders are going to advance.
That's sport. That's why we love it. That's why we do it. I love sport. I never want to take second, but if I don't make it, that means I've got to get better. That means it wasn't my day.
Well, and so my situation now, 10 years ago, I had a spinal cord injury. I obviously my life changed in an instant, but I feel like what I learned from wakeboarding, from competitive sports, from being an athlete, really, really helped me navigate that journey after the accident.
Fight.
The fight, like there was, as they say, you win or you learn. And I didn't win a lot of contests in the past. I learned a lot, as you will. And I think, even the times that I was in when I'd say landed the 1080 was the fourth in the world to do so. And I was ready for the sponsors to come in, all the money to arrive.
Yeah.
2008. Wasn't the best year for the economy.
Nope.
So again, there's highs and lows, there's injuries, there's wins and losses, and you don't learn more than I believe you would as a pro athlete. You really do build that resilience, and so I'm really, really owe where I am today and the mental state that I'm in to my years in wakeboarding.
I have a close friend that shared with me, it's not necessarily to 08, but I was like, what are we going to do? How are we going to navigate this? He said, be here when it's done. Be here when it's on the ups, be at the next step. And that's how I've lived everything is I know, not as your severity, but I had a neck injury in 1989 that had a nice spinal shock. I was paralyzed for 12 hours, and I woke up the next morning, and we weren't sure what was going to happen. And a year later, I won the '94 Men's One World Championships in Isla Mirada. So you don't know where things are going to go, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, live in the moment, take it as it comes. Right now, we've got Thomas Knotek. He's on the water. He's a Wake Park world champion from earlier this week.
From the red, white, and blue from the US of A.
He is indeed.
Nice. I love to see the crossover, too. That's gotten smaller in the years because Wake Park has really created its own dynasty as well next to boat. And we used to see a lot of athletes cross over. Now I really love the diversity because if you're not good at features, you're not going to be at Wake Park, right?
Yeah.
But watching these guys come back to boat.
Oh, wow.
Seems we're being attacked again by a magpie. Is it magpie, right?
It's a magpie going after one of Greg Weatherall's drones out there.
Yeah. Nice.
We just had a little freeze frame. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll catch up. You'll see it on the Rideline app. Hopefully the magpie did not take the drone down.
But to your point, Shannon, even looking at Trent Stuckey, who not only will compete in park, but also be behind the boat, and for someone to start in park, which I think in the past the guys behind the boat have dabbled in park and vice versa, but for someone to start in park and then to kind of slowly now move behind the boat, I'm really excited to see what he has to offer for us.
Shannon Best, Hall of Famer. He kind of went that way. He did start behind boat, but he became big at cable first.
Right.
Tom Fouché, another great athlete that was able to cross over to boat.
And even
the Stuckies aren't going to have a problem, by the way.
Well, I guess, Mark Kenny back in the day.
Mark Kenny,
starting on cable, crossing over to boat. He was one of the best boat riders and one of my
us too soon, but
early influences. I was very honored to win the Mark Kenny Memorial Award back in 2005, last time the Worlds were back here in Australia. But yeah, huge influence on me. I did look on the Rideline app. There was actually a really cool shot of the magpie chasing.
Nice.
It went on for quite a while there, but yeah, we got Thomas Knotek. He got the back roll. Standing up. Oh, he's at the end of pass number 1. We'll swing him around, bring him back for the second pass.
I have to say, this is probably the first time I've seen our drone attacked
by
in
a bird?
history. This
I'm
is
sure.
pretty impressive.
That is rare. I've never seen that actually either.
So magpies, you see when people have shiny things on them, the magpies will swoop them. And
Yep.
I remember we've got them in New Zealand as well. That I remember walking home from school, you'd be end up just sprinting, trying to get away from these magpies as they're swooping you. But yeah, I wonder how the drone.
Kristen, have you
fared
seen
there.
the bike helmets here, and they have all their zip ties tied to it? Apparently, that's for the magpies because they swoop them in the little. Oh, what'd he do?
I thought that was a fashion statement, but apparently there is
It's a magpie problem.
that is a magpie problem. Go get it.
Functional. We're seeing the Scarecrow off the right hand, off the toe side, back in on the heels, giving a little wave at the crowd. Front side 540, Tom Knotek.
Next up, we will close out this division with Jared Dawson, 39 years old from New Zealand. And that will wrap up the men's 30 to 39 wakeboard quarterfinal. We are in heat number 3, moving on to Jared Dawson after this.
We just saw the first toe side 7 to go down in the contest.
Nice.
Landing wrapped, solid run there from Tom Knotek. He did have the one fall in the first pass, but came back so strong from that, putting the pressure on Jared Dawson, I believe, who is our current national champion out in New Zealand.
Let's take a look at those replays.
Brad, did
Show
you
the
just pack a
magpie
plane
replay.
with New Zealand? Did you brought them
did.
all with? I love it.
And the family and the cheering sections,
Love
because
it.
they're all down there.
Yeah, all in the same shirt, Team New
Yep.
Zealand. I love it.
Yep, they really brought the cheering section. I believe there's over 30 of them, and a whole bunch of competitors there. We see that toe side 720 on the replay. Yeah, Tom Knotek crushing it.
This is what the worlds are about. When we come to a location like this, a lot of people in New Zealand may not have the ability to travel halfway to other sides of the world. So when we come here, we see a team of, how many did you just say, 26?
Well, I'm not sure competitively. I think it's in
But
the
they're here.
teens,
Yeah.
But we've got over 30 in terms of the support crew.
Which is awesome.
I saw a little group photo
There they
earlier
are.
with them all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
nice.
the crew.
There's the crew. They're there.
And that's so cool to see.
Yeah.
That's awesome to have that support system. Shannon, we were just watching the Nautique create that beautiful wake out on the water. Describe, as not only a former rider, but also as a wakeboard aficionado, what that wake has maybe done for wakeboarding and how much you enjoy it.
Well, as I shared earlier, I was fortunate to have a 1988-2001 ski Nautique, and that wake was steep.
Right.
You know, so you start to learn it as you rail into that wake. It's not tall enough to be that steep, so you kind of had to learn to trip over it and boost. And now what they've done is they're creating nice, longer wakes, whether you like the trough or a flat top. They've really made it so it's a nice ramp, but it's also firmer. It's not soft. It's not floppy on the top. It's not foamy in the top. It's a nice crisp. You can define it. You can see it. And as you come off that wake, it's a smooth transition, not an abrupt, what was that, right? Yeah. And that's what you're trying to find. And it takes years. It is one of those things that they've really put, Greg Malone and the boys at Nautique have put some time into that.
I remember, when I was riding the 210, which was the boat that they had at the wakeboard camp, that was quite a steep wake as well. It was
abrupt,
quite a trough at the bottom, and then there's one of the competitive brands boats that sort of was the next one to come out, which was a lot more rampy, but it was more too far on the other end. It was not quite rampy enough. So as you said, it's taken a bit of honing in, and competitive boats as well, I think has been a big part to play in that. Having multiple different boat companies that are really trying to get the best wake out of there, because
right.
If you're known as the boat company with the best wake, as Nautique is known as, then you're going to sell the most boats.
If you look at competitive, Nautique owns it. They are the
Right.
number one brand within competitive sport.
And that's why you guys choose it.
That's one of the reasons that we've partnered with Nautique. Nautique is the only boat company in the history to tow the national championships in the U.S. and one of only 3 boat companies that have pulled the world championships. And there's a reason for that, because we want the athletes to have the best.
Yeah, we had some 360s back-to-back. The rider out there enjoying the best right now, that is Jared Dawson.
And who's out there in the raft?
Somebody trying to get swamped with this wake is what we're going to see. It's somebody that wants to go swimming in the spit is what I believe.
Especially because the boat's kind of circling around them a little bit. They're going to catch the double up as it comes through.
We'll make sure
Right.
they get taken out of there. That's not the safest place for somebody to be.
Yeah, Jared Dawson out of New Zealand. That front side 360s back-to-back. We'll get some replays, but we're actually coming straight back into pass number 2 on the live stream. We got that drone view. You see the city of Gold Coast in the background. Really love the perspective that the drone gives us. Thankfully, the drone did survive the magpie attack. There's a roll to blind.
Nice.
Passing the handle. Managed to pull away from that one.
Yep. That'll definitely be deducted. You know, that's one of those things we look for. Our judges are home. They know what they're looking for. Those are those little nuances that people don't understand. But he did this trick, and it was good. It was good, but, he kind of sat down, drug his hand, not as clean as it can be.
Big Indy tantrum.
Big
that one
Indy.
was nice and clean. Grabbing the whole way through. The second pass is looking good so far. Tootsie roll.
Nice.
Nice.
And he got it. He's claiming it. That's awesome.
See one more trick in him. Backside 360. Oh, just coming up a little short.
Oh, coming up a lot short on that one. Yeah.
Well,
Jared Dawson out of New Zealand wrapping up our men's 30-39 wakeboard quarterfinals. Man, really stoked to have such a good showing from my home country, New Zealand. Shout out to anyone tuning in on the WWA Rideline app. If you're watching us on YouTube, welcome as well. Drop a comment. Let us know where you're watching from. And, if you're wanting to keep a little bit more of an eye on the scores and the schedule, things like that, go to your app store, download the WWA Rideline app, and stream it right up onto your TV.
You've been in here all day, Brad. What are you hearing on the saltwater? I know you all spoke of it. It's a different ride, but what are you hearing now throughout the day?
Well, actually, I took a little break earlier. I got out there and got to catch up with a few riders out there, and the likes of Tom Nautique. He's actually never ridden on salt water, so that was new for him. He was asking me, what it's like. Obviously, it's more buoyant, so, in terms of the wake, you can potentially slightly smaller wake, but it's not really an issue with the Nautique G23. But you do notice there's a bit more wash, a bit more whitewash on the wake. Whereas if you were to see that while you're riding on the lake, you'd be like, oh, pull out,
fix
start
it
again.
Yeah.
Sort of, you feel like it's kind of washing out. But it's more just because of the salt water kind of foaming up as the boat plows through it. And then also on the boards, when you're riding, you will ride just
you
a
got to
little
slow
bit
down.
higher.
Yeah. I always felt I had to slow down a little. You got to let that edge sink a little more. You don't get the dig that you get. So it's really a patience thing is what I recall.
Yeah, I remember it being quite slippery almost, and that's probably what you're talking about. Like, you got to slow down to let that edge sink in. It is more buoyant. So,
Katerina, our women's 19 to 29 contestant from Paros Island, Greece, actually told us that she only trains on open water, and she said when you're riding on salt water, open water, patience is key.
Yeah.
That was the one thing she said.
I actually got to go over and meet her before while I was out
Pretty
there.
cool,
Really
huh?
cool, yeah.
You went
Cool
to see
chick.
your people.
I did.
Yeah.
I made it halfway there. I didn't get to the full crew, but I caught up with Morgan Huckmer and her parents that, I'm very familiar with. They let me ride behind their boat a lot.
Nice.
Back in Mangakino, they're in our little wakeboard mecca.
That's the community we love.
Yeah.
We all ride together. We play together.
Yeah, I'd run coaching clinics behind their boat.
Nice.
Obviously, did a bit of coaching. There's a big
That was big.
They are
hillside front
Yeah.
roll.
kicking this off. That is Luke Matson of the men's 40-plus wakeboard semifinal. He is from the U.S. of A., 48 years old. He trains on River Murray in South Australia, but from the USA.
Big back roll. Take it easy there, mate. The hips and the knees and the back. I mean, he's
You're
obviously
over 40.
looking pretty strong there.
We actually have a few contestants in this division who also competed in park. Dale Cartwright, Gavin Broadbent. So a couple of the guys we saw earlier this week at Gold Coast Wake Park making their way behind the boat.
Dale Cartwright's been here forever. One of my favorite people. He comes to every event, cable, boat.
He'll do it.
Yeah, we see him all over the world. He's a lot of fun. Another I see coming up is Chad Lowe, your chief judge for the weekend. So
I love watching
So getting
Chad
out of the
ride.
judges booth to compete himself.
He's a really stylish rider. I got to ride with him out in Canyon Lake, where he rides and does a lot of his coaching.
recently moved to Florida.
Oh, no way.
Just recent. Maybe I shouldn't tell people that, but he just moved. Yeah.
I mean, he does run coaching, so maybe that's a little free advertising for him. So. But Luke Madsen managed to land a chromobe at the end of his first pass. So getting tech here for the men's 40-plus.
They're bringing it. They brought it at park, though, too. The men's 40-plus division was really impressive there as well.
So he got first place in the Masters in 2009 the world's the other federation's worlds out there in South Korea. I was there competing. I managed to catch swine flu while I was there. That was not so fun.
Congratulations.
There's the front
Big.
fakie, old school style trick. God, I love it. I mean, it was probably new for him when he learnt it, or a bit newer anyway. So 360, heel side approach back in. Tantrum to blind.
Nice.
Kind of kicking into that one early and
Yeah.
just holding that 180 all the way through.
Patience. We got it. Yeah.
Front row. Has he got one more trick? Is he wrapped up?
Oh, here we go.
The wrap, Nautique tent. Not sure if looks like he went down. I see him out here in front of us. He's floating. So he did take a fall there, but that was an impressive run to start off the men's 40 plus.
Look at the
division.
Gold Coast shot.
That's
What a
beautiful.
city.
Yep.
I love when we got the higher up shot, and you can just see how close we are to the surf.
Yeah.
You
It's
can go
across
for a
the
cruise.
street, right? Like it's right there.
It really is. I actually went. I was talking earlier. I went for a little cruise along the beachfront
Cruising down
on
the
the
beach
path.
in my
I was, and that was the tune I used. But I almost made it all the way here, and then I looked at my battery on my chair. I was like, "Ooh, I should."
I
probably
might
turn
need to go
around."
back. Yeah. You have
But
to get a
hey,
tow.
Maybe one of these days I'll either cruise home, cruise back to the hotel at the end of the day if I need to unwind and decompress after this event. There's so much action going on the water. Absolutely love it. So stoked to be back here amongst it. And thanks so much for having me.
I don't think we can do this without you.
no.
You have
So
a
you're
lot
saying
more knowledge than even I, and I've been here for a little bit.
You're saying I'm coming to the U.S. next year?
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
I'll take you anywhere.
Brad has been awesome. Not only a wealth of knowledge, but also a great companion and mentor. Thank you for
Thank you.
showing me all the wakeboard things.
Oh,
No rope, no hope.
We've had a lot of fun.
I love that one.
I taught you that. You taught me minutia.
Minutia.
That's a new word for
That's
me.
a new shirt right there. No rope, no hope. I like
yeah.
this.
That is a marketing shirt.
I'll give you some royalties, Brad, when we get that shirt rolling.
I don't know if I can claim that. I just recycled it from someone else.
Just own it. They won't remember.
There you go. Yeah.
So, Shannon, we were talking earlier about the color pattern on this boat. This really leans into me and Brad's wheelhouse right here. These neutral colors. They're making the boats, I think for a long time, flashy was the standard. Like everyone wanted the lime greens and the reds and the whites.
Yeah.
Now it's leaning into almost like a luxury market, which I think Nautique does very well.
When you look at a Nautique, that's the brand they are. They are the luxury market. You don't see a lot of the neon type bright on their product. This boat itself is one of my favorites. I think it's new this year, but it may have been new last year. This year's their 100th anniversary, but it's a metal flake black that's got. So when you get close up to that boat, there's a one on display up here. Go take
It's
a look
beautiful.
at it. You know, I love metal flake. That's old school to me, and they've brought it back.
Yeah.
And Nautique's done a really good job. And you go look inside that boat, it's more luxury inside than out. They've done a really good job. I know Greg spent years with European car makers looking at what they do and how they do it, and they've brought that back to this product.
Well, you'd see the Nautique G23, especially the Paragons. You see them on the back of super yachts, you know. Like sometimes someone
Exactly.
was telling me there was one that had two of them on it.
Yep.
Maybe
Yeah.
one for wakeboarding, one for wake surfing. You know, they really are the creme de la creme of wakeboard boats.
And the Paragons have throw pillows, so that's been a interesting, like, throw pillows, and it was.
Well, but listen,
people love them.
how can you drink your champagne and wakeboard without a throw pillow?
Exactly.
True.
You know.
It's impossible.
But I will say, I see them out on Lake Norman 24/7 now. The boat you want to be invited on is the Paragon.
It is. Beautiful. We use those for all our wake surf competitions. Wonderful product. I mean, it is definitely the top of the line. So.
And we'll see some of those wake surf divisions tomorrow for the semifinals.
Yeah, we got Brian O'Neill there on the water, 45-year-old out of the USA. He stood up his first pass. Maybe not quite as technical as we saw from Luke Madsen. But, you know, that is just pass number one. Maybe he's saving a little bit for his second pass.
So we get a nice helicopter shot.
And maybe taken off there from SeaWorld. They do helicopter tours and things like that. Yeah, I love it where we are right here. We're so close to all the action.
Well, we have the best scenery here. I don't need to go up in a helicopter to see it.
No.
I'm right here watching wakeboarding.
Right in the heart of the Gold Coast.
Well, and when you can roll out onto your balcony, I'm pretty sure I saw from the host hotel. I'm pretty sure I saw some whales.
We've seen them
splashing around out there.
My wife wakes up, runs to the balcony, and we'll sit out there. Whales. And like we've heard this every day, and you can see them. They're just outside
Still
of the net.
just as
It's
exciting.
the simple things.
Yeah, the
It
little
really
things
is.
in life.
It's the simple things. Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw quite a cool video actually recently. You catch up with these things on social media. There was some local heroes that went out there and cut one of the whales out of the net.
I did see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super cool.
They have everything in Australia. A lot of them will hurt you too, but
It's one of the things. You jump across to New Zealand, there's nothing
there's
there.
nothing.
Nothing that can hurt you. We got birds.
We were talking the other day at the wake park about what might be living in that lake, in all those lily pads.
Just don't look.
Just don't
We're
look.
fine.
No lions, tigers, bears, gators, anything like that down there. But over here, you got it all. Some of the deadliest snakes and things like that. You don't really come across them. Obviously, I feel like maybe there's that little bit more incentive for those riders riding out there in the kind of saltwater or brackish rivers. You do have bull sharks in there. Maybe that's why Harley Clifford got so damn good at not falling off.
Not falling.
And still doing the craziest tricks. He's out there on, I think, the Tweed, just not far away from here, a little bit further south.
Well, there are dolphins in here this morning and the other
You're
morning.
kidding.
Yeah.
We
How did
missed
I
it.
miss
Well,
that?
because we had a blockade across here.
I'll work on your view. I'm sorry.
Appreciate
We'll
it.
make sure they fix that.
Can we
for
get
you.
a second drone up there for
Just for
dolphin
dolphins?
watching?
We want a wildlife drone between
Yeah.
the magpies and the dolphins. What we need is an attack drone. So then when the magpie
To go
comes-
after the magpie.
Right.
Yeah.
So 2 drones.
A distractor.
Yeah.
So 2 mornings there have been at least a dolphin cruising around in here.
So cool. Maybe we just weren't out here early enough.
I was.
I've been here
Yeah,
a
I
long
saw
time
it,
today.
yeah.
I'm really inspired and encouraged by the amount of fans that we've seen on the shoreline. And this is just the first day. This is amateur day.
This is day 1 amateurs. We expect a great turnout on the weekend because it turns into the show. But, we come out here and that's what the world champion is. It's an amateur world championship as well as pro.
Yeah, we got, it's going to be the weekend where all the main actions is going on. We've also got school holidays this time of year. Made it really difficult to rent a van and things like that. But hey,
And
we
hotels,
got there. Yeah, we got there. Luckily, you guys probably got in early with booking the hotels. So
Yeah.
we saw Brian O'Neill there just finishing off his run, just falling a little bit early on his, I believe, taking a fall, maybe, unless he managed to hang on. Just going to check this out here on the ride line app. Yeah, going down on that backside 180 at the end of his run. And our next rider, 3 out of the US, 1 from New Zealand, 1 from Australia, here in this heat.
Chad Lowe will be next.
Oh, and another US rider. Sorry, I had to scroll down there slightly. Dale Cartwright will be wrapping up this event, and I believe he was out there at the park division.
Yeah, he
possibly?
did well at the park.
The
He
50
did.
plus. So, man, we got. I didn't even.
He podiumed.
realize- Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I think second, right? Or he's either first
was
or
up
second.
there.
He's always up there.
He was up there.
He'll text me in a minute and tell me, hey,
Exactly how
this
you
is
did.
what I did.
Make sure you get it right.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So Chad Lowe, 48 years old from the US of A, recently engaged to the love of his life, Kylie Hassett, last week. They'll be relocating to Florida from California.
She's amazing. She works events with us. She's a lot of help. She's a wakeboarder herself.
It's a community.
Yeah. We keep Chad around for her. There's yeah.
Yeah, Chad's awesome, though. It was probably back in 2011, maybe 12. I stopped off in California on my way across to Florida. Jeff Wetherall was living down there in Carlsbad sort of area, Encinitas at the time. And, we went up, and Chad very kindly took us out on his boat up there in Canyon Lake and had a really good time. Melissa Marquardt was up there as well. We got to see Randall Harris ride. That was a real
That's a
highlight for
treat.
me.
Yeah.
To see that in person is just unbelievable. He'd probably be up there on my Mount Rushmore of wakeboarders, but my Mount Rushmore would need 6 riders.
You need
I think.
more?
Yeah, I'd need more than just 4. We can't narrow it down to just 4.
Well, you said 6, so who are your 6 as we're in this delay?
Well, we got obviously Scott Biley, Darren
Clearly.
Shapiro,
Clearly.
Parks Bonifay, Randall Harris, Sean Murray, and then I'd slot Danny Harf in there as well.
Danny Harf is one of the most. He's
Do you agree with those 6?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with Brad anyway. Not publicly. But Danny, is he the most X game? Wasn't he? He holds the most X game wins.
He certainly does. Yeah, he's an absolutely incredible competitor as well as free rider. You know, sort of toward the more tail end of his career, he was out there really pushing the limit with the video sections he was coming out with, partnering up with Sean Kilgus to bring some amazing videos. And we got a wrapped 360 opener from Chad Lowe, calling for a little bit of a speed
adjustment.
increase.
Yeah. And Danny's still involved in the sport today. He works with the WWA and puts on the Thigh High series
and
with,
he sells
with
Nautique
Dano,
boats
and he
as
sells
well.
Nautique boats. I love it when the people stay in the sport. And it's a 6-event series: wake surfing, wakeboarding, all over the state of Florida and Georgia.
That's super special.
And also congratulations to him and Carolyn. I believe they got another baby on the way.
That I'm unaware of.
Dan the 4th, I think.
Is he the 3rd?
I believe so. I might be wrong there, but he's they're keeping the history going with the Daniel halves. Really, really pumped for them, for Danny and Carolyn. Awesome people. And we got some great people in this sport.
Look at that shot. How do you argue?
A beautiful shot, a beautiful day out here on the Gold Coast. A little cooler than it was yesterday, but that might even be nice.
No, that's
I'm
nice.
Not complaining.
Not at all.
But
Yeah.
When we go to events and it's brutal hot and things of that nature, it takes a toll on you. And when an athlete's
100%.
got to be out in that all day, you see it in other sports. You got to stay hydrated. You got to stay cool. And this is not that bad. Most people would rather have this than 100 degrees.
And from a man that does not have thermoregulation going on, someone who doesn't sweat when he gets hot, doesn't get goosebumps when he gets cold, I appreciate the weather kind of hanging in a nice, comfortable spot right now. Now, we see Chad has gone down, but that looks like it might be outside
That's
of the
an
course.
out-of-course fall. Won't hurt him. We made that rule. I love to be able to tell people where rules come from. Sean Watson, we did a tight turn in Shreveport, Louisiana. He got caught in the slosh and got punted and fell. It was a second fall. They're like, oh, that's a fall. The WWA, Jimmy Redmond at the time, and myself said that doesn't make sense. Change the rule on the spot because it fit. So now you get your out-of-course fall.
And is that there, like between the bridges there, right in Shreveport?
This
where
was
were you at the
this was
time?
on a small lake. It was Pro Tour back in the day. That would have been like 1991 or 2 back. We can't use the site anymore. It's too shallow.
Yeah.
Our boats don't run in that anymore.
So I one of the last events I went along to before my accident was there in Shreveport, Louisiana, but it was right there in downtown in between the bridges. It was a collegiate nationals that I got invited along to host as an MC. Got to go out there and do a little demo for the folks as well. Had a really awesome time, and I loved one thing about the collegiate events.
Love them.
On the main finals day, it doesn't start till midday.
Yeah.
Because they're almost accommodating the fact that the riders
Are not going to be awake.
They're there to have fun as well. I was sounding a little bit dusty that morning, but no, it was such a good time, and loved just where Wake has taken me.
Look at that.
Wrapped CAD 5. I'd be really interested to know what he went down on, whether it was a fall or whether it was actually needing a bit of an adjustment.
No, we're not. Oh, no, take your vitamins. We're not.
Sorry, old people medicine.
Hey, I feel you. I take my meds as well as we get throughout the day. There's a back roll for Chad Lowe. All the way past that final buoy. He has made it all the way from one end to the other without any falls, apart from that outer course one, which will not count. Really cool to get the backstory on that, too. I never knew that one. Thanks for that, Shannon.
I've been around a while.
You go one at a time when you're doing them? I
No.
take a little mouth.
3, 4.
I take a little swig, chuck them all in.
Oh, I
and
can't
then
do that.
gulp the water down.
Half
and
of them will
take
come
all
back
down
up
at
if
once.
I do that.
So you guys mentioned the old man vitamins. I, however, I'm on the old lady hearing aid train lately because I do not hear well. I worked in NASCAR for the first 5 years of my career.
Oh, I did not know that.
I did. I was
Very
NASCAR
cool.
pit reporter for the ARCA Series and the K&N West Series, and for that reason, I actually departed because despite all the ear protection that you wear,
Loud.
very, very loud. So I have to say, Beg your pardon? Excuse me?
What?
What?
You're talking to me?
What are you saying? It takes me quite a bit. I don't hear whispers anymore. And then there'll be times, I'll have family come over and I'll have the TV on. They're like, it is so loud. I'm like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about?
I got to go along to a NASCAR race. There was just the one time when I was up there in Northeast Tennessee. It was actually a truck race at the
Nice.
time.
Bristol.
That was so good. Yeah, Bristol.
Love it.
It's
Short
Bristol,
track.
baby.
Yeah.
Shout out to any of the crew up there, the CBK crew, or any of my boys out there. Pat, Nate.
I could see
Nick,
that you guys
all
would have a
those
really
guys.
good time there.
Oh, we really did. In fact, I think there's a video out there on YouTube that I cut together from one of these tours around the States. Me and my boy Jesse James. I picked him up in Texas. We took off in my little F-150, toured around the whole southeast of the U.S., went all the way from Texas across to Florida, up to Ohio, everywhere in between, and had the absolute time of my life. Probably got up to a bit of mischief along the way, but
No, I don't believe that.
it was such a good time.
Yeah, Shannon was actually telling me at the dinner that there was a golden era of wakeboard debauchery, but now they're all athletes.
Yeah.
They don't have fun as much.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
I'm sure they
or
have
they
fun
pick
with
their
them.
moments
Yeah.
for when to have fun.
Well, we started the sport when Jimmy Redmond wanted to start it, and it was not because we thought, hey, there should be a sport. We were trying to figure out who was going to pay the bill at the bar that night. So we had to come up with some rules, and that rules have grown into the sport that it is today. But it was always friends, family, and why we need to be here.
Damn, that was a hard fall there. Casing the top of the wake, looked like the nose of the board dug on down and spat him out. You don't see people get ejected from wakeboards that often with the way the boots are these days. We might see a replay of it here for Toby Mira.
From New Zealand, from your home country.
Yeah, Tiawa Mudu, another Kiwi. What up, Toby? Unfortunate fall. Get your boots back on there, mate. You got a little bit more real estate left in this course. 45 years old. So cool to see. So Toby, he loves spinning and is trying to push through the mental barrier of going upside down on a board. I remember that mental battle. It really takes.
It's not natural.
Bit. No, not to start off with. I mean, you can practice on trampolines and things like that, but to figure out how to get that punch, that pop from the wake, and then flip over, because when you're flipping for the first time, you feel like you got to go early, you got to rush it, and often you don't get the pop that the wake can give you when you do that. And looks like Toby's.
Shall we say
back.
patience again?
Patience.
Patience.
Patience, young grasshopper.
Patience.
And everybody I ever taught, that was always the same. They're like, if I do it as fast as I can from the beginning, I won't fall. Like,
Right.
You never left the water,
Yeah, Toby coming back from an ACL and MCL injury.
See that knee brace he has? Yeah.
You yourself coming back from,
Yeah,
surgery
a
on
little
that
ACL
recently
and
as well.
MCL. Now I feel like I can run again.
Not an
Do things.
uncommon injury here in wakeboarding.
Or
I had
motocross.
an ACL
Or motocross, yeah.
reconstruction.
Fairly common. I actually don't know many riders who haven't had to have ACL or MCL at some point in their career. I think Chase Sexton, pretty injury-free. Jet and Hunter still, but they're all still young.
Jet just broke his thumb.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
came back from
That
surgery.
was his.
Yeah.
But
Still
it was
came back
surgery.
and- still came back and won the.
Yeah, he didn't come back
the
like
series.
it happened. He
No.
just
Yeah.
But then, in that final round, you may have seen Chase Sexton getting landed on.
yeah.
Yes.
So he's out for the next race.
Yeah, well,
We're
no,
turning
that-
this
that
into
done.
Supercross, but
Yeah,
He'll be
that
missing
done.
in Designations.
Yeah.
So he was lined up to be the
Oh, it was the
Nations
Nations.
rider.
That was what he's missing.
And then they had Cooper Webb in for him, and Cooper Webb is now out. And they instead are going to take Eli Tomac, I believe, is going to be running.
Okay.
I think
Designations
that's
again.
what I read. That
And that
doesn't
would've
seem like a
been-
bad choice.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
not
And
a
he's still,
He's
he hasn't-
amazing.
He hasn't been the same Eli since he tore his Achilles, but he's getting there, and I think he's starting to feel better. But
You got to learn to trust it.
Yeah.
You
Seeing
know,
how
when
he's
you have your knee done, you don't trust it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
the pressure he was putting on the younger riders as well, and some of this the Super Motocross final series, really cool. I'm sure we've got a lot of fans that are watching here that are fans of multiple sports, will know exactly what we're talking about. Some may not, but a couple of Aussies coming out on top, Jet and Hunter Lawrence.
And if you watch it, we have a lot of crossover between Supercross. I mean, I'm a Supercross geek. When people say, "Oh, you love wakeboarding," we're like, "Yeah, but I watch Supercross
Every
That's-
Sunday for
It's
me.
a show.
which
It's
is
a real
that's
show.
that's
Saturday
where I
for
was
you.
introduced to Kristen actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It was at the Miami Boat Show, but it was Supercross
Yes.
that made us realize we knew things that each other knew. It's very
Yeah.
very
Oh,
nice.
that's cool.
That was our connector.
But that's how we live too. Wakeboarders, they love adventure. We're very adventurous as a group. We love to travel. We love to see things, and we all try things.
Well, and I think, too, especially when you talk about someone like Gunther Oka, they take inspiration from other sports. So he snowboards all the time.
Absolutely.
He watches X Games, and he looks at what they're doing there and tries to reinterpret it for the water.
Toby Muir sticking that heel side,
Nice.
front side 3, the men's 40-plus division, looking really good out here. Kiwi represent. Toe side 360. Oh, yeah, love that one. That's actually more difficult to land than the toe side 5. You got to really get over those toes and stall the spin out. There goes the back roll. Little butt check, but he sticks it. You can hear the
He's
Kiwi.
claiming
Fist
it.
in
He
the
loves
air.
it.
Fist
Yeah.
in the air.
Oh, and I just saw the drone getting attacked by a magpie again.
It is.
Oh, my God.
I saw the magpie coming after the drone. Can we get the drone shot? Did we get the magpie?
It's like chasing it. I don't know if that
I actually saw
magpie's
it like right in the corner. Yeah.
gonna lose some feathers, and we'll see who wins that battle.
I'm going to think the blades beat wing. I don't know. Blades.
You would think one would.
The
think.
magpie does not seem nervous,
But listen, there are some aggressive, gnarly birds out here. They have turkeys on the beach.
though.
Yeah, we
Hey,
call them
confidence is key.
bin chickens.
What are you called?
Bin chickens.
Bin
'Cause you see
chickens?
them in like the rubbish bins and the trash
Bin
cans.
chickens.
Yeah.
Then you
Oh,
see
bin.
them-
I got
bin
it then.
chickens,
Yeah.
yeah. So they look like a chicken with an extra long beak.
Oh yes, and they're huge. They're like 6 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're learning the translation is what we need. I landed here. They say it's English, but I really need a translator sometimes. He's happy?
Yeah, shout out to that man, Toby Muir, out of Te Awamutu, New Zealand, which is not far away from Lake Karapiro that we were talking about earlier. TA, well, it's a little bit further north, actually. But, yeah, no, we got some really good riders coming out of New Zealand. I'm really stoked on it. And we got 2 more riders. Well, that's a misprint. Gavin Broadbent is definitely from New Zealand. He is.
Who's trying to claim him?
Oh, I mean, hey, that's typical of Australia.
Yeah, they do it.
You know,
we heard it at the awards
They
banquet.
did it with the Pavlova. They did it with Russell Crowe. Anything good that comes out of New Zealand
They
tends
try
to
to-
get claimed by the Aussies. Jeff Weatherall, we'll throw him in that mix as well.
Yeah.
So he moved over here. But yeah, we got Gavin Broadbent. He's basically wake royalty in New Zealand. He is the oldest rider to ride out here. He's 59 years old.
Nice.
Knocking
And
on
he
the door,
still
60.
charges it.
His wife Charlotte also competes.
Yeah, and their son as well. Fletcher, he rode earlier today.
Family that boats together stays together.
I believe that.
Hell
I do
yeah.
too.
I'd venture to say that.
I still boat with my boys.
Yep.
Gav, big nose grab to start it off. Gavin was around competing back when I first went along to my very first
Look at that
nationals.
though. Look at that amplitude. He's in
Toe
outer
side-
space.
He goes upside down as well.
There
it
you
is.
go.
Stop it.
Oh, came up short on that, top in the second wake.
Yeah,
Can you believe it?
Scooping it. Sort of more, maybe he's, used to that old style of wake where you scoop it, although they do have a slightly newer boat as well that they ride behind, but unfortunately just clipping the wake
Does he
there.
ride in salt water?
More so in the
Oh,
freshwater.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to find in New Zealand, while we do have some areas where it's a lot more convenient to ride in the salt, people are a bit hesitant to put that boat in the salt water. They just prefer fresh water washing through it. Salt can destroy things. As I found out right before coming over here, we were down doing a bit of filming for a documentary. I was in my off-road wheelchair on the beach, parked up for the hero shot in front of the sunset. In came a rogue wave that just washed through.
Done.
Yeah, and so my chair is off getting repairs, getting a few modules replaced. Shout out to the team that are doing that for me to get me back out there amongst the off-road.
When you look at these boats today, though, back in the day, saltwater would have been something we would be scared of. Nautique today, and they have closed systems. They have systems that handle saltwater. They have saltwater additions, and the boats have now been made a little bit more coated. They're special coatings and things that they do. That the boats of today, as long as you keep them washed and clean like anything else, you're not going to have any problems in the saltwater.
Yeah, always got to give a rinse down and wipe the boat down, flush it out. But yeah, no, it's just as long as you take care of your equipment, it'll take care of you. So Gav back up on the water. Let's see if we get a bit of redemption. Maybe he'll go for that back roll once again. Possibly going to just cruise on out, take a bit of a breather. Yeah, it looks like
Nope.
No, I don't know about that.
here he goes.
There you go.
There you go, buddy.
Got it. Yeah.
So cool
That
to
is
see.
determination.
Yeah,
just-
that's the spirit.
Amazing. Knocking on 60's door, still going upside down on a wakeboard, still pushing it, got the family involved.
I know, but my age at 54, he was just checking everything out. Yep, the knee works, back works. Okay, neck, hands. Okay, no, let me try this again. You just got to go through the checklist, you know?
He's checking the boxes to get
Yeah.
all dialed.
Now, I'm sure we've got plenty of crew from New Zealand joining us on the WWA Rideline app or watching on YouTube. Shout out to you guys back home. And we got Gav back in for the start of his second pass. Yeah, styling out that nose grab.
Yeah.
Solid grab. Toe side with a, toe side indie grab. Just managing to hang on to that, not slipping out.
Landing on the heels a little bit.
Heel side. Yeah, what's a little slob grab, I guess, if you will. Throwing it
Yeah, he
back.
did have the nose, and now yep.
Half cab 180. You could see he pushed eject on that one. He was
Yeah.
like, he saw the weight coming. He knew he was going to case it. He's like,
He was
I'm
done.
out.
it's not
He
worth
was
it.
done.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is a smart man. Next up, well, let's look at these replays first.
Now, with 6 riders in this heat, do they all advance to the final, or is it cutting it down to 4? I don't know who, if I'm putting anyone on the spot there.
Usually
Trying
at
to
6
find
we
out.
cut down.
Yeah.
It does depend on time. We try to give everybody as much time on the water as possible, and as we back it into a schedule, it may determine that he's got to. We got to make some cuts.
As Gavin gets a ride back to shore on one of those jet skis, we are going to tee up for Dale Cartwright, 51 years old, out of Naples, Florida, owns a cable park. He's been wakeboarding for over 30 years.
And is that where we cap off the day?
That is the conclusion of the day.
It has gone so fast. I've had such a good time up here with you guys, and
We got to get ahead of the wind. We know it comes in at 4 o'clock. Just
you guys
as
did that.
gives us an opportunity to just check out and experience Gold Coast a little bit, go and cruise around. I went and did some shopping yesterday.
what'd you get me? I'm thinking something real nice.
Totally.
Corey Wilson, who we're all familiar with, just confirmed top 4 advance.
Top
Okay,
4.
top 4 there. Ooh,
So you got to fight for this one.
really do.
I also just got a text from Kylie that said we're the best. That would be Chad's fiance that we were speaking of earlier. So yeah, when we take top 4 advance, gets a little dicey out there. There's some things you got to do. You got to think about it. You got to be a little more strategic.
Now, does the advantage lend itself to being the first rider out or the last in
Last.
this case? Yep.
I want to know what you did, and I want to know what I have to beat. You know, Phil Sovin, wakeboard. He will be a Hall of Fame wakeboarder in the future. He used to go down in the dock, not really making people happy, and would say, "Everything you do, I'm going to beat you by 180."
Wow.
You know, so he'd watch and watch and watch, and then he would go out and literally beat each move. He would add one 180 more than you had.
Dale's out on the water right
There's
now.
Dale.
We saw him in park as well.
Oh, Dale!
He sent it.
Dale getting a little boot on that one. That was not what he was expecting, but he'll come back.
Looked like he let off his edge right as he was coming off the wake. You got to really hold that toe side edge through the top of the wake. Not sure if he spotted a little bit of like a roller coming through, a little bit of something.
That wake gets bigger as you're heading to it. It's like a mountain. You know, you want to, as it's coming to your face, you're thinking, okay, I should probably reconsider this. But yeah, Dale will definitely come back from that. That's that first fall jitters, first time hitting the wake for the day.
He actually owns a cable park.
Yes, he does.
That is
very nice cable park.
That is awesome.
Yeah, been there for years. It's in Fort Myers. Great park.
Which would explain why he did so well out there over the last few days in the Wake Park World
Yeah, he's done it
Championships.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Dale was a boat rider back in the day. Dale was competitive at the Pro Tours in that era. Eric Gator Lutgert back in that time frame.
Yeah.
He was definitely a competitor to deal with.
Yeah, Gator
In
was so
boat.
cool to ride. To
Yeah,
watch
Gator's-
ride as well. He's sort of one of those.
Another changer. Game
Yeah.
changed the sport.
Yeah, he just absolutely charged everything. Hey, that's got to be really nice to own a cable park. You know, Daniel Watkins coming out from being competitive as a wakeboarder to then now getting more people into the sport. A lot of our people riding in the junior divisions as well as the adaptive divisions only got into it because they saw that there was like a free ride day or something they could go along to, maybe half price.
Try it
whatever
out.
was. Come and try it out, fall in love with the sport, and that's really smart
Yep.
from Daniel as well. Look, you're not sacrificing too much by giving them a free ride, but as someone who got hooked on wakeboarding from a young age, it
For
is
life.
easy
Yep.
to get hooked.
You get hooked for life.
Yeah.
Dale
Back roll.
already busting it out.
And he's going to lose a little bit of time here. You know, falls don't count against you technically in your score, but you lose that precious
And the
water.
real estate.
Yeah, real estate is exactly the term. You lose that, but Dale's come back from it nicely.
Yeah, and I quite like there on his toe side back roll. He sort of laid it out to start with, but then tucked in and got a late indie grab on it. Good way to come back from an early fall.
He's no spring chicken. He knows how this works.
Yep.
He does.
I have been so really just appreciative of how kind the wakeboard community is. There are a lot of really good people. It's such a good family sport. I mean, even from the children's divisions, you don't see the soccer moms and soccer dads like you'll see at a AYSO tournament.
You will see them occasionally.
We don't
you know,
allow
you
them
do-
to stay around too long.
Everyone I've met has been so cool, and the kids just love being around each other. And even, the veterans now in these classes, it's competitive. They all want to win, but they're cheering each other on at the same time, too.
Well, they're telling each other, too, hey, the wake's doing this, I'm feeling this. It's a very, the camaraderie around this sport's amazing. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Attention
Nice.
on the blind at 51 years old, Dale Cartwright out of Naples, Florida, up and over with the Scarecrow.
He's a machine.
A tanny to blind. Stop it. No, don't stop it. Keep it going. Switch off the toes.
Oh,
Hey.
Geezer, are you kidding me?
That
That's
could've
a
been
switch
competitive.
promo.
that's old
Yeah.
school. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, similar trick, similar landing, just taking a switch approach with a 180 into basically a similar trick in the air, but nonetheless, he's going to get scored so well on that. And that is a really, really cool way to wrap up today's action. Dale Cartwright out of Naples, Florida. Congratulations to that man, and it's I've had a really good day today.
It's a great day.
Well, I've had fun doing this. I appreciate y'all letting me come on and speak my gibberish. Wonderful to sit with you, too.
I hope we have you here over the next few days. We've
I'll
got
be here again.
3 more days of action. If you're tuning in with us and you are nearby or you're on the Gold Coast, come down and join us here at Marine Stadium down here at the end of Main Beach and SeaWorld.
Get your autographs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
All the best are here.
Yep. Yep.
100%.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Look at that.
Look at that
That's the way to
shot.
close the day. Let's go surfing.
100%. All right, so if you've been tuning in, thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., I'm being told. So make sure you download the Rideline app or watch us on YouTube for day 2 of competition at the WWA Wakeboard World Championship Finals here from the Gold Coast of Australia. I'm Kristen Beach and Brad Smela signing off for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.